All right. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about something I think is extremely important. What exactly is the smelliest fandom? Now, I want to go on record here because we have a couple fandoms that have gotten mad at me before on the list, okay? I just want to put that out there. This is not a direct insult of the content itself. It's just my own personal experiences and what my own assumptions of what a lot of these things smell like. So this is very opinion-based. I don't want people getting fucking hard feelings about it, but at the same time, be honest with yourself. I'm going to be honest with myself as well, and I think I'm going to pull through. I think I'm going to be a perfect representative to find out what exactly is the smelliest fandom. And the list goes as follows.
Anime, Marvel, World of Warcraft, Smash Bros, Call of Duty, Fortnite, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, Brownies, Furries, Costco, Walmart, Steven Universe, Has-Been Hotel, Swifties, Metalheads.
This is, I'm not saying that this has every fandom imaginable that might be smelly, but I thought that this was a good collection of fandoms to talk about here because I feel like I've experienced at least a little bit with some of these fandoms. And also I think that they're it captures a good wide net of people. So hopefully you all feel maybe represented or maybe you're learning a little something new today. So first round, let's fucking go. Anime versus Marvel. This is a fucking hard one to start with, dude. Anime, on one hand, it's kind of polarizing because I've seen a lot of people do One Piece cosplay. I went to, Nick by the camera. I've been to enough conventions or game shows to see people dressed up in crazy outfits, but it's not necessarily the looks, but it's just the smell. There's just a particular smell that some people have that is... it's sweat, I guess, essentially, but I'm trying to think if I really had to compare. The only thing really here is Marvel fans is I have one very particular memory of I went and saw Infinity War at a theater in Utah when it came out, and a guy was in front of me when we were like getting our tickets, and the guy reached down into the back of his pants, scratched his ass, and then brought it up and was like, and smelt it in front of me, and I almost threw up. That was unbelievable. And also when we saw Doctor Strange, there was the people dressed up as Doctor Strange, and in the bathroom, it was like the worst piss smell. But does that count? Does it count if what's leaving their body, like piss? Well, sweat. I also remember one time I was at a Barnes & Noble in the anime section, picking up a little Hellsing back in the day, and this guy had copies of Bleach that he was taking off the counter, and he like coughed a bunch, and I don't know if he like shit himself during that. I didn't hear a fart or anything, but he was like, "Oh! Like that kind of cough, and then immediately I just smelled like this vomit, like this vomity kind of acidic thing, and then just like an underlaying layer of shit as well. And I know that stuck with me, and that was like one of the main reasons I never picked up Bleach when I was younger. I was like, I don't want to be gross like that guy.
Do you think that was his breath?
It might have been his breath. I don't know. I mean, it was like, ugh! What's interesting too is I would say both Marvel and anime fans are built similar. Like you could put a Captain America shirt on somebody, and you could also put like a One Piece shirt on somebody, and you would probably never know the difference. Both all ranging in age. I'm gonna have... Just off my own personal preferences, I gotta give it to like Marvel or comic fans, honestly. Just the amount of shit I've seen in theaters and like everything else. Just yeah, comic book fans are just like, I don't know, man. I remember I worked in Utah, and there's this guy that I used to work with. I'm not even exaggerating. During the Marvel Infinity War era, he took off like 2 weeks of work so we could go see it like every day. I'm not even joking. Like he made his kids go to school and everything. This is probably like a 38-year-old guy every day. And he would like post on his social media, and he was like crying. And he was like a big smoker too. You better expect me to smell terrible. I smell like a baby diaper the majority of the time. I smell like sweat. I don't even smoke, but I imagine I smell a little bit like a smoker. I don't know how that happens, but that's what I picture of myself. So I'm passing judgment, but I'm just trying to level the playing field here and saying that like, sometimes I think when people try to smell too good, you smell like a big artificial queef cloud, and that doesn't feel good to me. And also the idea that you probably smell like a propane grill because you're like, we gotta cook some dogs before the big game. Don't even get the boys over here. We're gonna crush some White Claws and cook some dogs before the big Cowboys game. That's what it feels like to me. They're like saying that, they're just like, or because they're so wealthy, they have a really, really expensive cologne, but put way too much on. It's Guilty by Gucci. And just like, You hear the little like hit markers from Call of Duty 2. Oh yeah, that smells good. I graduated from Idaho University. State school kind of guy. Whatever, doesn't matter. Fortnite, on the other hand, I think is something similar because it's the same kind of demographic, except it just feels a little more juvenile. Not that Call of Duty guys are mature, but in Call of Duty, they're like,
nobody cares. It's not a feat.
I'm gonna go fake a fuck your mom because you're a stupid bitch.
here's what I expect. At Fortnite, they're like,
Don't freaking talk to me like that.
it's that kind of vibe. They're the same kind of guy, except it's just watered. It's like a PG version of that stuff. Yeah, this girl's really pretty and I'd like to kiss her.
Fortnite players say that?
That's what I don't know if Fortnite players say. I'm just saying that's what I imagine. When I think of Fortnite, I imagine it's just like, yeah, I get the boys together. We don't watch football necessarily, but we did watch our favorite anime last night, and my girlfriend made me tons of chicken nuggies. That's what I picture. Like a beautiful woman. He's like a millionaire, little fucking like greasy guy who's just like,
Yo, Pug and chat, dude. Seriously, did you guys see that sick skill shot I had?
and this like fucking beautiful woman comes walking in. She's like, there you go.
He's like, my babe bringing me baby carrots and ranch for my snack.
Click whatever. They're like, I'm building. Which makes me think that sometimes, I don't know, baby powder. When you got a rash in between your like thighs or your taint, and you like smoke out your underwear with that baby powder. It puts up. I feel like it smells like that. Also, look at that guy. Who's that guy that I saw? Nick A30. He kind of looks like a car dealer. And every time I go to a car dealer, they always smell like peppermint. And then I don't know if it's because of the hard candies at their desk, but every time I've ever gone to a car and they're like, hey, I want to put you in this car, they always smell like peppermints. I don't know why. So I'm trying to think like baby powder mixed with peppermints. That's a big leap. All right. I'm trying to formulate this in my own head. I don't know why. Also, too, the baby thing makes me think that like Fortnite players would like just piss themselves.
They don't even use the bottle.
Yeah, they don't use the bottle. They're just like they have like adult diapers and they like piss in their own diapers.
And their beautiful girlfriend changes them on
Yeah,
screen.
and their beautiful girlfriend lays them down on their back and like lifts up their legs, and they're like, she's like, okay, stop it, and they take off the big piss stain. I'm just gonna say Fortnite. I'm running too much with Fortnite, and it's becoming, and you know what? That's unfair. I want to say that right now that that's unfair and that's a bias, but that's just where we're at, dude. Pokemon versus MTG, dude, this isn't even a fucking... I put Pokemon up here because it's really cool to open Pokemon cards, or at least it used to be. The horror stories I had... Actually, you know what? One of my friends... I have a friend who is a professional Magic the Gathering player. Literally. Goes to qualifiers and stuff. I'm just gonna call him, and I'll ask him. Because he plays a lot of the different trading card games and stuff, and I'd be curious to hear what he says.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, are you busy?
Oh, no, what's up?
Hey, I had a quick question. Do you think Magic the Gathering players or Pokemon players, which one do you think smells worse?
Smells worse?
Yeah.
Probably Magic the Gathering by, like, a good amount.
What?
Because usually, like, most Magic players are men and they're, like, 12 to older than us, and they don't take very good care of themselves, whereas Pokemon players a lot more of the time is, like, kids.
Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, you play Magic. Is that a testimony to you? Do you think you smell bad?
Oh, constantly.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I notice you guys whenever I'm there, you're just like, good God. Get down.
Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you, Nick.
I will say, though, is Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are on a different fucking planet.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You can
Okay.
smell something.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Nick.
No problem. Bye.
Right. There you have it. I will say I don't know what it is about card stores. Card stores are always next to Taiwanese restaurants. I don't know what kind of business strategy that is, that in every strip mall there has to be a Taiwanese or some kind of fried chicken sandwich place, but people bring in that food in styrofoam containers and it's like all sweaty. You know when you open it and there's just like, it looks like someone just like fucking brought it in from outside, like the rain. You know what I mean? You bring that in, it just smells like spices and shit in there. The amount of times too, dude, I've gone to a Magic the Gathering tournament, oh my God. And people like will let their farts rip on those like plastic chairs and it sounds like a fucking 200 count bobcat thing going off. And then what they do after they do they do that. And they're like, well, there goes Billy again. Billy's always doing that. And it's like this thick mildew haze. This doesn't even seem fair. It's just on a different fucking level. Also, too, dude, Pokemon players aren't grinding Commander. Pokemon players aren't fucking busting packs open for draft, having to follow standard routines, modern routines, legacy routines.
They're not trying to figure out how the fuck you're supposed to beat Amulet Titan combos, right?
What happens in Pokemon? Who fucking knows? Garbage. We're moving on.
I forfeited a game in Magic because the guy
I was playing was farting constantly, and I couldn't stand the smell.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
When was this?
I think like second grade. I was playing with my uncle at a college, and the worst part was my brother was talking to my opponent. So like when it was his turn, he was like just sitting there talking and just letting it rip. And then I was like, okay, I just quit.
I would too. There's no way. If a guy was like, okay, I play Island on tap, and just like,
I'm pretty sure he shit his pants.
I think he should like. Turn to Tormagoyev. And he's like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and, I believe it's a 3-4 right now. Let me count my graveyard. Yeah, he's a 3-4. Okay, there we go.
Well, the funny thing is, like, afterwards, I told my uncle, he's like, oh, you're done soon. I was like, yeah, I quit. And then he's like, or I forfeit. And he's like, what? Are you serious? He's like, why do I even take you if you're not even going to play?
Good fucking point, dude. That's a good point. You know what you should have done? You should have farted back at the guy and see if you couldn't have pushed your limits there, dude. Next up, we have bronies and furries. This is kind of interesting. These are both two people who kind of cosplay. Now, furries are different because those motherfuckers are in a sweat, like a spa, basically inside those suits. I mean, I can't even imagine. I've seen some people at some like cons where they take off their furry helmet and they're just like, I mean, like drenched in sweat. And just the moisture level. Bronies, I'm trying to think about. Every time I see videos of bronies on the internet, you know what's weird is they always meet up at like Denny's, or like a restaurant, and they sing, which doesn't really have anything to do with their smell, but it's just you're painting a picture, right? If I was at like a Denny's 9:30 and I just saw like a group of people, a cavalier of people come in, sit down, and start singing brony songs, I'm really trying to think about what I would smell. Because also, here's another thing too. When people sweat, it's a byproduct also. The smell is a byproduct of what you're eating. And I don't think bronies, at least from what I know, from my own prejudice, bronies don't eat the best diet. I would imagine a lot of greasy foods, a lot of sugar. So I imagine they're sweating, they're walking around a lot in their packs of friends. There's probably one alpha in the group who does this thing. Also, you know what I also think of too is I think of a lot of hair dye, a lot of different kind of chemical smells, like a cheap salon almost mixed in with like hash browns and just like grease, like that kind of smell. These are really unfair because I'm painting a picture in my head and I'm trying to justify these things, but inevitably I'm trying to be like, is it worse than a person who is trapped inside an insulated suit walking around? Because then also with the furry thing, you have to think, if you can kind of smell a furry from outside their suit, if they took that off, that would be like...
Some wear diapers too.
Yeah, and some people wear diapers just because they don't want to take off the suits, so they just shit and piss in their furry suits. I'm trying to think, do you think there's probably some bronies who wear diapers?
Oh yeah, Fluttershy diapers.
When I think of brony, I don't really think of like, oh, they smell. I just think of like, if anything, I think that they're probably well groomed because they're like combing out those fucking pony hairs. They're probably combing themselves out. They're probably fucking well groomed. Nice nails. I mean, all kinds of shit. I gotta give it to furries, I feel like. It feels obvious to me, like looking back on it. This is a good one. Costco versus Walmart shoppers. Walmart is obviously the lower income crazy shit, but also, dude, I've seen some crazy fucking Costco shoppers. Especially recently, there's like that father-son duo, which I don't think that they smell, but it gives me off I'm trying to think of the odors of that too. Like a lot of Irish Spring body wash. Because here's the thing, Walmart, I think people are going there with like tobacco stained shirts, shit-filled pants, greasy palms and armpits, right? So it's like the human body. Costco feels like they are covered in everything that Costco sells. Hot dogs.
Chicken bake.
Shake and bake.
No, chicken.
What the fuck is chicken bake?
It's what that guy was eating. The little kid was eating. I'm a Costco guy. I always eat a chicken bake.
I'm a Costco guy. I always use it. Or so a hot dog, a fucking chicken bake, whatever the fuck that is. And then wholesale everything. Wholesale rotisserie chicken. I'm saying that these people, they smell however when they go in, but when they go out, they smell like product. You walk through a certain aisle, you might smell like dog food because it's wholesale dog food. People fucking ripping the bags open from the deals. Gah, fucking pedigree. And they rip it open. Kirkland dog food. And they get covered in fucking like dog food kibble dust or something like that. So then they just smell like boiled hot dogs, processed chicken shit from the food court, the Irish Spring body wash that they bought 12 bottles of this morning, and they just lather it too because they're just like, we have so much of it, we have to fucking lather ourselves up. You know what I mean? Like as much as like a whole bottle. Every time I shower, they use a whole thing of Irish Springs. Versus Walmart, I feel like it's like we're gonna be lucky if we hit the shampoo aisle. We're gonna be lucky, dude. Those motherfuckers are buying single bottles of Yoo-Hoo. I guess that's an interesting thought experiment, though. Would I rather be around someone... I have to put myself in a situation where if we were in a neutral zone where it wasn't their specified store and you were standing next to the people at a Target and they're both like out of their element. They're like looking around like a scared deer. and I walked past the Walmart person, I walked past the Costco person, but they're in their full stink mode. You have to make it fair.
Well, you could tell the Costco guy. You'd be like, oh, that's a Costco fan.
Oh, dude. Do we have eyes? We would be able to see which one's who. Because when I think of Walmart, I think of like just a big old woman. A big old woman with like pajama pants on and Homer Simpson slippers where it's like the foot goes in the mouth. Life has fucking beat her down and she has her hands on the hand going out. And then furries versus Steven Universe. This feels like furries to me, I feel like just win this. Because, and part of me, I don't know if this is ignorant of me to say, but I mean, I've been saying that this whole time, but I feel like there's a subsect of people who are probably Steven Universe fans who are also furries. So to me, I'm like, you might as well just give it to furries because it's kind of the same vibe. Which this is, honestly, this is kind of a telltale final here. The finals. All right. World of Warcraft versus furries. These are like legends that the legends speak for themselves kind of thing. I'm trying to think. God.
They're comparable too, because you can't wash the suit. When you wear the suit, it's almost like your neat nest.
Exactly, it is comparable. They are both isolated in their own ways. World of Warcraft marinates themselves in their neat nest. Furries marinate themselves in the suit. I would go on a limb and say the suits do not get washed that frequently. If I had to go on a big limb, and I know there's gonna be people who be like, I wash my suit every day, or something like that. I get that. I'm just saying, as a whole, I bet you the suits do not get washed a lot, is what I would say. God gives his toughest angels the hardest battles, doesn't he? They're very comparable, though. World of Warcraft people maybe have an unhealthier lifestyle of, I imagine, a lot of World of Warcraft people I know smoke cigarettes, don't drink water, usually a lot of sugar, pop type stuff, vape, and smoke weed and shit. Like a lot of smoking, a lot of stuff that just like their teeth are usually fucked up. Once again, I'm paraphrasing. I'm just saying people I've met in my life. Versus furries, I've seen a lot of furries vape, whatever. I've seen a lot of furries get fucking wasted. I've gone to a convention and there's been like fucking just furries drunk off their ass because people drink in it and then you can just put the mask over so people don't know and they're kind of just like walking around, whatever. So it's a different kind of unhealthy there. And the reason I'm bringing health up too is just because that correlates with smell. So I'm just trying to put out there. It's almost impressive too that the furries are isolated, but yet they're still walking among us. It's like you can get little glimpses of it, but as soon as that like head comes off, I bet it just reeks. Well, here's an experiment. If you had to put a person just got out of being in a fursuit for 10 hours at a con, and you had to put your head in the neck hole and like whiff. That made me gag a little bit thinking about that. That made me gag thinking about that a little bit. I'm trying to think of what would be comparable with the World of Warcraft thing.
Just go in their neat nest.
You gotta deep whiff something though. Would it be like they get up off their gaming chair and you have to sniff the chair? That would be somewhat comparable. If you wanted to sniff the ass of the furry suit, you could do that too, but you'd have to put your head in there. But it would all be the same. I mean, like you sniffing that would be the same. I'm trying to think of what would be worse. Probably the furry suit. I tell you what though, there are some of these chairs can tell stories with the scent of them. Like if you smelled that chair, you'd be blasted with some kind of prophecy of like what this life has been like for this person. The furry suit is just this automated, it's like an automaton. It's its own living piece of skin that you're smelling.
Goes back to being mobile too. You can take that thing anywhere.
That's what I'm saying is it's a hazardous time bomb no matter where you go. But does that make it smellier? I think I have my answer. The winner of the smelliest fandom, I think, has to be furries. It's gotta be furries. The idea that it's because you move around and you are you're mobile with it makes it such a crazier concept to me too, that the stink is moving. It gives it much more lore, which I think is very fun. But I will say also, even the guys at Bad Dragon, it's like a pretty predominantly furry based company and they're all furries. Even one of the owners of it, I won't go on who says it, but even he jokes about how crazy the furry community can be and how weird or unhygienic it can be at times, which to me, if you're getting it right from the fucking source too, that's hard to compete against. Versus, yeah, I've seen a lot of like MMORPG kind of people like WoW and stuff. They're obviously very smelly, but at least it's contained in a weird way. Also, they're not moving around a lot, so you don't get that like gelatinous kind of like sweat that you get from being around and letting something like sweat continuously soaking into a piece of fabric and it just like a moldy kind of salty smell in the air. Oh God.
Also other bodily fluid.
And other bodily, yeah, you fucking coming in the suit, doing all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? It could even be like you fucking get cut in the suit, blood, or I don't know. Like I don't know how the blood's getting in there. But I'm just saying, like you could shit in there, your diaper could leak, and your shit could get in there. You could piss in your suit.
Get come on the outside.
Someone's coming on your fur on the outside. No one wants that. You know what I mean? I think all in all, I think furry is a pretty good answer to this. I mean, I'm curious to hear what the comment Discord down below, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of different comments, I bet, but I feel very confident with the furry choice that we've made today. And I do think that if there's more fandoms to be had, we can do a second round and stuff. But for this batch, I think the furry feels like it's a good winner. And you know what? Here's the thing. If you're a furry, be proud of this. You're already taking such a leap by being in a giant animal suit. Wear your stink with pride. Don't bow. You haven't bowed down to anything else yet, so don't bow down to the fucking stink. Embrace the stink. And also, we have to give a nice round of applause to World of Warcraft, who is our runner-up here. It's a very nice deal. Everyone else here, just know that there is a level of stink in everybody, but furries are just the ones that probably smell the worst. Thank you so much for everybody watching. I look forward to reading the comments on this one, and I'll see you next time. Take care, guys. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Come on in and sit on down, because today we're diving back into Goosebumps. Oh, you know I love me some Goosebumps episodes. And coincidentally, we're talking about the Goosebumps icon himself, Slappy. That guy. The dummy. The big one back in the day. And you know, what's weird is that I believe that in the book series, there's three Slappy books. Could be more. From what I remember, it was 3. Night of the Living Dummy 1, Night of the Living Dummy 2, and Night of the Living Dummy 3. That's hard to say fast. That's hard for me to say in general. When I was younger, I had Night of the Living Dummy 3 on VHS, and this was one of the ones where it was one of the Goosebumps specials where R.L. Stine comes out at the beginning.
Hello, I'm R.L. Stine.
And it was sick, and this scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. I used to have a friend that would come over, and I put this on, he'd be like, I want to go home. And I'd be like, pussy, can't sit through Night of the Living Dummy 2 or 3? What are you, an idiot? Today I wanted to talk about this staple one because we've talked about Stay Out of the Basement, we've talked about Werewolf Fever Swamp, we've done our own little tier list before, but I just want to dive into this one because when rewatching it, it's a pretty funny one. And also it stars Hayden Christensen. You can see the effects of the acting.
I don't like sand.
I hate dummies.
You could smell the Star Wars kind of oozing out of him. Does anyone remember the movie Jumper?
I do.
No, you don't, dude.
It's one of my favorites. Hayden Christensen. Oh, what a hunk.
One of your favorite movies is Jumper?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. All I know is that this is some grade A Goosebumps. They also did Night of the Living Dummy 2 as a single episode. So Night of the Living Dummy 3 is, it's broken up into 2 episodes, and this is just 1 episode. And then they never even f***ed with the first one. If you're wondering what they did with the first one, I have no idea. I have to look on the internet. Actually, because this video is going to be about Night of the Living Dummy 3, but I'll just go over Night of the Living Dummy 2 real quick. This one. It's very, very, very fast. And I want to say that I think that the Slappy Dummy, I think it looks rad. Night of the Living Dummy, it has like elements of, there's that Twilight Zone episode that people say R.L. Stine ripped off, whatever. There's also Child's Play.
You stupid bitch!
I mean, like, the idea that, like, dolls or things come to life and plague people is fine. But the way that they go about it in Goosebumps is, like, you read Latin on a card and it, like, brings this dummy to life. It's so fucking weird. And what I love about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that since it's 1 episode, they really have to, like, get going and finish it. So pretty much we follow a girl named Amy, and I'm pretty sure her family's Mormon. They're doing a talent show. Her talent is ventriloquism.
No, worse, termites. You've heard of the Terminator. Well, we had to call it the Exterminator.
The younger the ventriloquist, the creepier and more psychopathic, okay? Can we all agree with that? If there's any people in my comment section that say that they're ventriloquists, I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. The whole thing is that she is a ventriloquist, and if you're that young and you're into puppets and stuff, it just feels odd to me. Whenever you're able, if you're just like, I want to be a ventriloquist when I'm older, to me, I'm like, I don't know. Which I like practical effects. I think practical effects in movies are still king, but still, with me, I'm like, I don't know. Ventriloquist, I don't think it just doesn't flow with me right.
Yeah, I hate puppets. They're dumb. They don't look very good on screen.
I don't agree with anything he just said, but that's just me. The puppet, its head ejects off. And the dad's like, well, Amy, I bought you a new puppet. And it's Slappy. And she grabs it and immediately just reads the Latin on the card.
Caru, Mary, Donna, Roma, Molyneux, Carano?
As a kid, would you not just be like, what language is this? What is this? What the hell is on this card? And she just grabs it and she's like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And immediately Slappy just starts coming to life and terrorizing the family. But the only really discernible thing I remember about Night of the Living Dummy 2 is that the amount of talent shows they show in the episode with this family, and there is a pretty funny where Slappy roasts the family and the Mormons are just like, what the hell, Amy? What's going on? And she's like, it's not me. And it's like so clearly not her voice.
And how about that mother of yours? She went to a store and asked the clerk if he had anything her size, and he told her to try the freight elevator.
Amy, that's not very nice.
But it's not me, it's him.
But pretty much the whole episode accumulates to find out very quickly that the people believe her, that the dummy is alive, right? It starts terrorizing the kids, they run around. It accumulates to an ending when Amy finds out that, oh, I can just overpower the dummy because I'm a living being and this is a wooden puppet. Slappy gets thrown against a wall and his face explodes and he queefs out some green dust. It turns out that like her puppet before did it, and he has like a goofy voice. He's like, gosh, well, I guess that you're f***ing dead. You're gonna die. Today's video is sponsored by Z-Biotics. Let me tell you, if there's a surefire way to wake up very refreshed after a night of drinking, it's with Z-Biotics. Z-Biotics pre-alcohol probiotic drink is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by PhD scientists to tackle rough mornings after drinking. Here's how it works. When you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. It's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. Z-Biotics produces an enzyme to break this byproduct down. Oh, what? That's awesome! But just remember to make Z-Biotics your first drink of the night. Drink responsibly, and you'll feel your best tomorrow. Which, I'll be honest, I was on the fence about Z-Biotics at first, okay? But I brought some friends over.
Drinks were flowing.
But thank God I reached for Z-Biotics first, and I woke up the next morning and I felt great. Try it for yourself and go to zbiotics.com/papameat to get 15% off your first order when you use Papa Meat at checkout. Z-Biotics is backed with 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Remember to head to zbiotics.com/papameat and use the code PAPAMEAT at checkout for 15% off. Thank you to Z-Biotics for sponsoring this video, and back to the video. Night of the Living Dummy 3, it really steps up the fucking bar. All new characters. It follows our protagonists, Trina, Daniel, and their cousin Zane, which, yes, Hayden Christensen is Zane. So there you go. It's pretty good. But it opens with R.L. Stine talking to a dummy of himself, and it's unsettling. They even get the mole right and everything.
Hello, I'm R.L. Stine. I write the Goosebumps books.
I love the R.L. Stine intros. It's like a fucking big nostalgia blanket that's just draped over my fat body. It feels so right, and it feels like I'm just a little child again. It's amazing. The story begins. And the episode starts with the girl sleeping as a man drags a giant box up the stairs. There's some nice little creepy wind chime shots here. But I mean, to be fair, they set up it's a nice framing of a man just dragging a big box up some stairs. Which, you know, we've seen the box before in Night of the Living Dummy 2. We know that it's Slappy's box, but still as a kid, it's a bit frightening. It's a bit scary, especially to put yourself in the shoes of the girl, and she's just waking up like, what is that sound? What's happening? And the girl goes and investigates the attic, and she pulls a sheet off to reveal a dumb-looking dummy. I would use an R word, not a hard R. I would just use an R word. She basically is like going around. She's like, Daniel, I know it's you. Just stop it, okay? And then her brother comes up and just says a pretty good line. I heard someone talking up here, so I decided to come up and check it out. What's going on? I'm your brother, Daniel.
I heard some bumping in the hallway. Was that you?
And she's like, wait, if you're here, then what's... And it ends up being their dad pops out from the back, and you find out that the dad's a ventriloquist.
Oh, yeah? I can still do it. Can I throw my voice or what?
I think that the dad has to be the smallest actor alive. I thought Elijah Wood was small. This man is petite, is how I would say. But the dad is a bow tie wearing ventriloquist. I was like, how the f did this guy get pussy and have a couple kids? How did this happen? The dad then pulls out Slappy and glues his eye back on because his face is still broken in from Night of the Living Dummy 2. As he's gluing it, he tells them that cousin Zane is coming over. Zane? Is that a real name?
Zayn Malik from One Direction.
Oh, the One Direction dude. I forgot about that. Daniel and Trina basically bully the shit out of Zane all the time, to an excessive degree. And they're like, oh yeah, we have to deal with our big pussy cousin Zane. I hate when he comes over, dude. And they pranked him by moving his bed outside and putting him by a cow, and that like scarred him for life. Which even as a kid, I was just like, would I be that mad? I mean, like the inconvenience of having to like walk up to the house, but I'm like, it's not like the cow's gonna bite you or anything. It will do nothing. So I don't know. I kind of wish that they would like, I don't know, they made him like piss his pants or something like that, made him shit himself. Trina then sees that there's like a little note on the chair. She reads the Latin again, and then Slappy's face like jolts off. Like it's obviously they have a wire and they just like pull the wire off and off. The dad's like, what the hell? What is this? Well, needless to say, they don't really give a shit about it. The dad plops the face back on with the glue, and they all head downstairs all happy, knowing that everything's safe and fine. It was just their creepy ventriloquist dad in the attic messing around and purchasing and bringing home a puppet at 3 in the morning. Where did he get the puppet? I was just going out shopping. I would definitely be like, are you cheating on mom, or we're not gonna have to live in separate homes, are we? Where the f do you buy a ventriloquist dummy at 3 in the morning? I don't know.
The black market.
The black market. Kids, don't worry, I bought this puppet on the black market. Wouldn't you also I'd be like, why is the puppet on the black market? Well, thank God it comes with this Latin spell card that I should probably read out loud. But as they're heading downstairs, Slappy's face magically seals shut. And I remember as a kid, I was like, I don't know if my autistic monkey brain basically got scratched or what, but I remember I used to like rewind the part with the glowing green going around and sealing up his face. I thought it was very satisfying. I was becoming an HGTV viewer right then and there. I was like, look at him get fixed in such elegance and style. We cut back to the morning and Trina's coming down. She's looking all fucking pissed off, and it's kind of funny because she sits down at the table and she's like, Daniel, will you hand me the cereal? Daniel. And it's like over the cereal, you can see a plaster head of red hair. Is that what you think the top of your brother's head looks like? Hello? And she moves the box and oh, it's Slappy. And then the dad and brother come in, but the dad does like a really like millennial core kind of like cringy, like, we thought that you might want a friend for breakfast.
We thought you'd like some company at breakfast.
And they're like playing a joke on her. I just have to once again reiterate the size difference between the mom and the dad. It's staggering. I really would love to see that situation. Like I wish there was a Pornhub video of them fucking just so I could see how it's simply done, because it's that fascinating. It wouldn't even be for pleasure, Nick. It would be like Nat Geo. It'd be for learning. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not you, Winslow, fuck off.
Oh.
Shut up. So she sees Slappy there, and Trina's like, oh, Dad, you glued his eye on perfectly. It is a seamless fix. If I was a kid, I'd be like, how did you magically put that back on his face? But I just thought that, even as a kid, I was like, motherfucker, put his face back on perfectly. And people are just like, hey, good job.
You did a good job of gluing him back.
As if like, I don't know, he folded laundry or did something like that minute. I'd be like, that is impressive. Then the dad, of course, he's cutting some bread. He does, ow, oh. And we zoom in on Slappy's maniacal face, and then the dad does like a nice thumb trick. This is the second practical joke, and it's 7:45 in the morning. I would be exhausted. Luckily, Zane arrives and spices up the whole situation. He arrives and basically he's talking to his dad. He's just like,
if you wanted to torture me, couldn't you just find something a bit more humane?
if you wanted to torture me, why don't you just send me to Guantanamo Bay and have them break my thumbs? Why don't you whip my back, Dad? I would rather have you whip my back until I bled raw. The casting of Zane's dad could not have been more perfect. That's what dads need to look like in movies. I'm tired of all these sexy twink dads where everybody just wants to f the dad the whole time, like a Pedro Pascal kind of guy. Give me that guy as the dad, dude. And we get a really awkward interaction between Zane and Daniel and Trina, and they have like a really awkward small talk.
So.
And you can just tell the kids don't like each other. Grabs his camera, he says, oh, did you know I'm a photographer now? He's taking pictures of Trina, but it's just like really weird, cringy lines. Like, you're happening, you're here, look at you.
Oh, beautiful, you're happening, you're here. Oh, great stuff.
Like kind of like New York fashion talk, and he's snapping pictures of him. I can't tell why they did that for this child to say that. The 90s were a crazy time. Daniel sees Zane has a book that says Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel starts to mock him because apparently, I love child cruelty in media. Zane is holding onto a book just titled Conquering Your Fears, and Daniel's just like, oh my God, what are you afraid? Pussy? Of what? And then to ease his fears of dummies, because he's like, oh my God, a puppet. You can tell that Zane's a skittish kid, right? The dad's like, oh, well here, let me show you some of this stuff about the puppets and you'll get used to them. And Zane's like, oh, okay. And the dad just like takes Slappy and just starts making fun of him.
His name is Zane. Well, I guess that's better than being in Zane.
and the whole family is laughing at him. I'm like, this is exactly why he was perfectly fit to be a mass murderer as Darth Vader. This should have been Anakin's arc, is getting completely belittled by this Canadian family. But we cut to the night and Zane's spazzing out. Everyone's wondering what's going on. He comes in and he starts beating basically like a puppet wearing like a hockey mask, kind of Friday the 13th style, hitting it, and the amount of feathers in the room. I mean, he's basically blowing a metaphorical whistle. I mean, he's like, help me, he's gonna get me,
Help me, no, help me, no.
Even I was like, God damn, someone help this kid. Trina comes down and the family's like, what the hell? And it kind of seems like the kids are playing a prank on Zane. And they're like, wow, why the did Daniel do this? But even Daniel comes in and he's like, oh, snow, cool.
Hey, cool. Snow. All right.
You find out that the puppet in the room is their dad's puppet, Rocky. And it's like a mob looking like an Al Capone era mobster. Zane's like, oh, they hate me.
They hate me.
And it's like, no shit, dude. You're annoying as You come in and you have a Conquering Your Fears book in your waistband, you're taking pictures like a New York photographer, of course. Why would these kids vibe with that? The dad tells his wife Patty to give Zane some ice cream, and the other two kids are gonna be punished. They have to clean up the room. Now Daniel and Trina are just like, they're a little betrayed by each other. Well, I wish you wouldn't have done that, because now we're both in trouble. We don't know who did it exactly yet. We haven't been revealed that. It's very Alfred Hitchcock-esque, I would say. You show the bomb under the table, who's gonna ignite it?
Which movie's that?
No, it's not like a movie. It's just, it's a thing. It's a situation that he had, you know? It's like, it's all about suspense and tension. You want to rise the tension. It's better to see a bomb under a table and know that there's the people that are at the table don't know it's there. It's a classic thing from film school.
Yeah. What movie?
Okay, well, it's not a, I'm just gonna keep going. We cut to the morning and they confront Zane and he pretty much is just like, well, it actually was a pretty funny joke.
In a twisted sort of way.
I'm gonna show you how I process my pictures. I took some pussy pics of your mom, Aunt Patty. You guys wanna come see? And the kids are like, yeah, I wanna see Mom's beef. So they go upstairs and they start developing the pictures. And as he's developing the pictures, it's like the photos he was taking outside, but then there's like puppet versions of it. So this little motherfucker can't catch a break. And he's like, why are you doing this? And he just like, he like runs downstairs again. Like, the dad's like, I know what's gonna help this kid. I'm gonna show him the puppet again that I belittled him with earlier. The mom's like, are you sure about this? And the size difference between these two people is unbelievable. I can't get past it. It's a roadblock, I swear to God. He starts talking to him and Slappy kicks Zane.
He kicked me!
And even the dad's just like, what are you talking about? This kid's a psycho. He gets kicked by Slappy and it's like, even the dad's like, well, I didn't do that. So I think you're being a little over dramatic. I feel like I would like probably pull my kids over to the side and be like, he's a bit of a, he's only here for like 2 days. Don't even look at him, look at the ground. When you walk by him, just look at the ground. I'm gonna have my kids get re-indoctrinated into society or like, you know, have to deal with troubled people. If you see somebody who's different than you, look to the ground and don't look at them.
It's funny too, because Aunt Patty's like, what are you doing?
Exactly, the Aunt Patty, she's just like, why would you do that? And the dad's like, what are you talking about? She's like, well, why don't we just have dinner? I made this dinner. And you go into the dinner and it's like all trashed by dummies.
Oh no!
The mom and dad are livid because I think Daniel and Trina did it. Zane keeps doing this thing where he like runs away and screams every time. And it's the same kind of frequency and pitch each time. And it almost feels like they did it in post-production. It's always like, wah! Which the dad then is just like, well, I don't think that you guys are gonna go to summer camp because you guys are being f***ing nuisances. And they're like, that's not fair, Dad. That's bullshit. He's like, whatever. They're getting the ultimate punishment by not being able to go to summer camp because it's the 90s and that's all you have. Cut to night and the sister is sleeping. She hears something and goes upstairs to find Daniel hiding behind a couch. And they start sitting there and they're like, he's like, I knew it, you did it. And she's like, no, I knew you did it. And they're both sitting there talking to each other. And then Zane comes upstairs and he's just like saying his whole plan out loud.
I think we'll put you in the shower and we'll hang you outside my bedroom window. After this trip, Trina and Daniel will never mess with me again.
I can't believe people thought I was afraid of this stuff.
And they thought I was afraid of you?
No one's gonna mess with me again. I am actually not afraid. I have been doing these plans. Everybody is stupid and I am Zane. Trina does like a really cringy, even as a kid, I used to cringe really hard because she does, Zane's been a naughty boy.
Looks like Zane's been a naughty boy.
What?
I used to hate that shit. Drive me insane. But you pretty much find out that Zane has been faking this the whole time. It's a good twist, I'll be honest. It's a good character twist. You think he's a pussy, turns out he's the guy doing it the whole time. Even as a kid, I was like, is it Slappy doing this? You know what I mean? But no, it ends up being Zane. And they run downstairs and they're gonna go tell their parents. And he's like, no, come on guys, please, please. And as they do that, we get our first problem. We have Slappy walk towards him. He's like, so you wanna be a wise guy, Zane? But it's just either a child or a little person in a very bad mask that does not match the puppet that well. And also, I couldn't unsee it as well, is that it's even human hands, but they're just doing this the whole time. So he's like, so you want to be a wise guy, Zane? So you want to be a wise guy? And you know the editing is gonna get real wonky really fast.
You can also see his face under the mask.
I forgot about that. You can't actually kind of see his face under the mask. It's like, it just looks so, you see part of their bottom lip and their tongue, but the eyes like don't blink and they're really flat. Like at least with this one, there's some dimension, right? His forehead has the nice, it's three-dimensional. This one, it's like very clearly just like a straight ahead thing and his eyes are just like wide open. Slappy pretty much breathes some green queef smoke into Rocky, and I guess it assumes that he's like gonna possess him or something. Because he comes to life and he's like, are you ready to have some fun? And then Rocky sounds like kind of like he has some kind of mental illness or that he was hit in the head with a shovel as a youth. Because he says, yeah, sure, boss. Yeah.
Are you ready to have some real fun?
Sure. Whatever you say, boss.
But the next morning, Zane is mowing the lawn. You can tell he's being punished. Trina and Daniel come out with some nice big glasses of lemonade to rejoice in their victory last night. And Zane's pretty much like, your parents probably hate me.
Suppose your mom and dad hate me just as much as you guys do now, don't they?
And they're like, yeah, Zane. They're gonna beat the shit out of you tonight. No, I'm kidding. They are like, no, they don't hate you. They're just surprised that you did that. They have some camaraderie out in the yard about how they tricked each other and they're gonna become friends now. And even the parents see it. And the little munchkin dad's just like, can I eat your pussy from the back tonight in our Volvo when we drive into town? And then mom's like, you know it. And then you see the dummies like carrying things in the background down the hallway. I feel like it's pretty in line with the mom's peripheral. Like, I'm really surprised no one didn't see it there, but well, what are you supposed to do? So we cut tonight, and pretty much almost immediately we can get to see the dad munching on the mom's pussy as they drive away. But what's weird during this part is that it's a still image, yet they use the version of it that's the mask and not just the puppet. So I was really confused by that. It almost looks like a new character in the window. When I was watching it, I was like, wait, who is that? Oh, it's Slappy, okay. And the kids are upstairs and they're playing like some old person game. And they're saying they're gonna stay up all night and watch movies. But when Trina goes downstairs, she finds some dolls that are swinging on some fans and a doll that's in the cooler. And she calls down Zane and she says, Zane! Zane! And the kids come downstairs and Zane's like, this isn't even physically possible to put the doll in the cooler. While they're talking about that, you hear a little rustle. They turn back around. Guess who's on the table? Slappy. But what's kind of weird is we start getting into the editing problem. Because when you first see it, it's definitely the person trying to be still. They're kind of slightly moving with the mask. And then every time they do a cut in, it's the actual puppet. You almost think there's like an additional character in the scene because they keep cutting back and forth between each other.
Do you think it would be better if they just had the kid in the costume?
That I think you either have to go one way or the other, right? Like, it feels weird to keep cutting back and forth, or just use the kid for like running shots and never show the front of him. The editing is so jarring though. The amount of cuts you do and the amount of like drastically stylized changes makes it super, super jarring. So Hayden Christensen's like, here, look, I'll see if he wants to kick him, and he just immediately goes down and like shows his ass to Slappy. He's like, kick me, Slappy, buddy old pal. And he's like,
I dare ya.
And Slappy does. Slappy kicks him in the ass, and he starts chasing the kids around. He trips him on a rug, but they just tackle him because, once again, in this series, children forget that they can overpower a toy or a hollow puppet. They roll him up in a rug and shove some like panties in his mouth. They put him in his chest and throw him down the well.
Quiet.
And they're like, well, crisis averted. And they kind of awkwardly go back inside.
So, I guess we should just go to bed, right? Right.
All right, good night.
So, I guess nobody wants to watch the monster movie marathon anymore.
Well, you guys aren't gonna like talk about how weird it is that a puppet came to life. Like, is no one curious?
Guess not.
What's crazy to me is that in these Goosebumps things, no one ever tries to reach out to anybody. Like even 911. or anything. These also work well because you don't have cell phones and stuff like that. Also, kids are pretty dumb. Usually, even back in the day, my mom would be like, hey, I left a phone number on the fridge if you need to call anybody. It's never that. They're just like, well, that happened. Okay, good night. You're not, that's it. Okay, I guess period to the night. See you guys. Like, it just feels so fucking weird. Slappy does get out of the well, and like while the sister's sleeping, she wakes up and Slappy like throws up a frog and he has a frog in my throat. Ah! Trina starts screaming. Daniel comes in with a bat. Slappy's gone, and you see that he's going into the air vent. He goes into Zane's room. He says some creepy shit. He's like, so you want to take pictures of Aunt Patty's pussy? Upload them to the newly found interwebs, do you, Zane? So then he crawls into, which even I gotta say it was kind of graphic if I'm being honest, crawls onto the bed with Zane, like mounts over him, it starts like queefing in his face and like it goes into the kid's nostrils. I mean, the greatest guy was like, this is kind of explicit. This is, well, you know, I felt a little uncomfy watching it for a second. So the kids are like, Zane! Oh my God, he's in Zane's room! And they run into Zane's room and Slappy's in there and he turns Zane around and Zane has been transformed into a puppet. It's pretty horrifying, actually, if you think about it. You're like, oh my God, I don't know how you would process that. And he like turns him around, he says a joke.
Hey, did you hear the one about the 3 kids that tried to outsmart that dummy?
Hayden Christensen in the vocal booth. No, Slappy, tell me all about it. They don't. Ah! And they laugh, and then the kids run off because in all these books and a lot of the Goosebumps stuff, the kids can just run away and like kind of reevaluate and reassess, and the evil entities just kind of hang out in the house, and they're just like, nah. They go back to the well, and they are like, oh, let's get the card, and we'll say the spell again, and that will exorcise him out of the doll's body, I guess. The chest they pull out of the well is completely dry, even though earlier we hear it hit water. I know that I'm being nitpicky, but they even open it, and there's no water inside the chest. It's bone dry. It doesn't matter. I just want to say I was complaining about that. They're like, well, Slappy probably still has it on him. They go back in the house and climb up the attic, and all the dolls are sitting there. I can't remember. I think Daniel says, I think they're sleeping.
Do dummies sleep?
It's like they're puppets. They're puppets and all their eyes are open. Why would you just assume that? Just because they're sitting quietly? Do you not think that this is a trap, Daniel, you idiot? But they see the card. Slappy wakes up, the girl slaps the shit out of him, which once again, it's like they tussle, and you find out that yes, a human child can overpower a puppet.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
We keep coming to this conclusion, and they don't just like rush him, kick his ass. Which also, it's like, even if he did do the queef dust in your face, I feel like you could just like hold your breath or just like run away from it for a second and then come back and scissor kick him. They tussle around for a bit and she grabs the card and she reads the curse again and Slappy does, ah, and falls to the floor. Rocky does kind of like a weird like, oh, and falls to the floor as well, but it's like a couple seconds afterward. So it feels very obvious that even he didn't know what was going on there. He's like, oh, I should probably fall down too. Oh no. So they're sitting there and they're defeated and they're like, it worked. Oh, nope, psych. They get back up and they're just like, haha, we were just tricking you. That was acting. And this is another thing that Slappy says too. He says it in the second book, is Night of the Living Dummy 2. He says, you all are my slaves.
You are my slaves.
He's very interested in making sure that the children know that you all are my slaves. Meh. Rocky starts to laugh with Slappy and he goes, quiet you. Who said you could laugh? I'm in charge here. Meh. And the girl's basically like, hey, Rocky, you know that you're my dad's favorite puppet, right? He used to take you everywhere.
Rocky, you don't need to be anybody's slave.
And Rocky looks around. He looks like he's experiencing life for the first time, which makes sense since he's a puppet, but it just, there's like not a thought going on behind those eyes. Like, and with his voice, it just makes him seem so mentally unwell. But anyways, he's like, you're right. And he starts tussling with Slappy. And he keeps saying shit like, never disrespect the family.
Never go against the family.
And there's a lot of interesting sound effects too. He's like, all right. Tackling him and stuff, and they drape what is pretty much a weightless puppet over his shoulder, throws him out the window, and Slappy holds onto the gutter, right? He's holding onto the gutter outside the house on this roof. It's so epic. Oh God, it's so good. He leans back up with the regular puppet. He does,
don't you get it? I'm invincible!
A bolt of lightning doesn't hit Slappy, all right? It hits the house, a metal point on the tip of the house, travels all the way down the gutter system, and then it gets to Slappy, and explodes. And his scream is like reverberated and echoed, so he's like, ah! And you get some like cool like MTV Headbangers Ball, like his face is burning on the ground. It's like, ugh. It cuts to the next day. The parents, I don't even think, know what happened. We really actually liked having you around. We thought you were a pussy idiot, but actually we like you a lot. He's like, oh, well, maybe next time you can come to my house.
Maybe next time you could come over to my house.
Yeah, we'd like that. See you, Zane. And as he's walking in, his head does a full 180 and he does,
I'll be seeing you real soon, cousins.
the dad is right there. So I feel like, why would you be like, his head! His head! And the dad would be like, oh my God, Zane! No, the dad's just like, everything's normal here. And his head turns back around and gets in. Which, to be fair, that being the ending, and then it cuts and it's an interesting little wind chimes again, like, the terror still continues. It's pretty rad. And of course, you cut back to R.L. Stine. Did you like that? Well, I hope you have a good resty evening, everybody. And then his hands go up, and then a voice goes, have a spooky evening. His little puppet does like a very pedophile kind of laugh. I had no other way of describing it. And that's the story. It's weird to think that he is the face of the franchise. I still think that like the Haunted Mask is probably the best one in terms of like stories. I mean, you know me, dude. Stay out of the basement. That's my game. Werewolf of Fever Swamp. That's my jam. Haunted Mask, probably legitimately the creepiest one with the best story. But even this one has its own charm. It's interesting to think that he is like the spokesperson. He is the face of the series. Even in like remakes and adaptations, he's always like kind of a central figure in all of them, which is just kind of odd. I don't know. It's a very simple idea, but remember just being very afraid of this episode as a kid. Even the set, like the giant house and everything, the well, it's just all these little intricacies that are very nice. And I really don't think that you could beat the practicals of it too. Of just like the puppets and stuff, and even their extremely pathetic attempt of like making him more mobile. Night of the Living Dummy 2, where he was very stationary and it was kind of awkward because he never really seemed that threatening. But at least in this one, they had a child or a little person running around as him, and they gave it a good college try. So for a 90s piece of schlock and a little piece of nostalgia, I think it's fun. It kind of takes me back to like the Scholastic Book Fair and stuff, so it's always a good time. I love Goosebumps, dude. I'll never stop talking about Goosebumps. I fucking love it. We'll have to do the Haunted Mask sometime.
What about the new 2023 series on Hulu?
It was terrible.
Oh.
With Justin Long. I remember they kept using all those promotional commercials with Justin Long, and he keeps like looking up like with a Kubrick stare smile. So cringy. And I forgot what song they played with it. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I get the goosebumps every time.
Oh my God, that's what it was. It was the Travis. You're right. It was the Travis Scott one. I get those goosebumps every time. What does he say? I hit the high, man. Is that what he says? Why did I say like, I hit the high, man? That's what I do, dude. When I'm getting balls deep, I hit the high, man. Whatever, dude. All right, bye, everybody.
No thanks, I'm allergic to monster blood. Oh, sweet. Oh, well, that would make a lovely centerpiece. Oh, nothing like rats and sauerkraut. No, I usually don't kiss giant hamsters on the first date.
Guys, let me tell you something. I just recently stumbled across, dare I say, one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life. I'm not gonna say that I don't ham up reactions for certain things that I feel necessary to ham up, but I gotta say, the lore of Jennifer Lopez has spiraled me down into looking for random clips. I mean, she just released a documentary called This Is Me Now, which is supposed to be a sequel based off of her album This Is Me Then. There's been a lot of heat for Jennifer Lopez because she has a very questionable thing. She's trying to be relatable.
Jennifer Lopez.
Who's Jennifer Lopez?
It's led me to probably the worst celebrity interview show I've ever seen in my entire life. Vogue's 73 question series.
Taylor. Hey.
Hi. If you're not cultured, if you don't like high fashion, right? Vogue's a high fashion magazine. It's all about celebrity gossip, and it's about basically taking celebrities and just doing that's pretty much what they're doing the entire time. 73 questions. They go into somebody's house and they kind of awkwardly follow them around. But it's obvious that the whole thing is scripted.
Okay, random question. What was the last Kimoji that you used? My daughter North used the Kim blowing the bubble gum.
They definitely give the questions before so they can think of cute, quirky answers, and they kind of walk around and try to act human. The only people who like these 73 questions are people who are like celebrity obsessed. I don't get the celebrity obsession thing. Maybe, and you know what, and this is a reflection of me a bit because I'm just a jealous, petty bitch. I see these celebrities and I'm just like, what the f did you actually do? Celebrity obsession with people being like, oh my god, did you see their hair? Did you see what they're doing? The new song just dropped. The only people I feel like I would truly be absolutely stunned by is I feel like if I saw James Hetfield, the lead singer and rhythm guitarist of Metallica, I think I'd cry. And that's it. I think that's about it for me. Without further ado, I just want to get into this. So we're going to be looking at 73 questions with celebrities today. This is filmed as if it's a POV. It reminds me of the 1970s Maniac. Elijah Wood also remade it, and it's in the POV of a serial killer, but he tries to act really casual and quirky. It's going to be some nice grade A crunch. Anyways, go ahead.
Great to see you, Jennifer Lopez.
Hey.
What a dream. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you to answer 73 questions today?
10.
I knew it.
Okay, this is cute. If I walked into somebody's house with these f***ing fancy-ass floors and there was a Hobby Lobby cutout of the word thankful on the floor, dude, you would not get me in that f***ing house. Thankful? A $3 thankful sign from Hobby Lobby on the floor in your f***ing $40 million mansion. Come on, dude.
What would you say is the biggest difference between here and the Bronx?
The size of my closet.
Oh, remember that song? Jenny from the Block? Because she's from the Bronx? That's been a big controversy as people from the Bronx are boycotting J-Lo. She says she's no longer from the Bronx.
Give it up, J-Lo. You've been rich your whole life now. And she's holding on to being this girl in the Bronx. I'm like, dude, you J-Lo.
Have you ever been back to the block?
Dude, doesn't seem like it. And I've heard bad stories about J-Lo.
What would you say is the biggest difference between here and the Bronx?
The size of my closet.
My closet?
Okay, J-Lo, that's true. That's epic. One hell of a smile. She's got that politician smile, dude. Looks like literally Joe Biden's smile, if you compared him. I think if you photoshopped that mouth over each other, I don't think you'd be able to know the difference.
And what's one word to describe the Bronx?
Cool.
Very cool.
Cool. It's cool as hell. That's why I live in LA. The goddamn bitch is wearing a stray jacket. Before this, she was tied up in her own closet, and she was tussling around in her stray jacket, and she was actually set free to let this man inside.
And what was your go-to order at the bodega?
Ham and cheese on a roll with an orange drink, if you know, you know, and a small bag of chips.
This has been the #1 clip I've seen over and over and over again. I swear to God.
With an orange drink, if you know, you know.
Is it a Fanta? You know she thinks that she just absolutely railed that shit.
A small bag of chips.
A small bag of chips. Oh, the hood's gonna go wild for that one.
That sounds like the J-Lo special to me.
You want some tea?
I love some.
Sounds like the J-Lo special to me.
A ham sandwich, a Fanta, and a bag of chips. The J-Lo special.
So everyone knows I'm walking here. What's something else that real New Yorkers say?
You.
The cringe! Oh, the cringe!
So J-Lo, everybody knows we're walking here. What's something else they say?
Go!
You.
Oh, that was cute. He's like, and she's like, okay, I'm laughing, baby. I'm laughing. Just easy.
And do you think we'll ever see you in a musical on Broadway?
I hope so.
Oh, God. Oh, God, I hope. J-Lo needs it, Daddy. J-Lo needs it.
Which of your movies would you most want to make a sequel of?
Oh, please say Made in Manhattan. Oh, J-Lo, please say Made in Manhattan. Oh, God, you're so pretty in that movie. Please.
Gilly.
I'm actually bummed about that, dude.
Who has made you laugh the most in between takes?
P. Diddy. He's a great character.
My husband, Ben.
Yeah, my husband, Ben. Bitch dated him for 10 months and then 20 years later married him again. I bet Ben Affleck in the year 2000, I bet he was a good rug muncher, wasn't he, J-Lo? She was cutting up the dance floor. She was laughing so hard. This cannot be her home. What kind of IKEA set is this, dude? Has anyone actually been in the kitchen before?
Your tea.
Thank you.
Oh, that's mine.
Did anyone actually see her put anything in the drink? I was focusing on her talking and I didn't actually see her pour anything in any glasses. How do we know this isn't drugged, dude?
Oh, yeah. So Jennifer, why was it important for you to name your company New Yorican Productions?
Because I'm a Puerto Rican from New York.
New Yorican Productions? Oh! What? I got lightheaded. Look at her face there again, too. She's like, yeah, I went there.
And who do you think should portray you in a movie about the story of your life?
She hasn't been born yet.
God. Jesus Christ. Well, J-Lo, he is a man. What the did you actually just say to me?
Well, how often do you actually get to relax?
Once a week.
Dude, honestly, I bet being J-Lo is a fucking busy job. There was a whole bit in her documentary about which mud to use. And she says, no, I don't want the wet one. I want the dry one with water on top.
Okay. I think they should just have the capacity with that drier mud to add water if we may. Now stay cold.
Bring those muds, please, one more time.
What would you say is your pre-show ritual?
I like to go to a hospital, steal a child, and I like to cut off its fingers. It's just kind of what I do. It's what we did in the Bronx.
'Cause yo!
And what do you hope your kids learn from you being relentless?
That if you work hard, you can accomplish anything.
She has just like these briefcases full of gold. Did you know that if you work hard, just keeps giving them, she's like, well, you can take this one. You can actually do anything you want in life. Did you know that? This one's kind of heavy. There you go. There's a lot of pirate gold in there. If I have any advice to give, it's just be relentless with your work ethic. You're going to want to put this in your Mercedes. I know you're 9, but you're going to want to put that in your Mercedes. Go ahead.
And what is your most surprising beauty secret?
Bleach asshole.
Sleep.
Now, why did you name the new album This Is Me Now?
Dude, no! J-Lo, I have been very lenient, I feel like, so far. Do not, oh my God. Do not give me the fucking, like, deep existential breath. Wow, I didn't know we were going there today. I'm in hell. This is the 7th layer of hell. I'm chained up with Lucifer. We're watching Jennifer Lopez be inquisitive over why the new title is This Is Me Now, dude. Kill me, God.
The same way This Is Me Then captured a moment in time, a very special moment in time. This album also did the same thing, captured a very special moment in time.
That would have been, yeah. You needed that second to really collect those thoughts for sure.
What do you think your fans' favorite song of yours is?
Jenny from the Block. Jenny from the Block.
I don't know.
Jenny from...
On the Floor?
Jenny from the fucking Block. Hello? What the fuck ever? What song did you even say? What fucking song did you even just say? God damn.
On the Floor?
Is it on the floor? Could it be on the floor? Well, let's look at Spotify. Let me look this up here. Jennifer Lopez, wow, 25 million listeners after all these years, right? Anyways, on the floor. Oh, what? No, she was right. She, wow. I got absolutely served. That was me. I was coming for blood. I'm sorry. I'll take that. I'll take that loss. I will take that loss. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Jenny from the Block?
And then she did. I've been pausing too much. I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Oh my God, baby, I'm so sorry, baby. Please come back to me, baby, please.
We are at question number 73. What are you most excited about for next year?
For people to hear the music.
Oof. God damn. She should have waited on that answer, I tell you. Well, that was J-Lo.
You.
Wait! We want to thank today's beautiful, beautiful sponsor, and that is Bad Dragon. If you're looking to spice things up in the bedroom with your partner, or maybe even yourself, shove some stuff up your then I'd highly, highly recommend Bad Dragon. With their top-of-the-line products, excellent quality control, and, dare I say, unbelievable designs, you will be satisfying yourself or your loved ones very soon. Your partners, not your... Don't want to say it's your mom or something. I don't know how you swing, so I'm not gonna go about that. But anyways, Bad Dragon has been a long-time sponsor on this channel, and we love them dearly. And we've been to the warehouse, as I've said many times before, and it's like almost going to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. It is that happy and whimsical there. It is a product we stand by through and through again, and we thank them so much for being such long-standing partners with us. So please, if you're in the market to spice things up for yourself or a loved one, consider going to Bad Dragon and checking them out, because they fucking rule. Thank you, Bad Dragon, for being such a loyal and awesome sponsor for the channel. And back to the video. And we got one more coming up here, which this is This is 73 questions with Sean Diddy Combs. I have a feeling this is going to be the best aged one.
Diddy? P. Diddy?
How many times do you think people have walked through Diddy's house saying that? Diddy? P. Diddy, where are you?
Diddy? P. Diddy?
Welcome to my home.
There he is.
Ah! Oh, God! Run for your lives!
How do I address you?
You can call me Love.
You can call him Love? Did I hear that right?
You can call me Love.
That can't be good.
So I gotta ask you, why so many name changes?
It depends on my mood, my vibe.
And Puff, where did that come from?
I can't tell you that.
Yeah, they call me Puff because I got my asshole blown out by a rapper who I paid to have sex with my asshole. Made my asshole look like blown out cottage cheese. Call me Puff.
Why'd you move to LA?
Oh, for the kids, the family.
Oh, God. Oh, this is, dude. Oh, go, okay, all right.
Love, how do you describe yourself?
I'm vivacious, eccentric, and I'm a Scorpio.
Oh, dude. This is some eyes wide shut shit. I'm vivacious, and he puts in his fucking, his astrology sign.
I'm a Scorpio.
I'm a Scorpio.
What's one misconception about you?
There are no misconceptions about me.
Oh, God. Everything you hear about me is true. If you've read it or you heard it, you better believe it.
What's one thing you need every morning?
I need a hug.
A hug? From who? Who's the hug from?
Who's your biggest inspiration?
My biggest inspiration is my mother.
What was she doing, dude? Taking to some weird-ass parties, probably. Goddamn.
So what's your favorite cocktail?
My favorite cocktail is the new French vanilla Ciroc.
What the f*** is going on back? Is this Van Helsing? I want to know who Van Helsing is back here, dude. I bet that motherfucker's got some stories too, for real. I would love to read a book about Diddy's personal cocktail maker. Are you f***ing kidding me? I'll tell you what, that motherfucker knows he's on camera though. He's not making any eye contact, but that old boy's fluid with it back there. I'll tell you what, put the crossbow down and put the shakers up. I want a cocktail from this motherfucker, for real.
Where do you go to relax in the world?
I like the Caribbean.
He likes the Caribbean. I don't know if you guys know this. P. Diddy tried to flee the country to go to the Caribbean, where he would have stayed forever, but the plane was forcibly landed by the U.S. government.
Now, you've gone on the record saying that your white party is up there with the top 3 that you've ever thrown for people. What are the other 2?
I would say when I got my star on Hollywood, I had a party. And this year at Burning Man, at an undisclosed location.
The party he threw at Burning Man at an undisclosed location? Wonder what could have happened there, dude. It'd be so funny if you saw the cocktail guy. He was just like...
And if you've had to recall the most lavish, over-the-top, outrageously extravagant decoration on display, what would it be?
One time I had the Declaration of Independence in one of my 4th of July parties. It was a 4th of July white party.
That's a fucking lie. There's no way the U.S. government would give P. Diddy the legitimate Declaration of Independence for his 4th of July party.
Yeah, it's great to hear, and I'm sure that's probably not public information yet, but who's the person that's number 1 on that invitation list?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Uh-oh. Leo, what you do, dude? I don't know. What did Leo do, dude? Why is he so comfortable with Leo?
And who are your style icons out of all the icons in the world?
Dapper Dan, and this kid right here, my son.
Christian.
How you?
The 3rd son.
Oh, good to see you.
Christian, the 3rd son. He's like, yep, it's me. Puff Daddy's 3rd son. I like how he was just awkwardly sitting in this empty room, like, looking out, waiting for these guys to come in. Dad, did you bring me a cocktail? Your third boy? Oh, look at that shot, dude. By the way, did you see my Grammys? Hey, Puff, I heard a bunch of banging around upstairs. Do you got, like, some dogs or something? He's like, no. He's like, you don't have any dogs upstairs at all? None. I don't like animals.
What fashion shoot sticks out in your mind?
Annie Leibovitz, the Vogue shoot that I did, it was called Puffy Does Paris.
His cocktail thing, they look like anal beads.
How does fashion influence you when you're recording?
If I'm not fresh, I can't make a hit.
If I don't look fresh, he has his anal bead drink, he's just like, then I can't make a hit.
All right, notice your Grammys. Tell me, what's your favorite Grammy that you've won?
My favorite Grammy would have to be
Bad Boys 2 soundtrack, Shake Your Tail Feather. Here we go. Calling it right now.
Hip Hop Album of the Year. for No Way Out.
Who's the one artist, living or dead, that you wish you can collaborate with?
Michael Jackson.
It couldn't write itself any better.
Why?
I mean, it's Michael Jackson, man. Come on. Who wouldn't?
Yeah, who wouldn't want to collab with Mike, with MJ? No particular reason, it's just MJ, come on.
All right, in all the TV that you've done, what is your most memorable moment?
I would have to say when I performed at the MTV Awards with Sting doing I'll Be Missing You. Life-changing.
That dude, honestly, that collab has nothing on f***ing Nelly and Tim McGraw. But it's all in my head, I think about it over and over again. I love that part. Tim McGraw only has like one line in it. He's like, every time I close my eyes, times like a home. Oh. Remember that one? I can't go on not loving you.
And now you're coming back?
Yes, I'm coming back. I have a new show on Fox called The Four. It's going to revolutionize vocal competition shows. It's me, DJ Khaled, Fergie, Meghan Trainor, Charlie Walk.
Holy shit, what a fucking nightmare show. Trying to just picture that too. What is Meghan Trainor the girl that's like,
it's all about that bitch, it's about that bitch, no trouble.
Then Fergie's doing goddamn somersaults on stage and DJ Khaled is
another one.
He's awesome.
Do you think you will ever be done with music?
I will never be done with music.
You are now, buddy. You are now, unfortunately. No, not unfortunately, fortunately.
So it's 2020. Will we see a President Love?
You will not see a President Love in 2020, but you will see some change. Love is going to help you get some change. We don't want to be the president, though. I want to have too much fun.
Wants to have too much fun. Did you get all the fun you could get there, Puff Daddy? If there's a thing is too much fun, I'd say so.
I'm gonna round it out with some old-fashioned true or false. Is that all right?
Sure, let's go.
Okay, true or false? You go to sleep at 5 a.m.
False.
True or false? You take a bath every night.
True.
True or false? You love candles.
True.
True or false? There's a toddler upstairs locked up in your room. Diddy, true or false? Dude, all I know is I couldn't believe that this is even a real fucking thing. All I gotta say is, dude, celebrity obsession and this kind of stuff is fucking odd. That anybody would even care to watch these fabricated answers is a blur to me. It's that cringy goodness, dude. You know what I mean? Stop celebrating celebrities. They fucking suck. Everybody's fucking terrible. And start loving yourselves and loving your family and some of the close friends you have in your life, because these celebrities don't give a fuck about you. They never will. And they're only there to get money and drain you out of your time and energy. I love you guys so much. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I'm done.
It's not fun for me. It's not fun for you guys.
Okay.
It ruins my day. You don't need to do it.
All right, I'm done.
Every
Sorry, Ms.
single
Lopez.
day, it's the same thing.
We just like you too much.
No,
We
I
just
don't
love
want
you.
to do it. Please. Just
Okay.
go away.
We're good,
Go
J-Lo.
find somebody else.
All right. Have a good one. Thank you for being nice with us.
Welcome back to Creepcast. Today we are going to be reading a story that I've even heard from, only because when I say that I've heard from, it's only because when we first started this is one of the stories that was brought up as like, oh, we could read this one. And this is Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station. This story is broke up into, like, I believe 3 seasons. We're just going to focus on season 1 today, which is parts 1 through 9 of the first installment of this series.
As far as I understand, that's season 1. There's also these other kind of side stories related, like Dead Air and 104.6 FM, that may also be technically considered season 1. We're stupid, so we're just going to read parts 1 through 9. We think that's safe. This story has been recommended to us a ton. There is one account on Twitter that every time I tweet, there's 2 people. There is one who every time I tweet, regardless of what it is, asks me to make a video about Cormac McCarthy's The Road. And there's another account that every time I tweet asks us to cover Tales from a Lonely Broadcast Station on Creepcast. So now one of those needs to shut up. Because we're doing it. We're doing the thing. But this story comes highly recommended. People like it a lot. It seems to have a similar following to me as to like Tales from a Lonely Gas Station, you know?
Yeah,
where it's like people are really into the characters and they do a lot of like custom art and stories and like stuff like that. For a limited time, we've got merch for sale. Get in on some of our cool t-shirts, backpack, all of those goodies at the link in the description, creepcast.store. It's here for a limited amount of time, and then it's gone forever. And if you decide to support us over there, it means a lot, and thank you. At least from me. Hunter doesn't care.
It feels like one of those stories that is going to lean into that, where it's going to have creepy moments, but it's also going to have some humor and stuff as well, as kind of what it just feels like a very similar fandom. And that's what leads me to believe it's going to be like, oh, it's going to go silly in some places. But even with Tales from the Gas Station, there were some nice, like, fun, creepy moments in that story. A lot of like great writing and character building. So if it can nail at least a little bit of that, I'm going to be stoked to read it. Which also, the author's name is Kel Byron. And just for people who are going to be listening to this, she has written a full-length novel from Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station, but it's like added way more than what we're about to read. So
to my understanding, she made the Reddit post and then afterwards like reimagined it, rewrote it, and then is publishing it as a trilogy, to which I believe the first 2 books are out right now. There's a third one on the way. There's a 10-hour audiobook that she sells on her website, which is kelbyron.com. She sells a audio recording of this series that has like Mr. Creepypasta and other people voice acting that is 10 hours long. So if you're into what we're reading today, this is like the first drop in a very large bucket of Lonely Broadcast Station content. And Kel Byron also seems to be cool online. Like, she interacts a lot with the community. She has a new story coming out called We Don't Hear Crickets Anymore, which is coming this fall. So that's pretty sick. She also follows me on Twitter and stuff, so I imagine she's a fan. So that's pretty cool. So be sure to support her. We'll have all her links below. She is also a goth girl by the appearances of it. So one of the 7 sisters, it would seem, part of the family, part of the tribe. So check her out. Also, her name on Reddit was Windingus, which I can only imagine is a Wendigo/Dingus play. So once again, hitting all the spots for me.
Very intuitive.
One of us.
Very intuitive detective work there. We'll have, like Isaiah was saying, we're gonna have all of the links below. You guys are cool about this, and go support the author. So please pick up the book if you like it. It really does help the author out a lot, and I think it's just in good faith. You know, what are we doing here? Let's support the fucking authors while we can. But without further ado, I say let's just jump right into part 1.
I just have to say, because I was pulling up all her socials to find this, she made a tweet that said, "Gonna take 4 bottles of Tylenol and chase it down with some battery acid to turn my body into a super-powered autism machine that only knows how to hate." And then she replied to that with a picture of AM from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. So yeah, I think we'll get along.
We got a nice Tylenol writer here, so we'll be doing
we got someone who was just off the goop, just gone writing. All right, are you ready, Hunter?
Yep.
The story so many people have told us to cover. It's happening now. It is time. Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station, Part 1. I only just started working this new job, and already it warrants keeping some kind of online journal. The internet up here isn't so great, but now and again when I stand in just the right spot, I'm able to get a signal. It probably sounds ridiculous that I'd have so much trouble, considering that I work at a broadcast station where you would imagine it's downright necessary to have contact with the outside world. Well, in these last 3 weeks I've been here, I feel more out of contact than ever. Let me be frank with you all. It's pretty lonely and boring up here sometimes, and other times it's absolutely bonkers. During those days when it's dull and painfully slow, I think I need some kind of outlet to talk and tell my stories. That's why I've chosen this outlet, so that I can tell you all what it's like up here. Right now I'm sitting next to the wall by the bathroom, the only spot I can get a tiny bit of Wi-Fi today. My butt is cold, my back is sore, but it's better than not having any internet connection at all. My name is Evelyn. It's an old lady name, I know. I'm 24 and I have a degree in journalism. But the best I could do with it right now was apply for a radio DJ position. 3 weeks ago, I started working at a broadcast station that sits 50 feet above the ground on a hill between an old rural town and a long, sparsely inhabited woodland. It's a surreal, lonely, and sometimes maddening place to be. If you live here, which I'm almost sure none of you do, I'm probably the only station you can listen to. The town is nestled between green-covered mountains, but the signal reaches far enough for travelers to hear sometimes. If you've passed through a very long stretch of road next to the woods, maybe taken a piss by the trees after passing the rest stop that's been without plumbing for 10 years, maybe you've heard my voice or listened to a couple of songs. There's nothing else for miles, and somehow our town doesn't even pick up the tiniest signal from anywhere else. We play a bit of every genre of music to keep everyone in town happy. By we, I mean myself and the owners of the place who put me here. I'm the only radio DJ working right now. I know a few of you are probably thinking how this place stays running with only one DJ, and I'll tell you, I live here. Since I got the job, I also received a back room inside the station with a mattress and a fridge and the basics you would expect from a one-room apartment. At midnight, the radio plays an automatic playlist for 6 hours so that I can sleep, though I've been known to wake up several times in the night just to check how the broadcast is going. Living on site was a part of the deal that many others would probably reject, but it works for me. I lost my home recently, but that's another story for another post. What I'm trying to illustrate is that I've been working alone without more than a few 5-minute conversations this entire time. And because I'm the only DJ, obviously there aren't many things involved aside from playing music, sharing the weather forecast, warning the locals about emergencies, and talking about a bit of local news. Calls happen so infrequently that sometimes I easily forget that anyone's even listening at all. But all that aside, I did say that things are a little maddening around here, didn't I? I imagine what some would think. It's a pretty remote place. Only one corner store and one tiny diner for 50 miles. Woods all around us. And it would be expected if I said we had some backwoods mischief makers roaming about. That's not it though. Last week, the same song played on the radio for over an hour. I don't mean it repeated over and over again and I couldn't turn it off, like some technical difficulty. It simply never ended. I even remember the song. It was Unchained Melody. And I knew as I like from Fleetwood Mac.
Unchained Melody, I think from like Elvis and shit. Oh, my love.
That's right, yeah.
My darling, I hunger for your touch. Are you still mine? I need your love. I need your love. Godspeed your love to me. That one.
Okay.
Which also is a cover, I'm pretty sure. Unchained Melody, I'm pretty sure, is also a cover of... I don't know who did the original one.
It was the Righteous Brothers.
Righteous Brothers.
Okay, well, I didn't mean to set you off with that question. I don't know what song I was thinking of. Is it The Chain? Is that the Fleetwood Mac one about
Yeah, if you
chains?
don't love me now.
Yeah.
You
Okay, don't sing it.
never break the
Don't.
chain.
I didn't mean to do it. No. We're in part one. We have to have some semblance of respect for the story. Benny. I don't. The only reason you're here is because you're going to bark at people who come to the door.
Woof.
If you're left down, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to interact with you. I don't like you. Go somewhere else, okay? It was Unchained Melody, and I knew as I listened that it had never been 75 minutes long. There were no calls of complaint, and after almost 80 minutes of listening to the song seamlessly, repeat its chorus as if it had been composed that way. I was finally able to simply switch to the next piece on the list. Not before getting a call, though. It was the first call I'd gotten in the station. On the other end of the phone was the voice of an old man, frail and hoarse. He simply croaked, "Thank you." His words were agonizingly slow, painful, dry. It almost sounded like he had a mouthful of dust, and I swear I could smell the mustiness from over the phone. He hung up before I had a chance to say anything to him, but I'm almost glad. I'm not sure he had the energy for another word. Another time, just this last Wednesday, 5 birds killed themselves on the window. That is to say, they smacked against it so hard that they just dropped.
I thought there was tiny nooses for a second.
Yeah, I was about to make It's like, well, yeah, I assume that's how a bird would kill itself by flying into something. Yeah.
Their tiny bodies just hitting the window.
Tell my wife I love her. Tweet, tweet.
I know for a fact that this tower isn't invisible. It's an eyesore against the view of the trees, really. But on that same day, just minutes apart from one another, 5 different birds hit the glass of my broadcasting room head first, hard enough to, well, die. All in the same general spot, too. I'm surprised they didn't leave a crack. They did, however, leave a bit of mess that bothered me for the rest of the day until I finally climbed out on the fire escape with a rag like some kind of old-timey window washer. We also have interesting rules. There's a board near my desk with a list of guidelines I've been told I have to follow. Here we go. You can't be a narrative like multi-part online horror series and not have a set of rules somewhere.
You gotta have the rules.
You gotta have the rules. You have the rules. Rule number 1. Never let the radio go silent for more than a few minutes. If the broadcast is down due to technical error, activate the bell. Note that I still don't know what the bell is, other than the fact that there's a button on the wall labeled as such. It remains a tempting mystery. Rule number 2, take care of the equipment, don't let anything break. Rule number 3, any suspicious calls must be recorded, never tape over a recording. And rule number 4, when the fog rolls in, do not leave the building. Do not open the door, sound the emergency broadcast.
Like that.
I was about to make a comment about like, well, all those rules sound like normal rules for a broadcast, like take care of the equipment, record calls,
and then the fog.
And then the fog. Beware the fog as it rolls in.
Anytime I hear when the fog, like if the fog comes or anything like that, like in a horror sense, it always makes me think of like Stephen King's The Mist or something like that. You know what I mean? You have no when you're a teenager, you have no real understanding of the world yet. I don't think, or at least a lot of people. I don't want to say everybody because I know someone's gonna be like, I fucking was stabbed or whatever. So. What I'm saying is, well, at least when I was a teenager and I was a giant piece of shit, which, you know, still kind of am. I just remember I remember my English teacher coming in and being like, I have to take some days off because my mom was in a car wreck and she died, whatever. And like, it's just that all the kids being like, and like laughing. Cause not really understanding the weight of something. You know what I mean? It's shit like that.
Well, there's that, but then there's like, someone died. I feel like that's
even the concept of death. Because if it was somebody that you like, oh my god, dude, Jordan died, your friend, that is sad. I just don't think that you fully understand what that means. Like you understand the permanence of it. It's not that, but I just mean like the sympathy of like knowing somebody for a lifetime. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. I could be. I'm just saying. I'm sure that might have been a bad example.
No, I could see that. I could see that. I know what you mean. I think. Anyway, so the fog. Look out for the fog rolling.
Yeah, fog.
It struck me as very odd that my employer would have such a strict rule about the fog. Oh, did it now? was that your first clue? After all, this is the main reason why they insisted on hiring someone who could stay at the station 24/7. At least until they get me a coworker. It seemed out of left field, so specific and yet unrelated to any of my duties. I was surprised the fog was enough of an issue to warrant an emergency alarm, really. But only a couple of days into my job, I saw it for myself. On my second day of work, I was put to the test of getting the emergency broadcast out as soon as I could. You see, the entire room I work in has windows all around so that I can see outside into the woods. I assumed at first that this was just for the natural light, but now I'm thinking it's more of a watch, a fire watch, a fog watch, whatever kind of watch. I figure if I'm positioned so high in the trees, it must be for a good reason. I'd been switching between songs, getting ready to introduce an old classic by Fleetwood Mac. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Your intuition is strong.
I'll take that, Bear Trap. When my eyes caught a rolling cloud of white on the horizon. I let the song start, turning off my microphone and rushing to the window, expecting an avalanche coming this way. It seems absurd, I know, but that's exactly what it looked like from a distance. It looked like an avalanche, rolling wide and gray, moving like ocean waves as it spilled over its own form and moved closer and closer. Fogs didn't walk, did it? Fogs' movement were so perfectly executed that it reminded me of steps.
That was fun.
It undulated, as if its motions were being controlled by weight. I almost expected it to make a sound, but that's a stupid thought to have. I didn't watch for too long. Slightly startled by the thickness of the fog on its way towards the town, I did just as I was instructed to do and returned to my station, killing the music immediately and taking up the microphone.
This is an emergency broadcast from Pine Haven.
Does she have a mid-Atlantic accent?
Oh shit! I was speaking. You
know what?
This is
go for it.
This is an emergency broadcast for Pine Haven. Is that okay?
You're
Is that
going
okay?
too far. Honestly, her being like a 50s reporter.
No.
with a
I'm
fedora
not
on,
doing that for
and
9 parts. It's gonna be like 5 hours of recording. I have to try.
Okay.
I just thought it was. I legitimately was like, oh yeah, I forgot she's the one that's running the fucking thing.
This is an emergency broadcast for Pine Haven.
I was speaking straight from a script, using my most stern, clear-spoken voice.
This is a heavy fog warning. I repeat, this is a heavy fog warning for Pine Haven. Return to your homes immediately and wait for further instructions. Please lock all doors and windows.
That's her stern voice. See.
Yeah, she switches into like the old detective.
Yeah,
cigarette smoke fills the room. She's wearing a trench coat. Yeah. I furrowed my brows at my we went out with a group of friends for a wedding a couple weeks ago, and two of my buddies were drunk and thought it'd be a funny bit to walk around the room. And anytime one of them was about to say something, he would look at the other and go, saxophone. And he would start making like a perfect saxophone noise with his mouth. And the other one would just start monologuing as if he was a detective in an old TV show. And then they'd walk away and just go do that somewhere else.
That is, boy, oh boy, glad I was not there for that. That sounds just fucking horrible. Good God. Saxophone. All right, boys. And everyone's like, okay, that's awesome. Saxophone. Yeah, well, that's cool, dude. It's a nice youth pastor group thing you have going on there. Is that feels like the very innocent time. It'd be so funny if you guys were like in an opium den when this was happening. Three
people overdosing.
Yeah, exactly. 3 dead Chinamen just like laying there with these long opium pipes, and it's saxophone, like walking through the opium haze.
What? Benny's freaking out. He did not.
What? Someone's probably at your house, dude.
They might be. I'll just kill them wherever they are.
This video is sponsored by our partners at Factor. Fall is here. The kids are back in school. The days are getting shorter, and the holidays are approaching fast. And with so much to do, it's hard to stay on top of your eating habits. Thankfully, Factor has got you covered. Factor powers your day, sun up to sundown, with nutritious breakfast, on-the-go lunches, premium dinners, and guilt-free snacks and desserts. In just 2 minutes, you can heat, eat, and enjoy, baby! Each week, you can choose from 65 different menu options, and you are sure to find something you like. Factor has always had variety, but now there's even more with the introduction of Asian-inspired meals. And their new Mediterranean diet options are packed with protein and good-for-you fats. 97% of customers say that Factor has helped them live a healthier life. And with options like Calorie Smart, Keto, Protein Plus, and Vegan, it's easy to see why. And the best part of Factor is that there's no prep work, no grocery lines, and virtually no cleanup. Eat smart at factormeals.com/creepcast50off and use code creepcast50off to get 50% off your first box plus free breakfast for 1 year. That's code creepcast50off at factormeals.com/creepcast50off for 50% off your first box. plus free breakfast for 1 year. Awesome! Get delicious ready-to-eat meals delivered with Factor at factormeals.com/creepcast50 off! 50 off! Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Yeah! Thank you, Factor, for sponsoring the video. Now back to the video.
I furrowed my brows at my own words. This was extreme for Fogg, I thought, but it wasn't going to creep into anyone's house and commit a breaking and entering, was it? I chalked it all up to paranoia. Perhaps it was an unnecessary precaution we were obligated to make for some legality reason, but it still sent a chill up my spine. I turned my microphone off, leaving the music off as well. As much as I loved a bit of Stevie Nicks, I was too interested watching the fog to pay attention to the silence. My eyes were fixed downward. This insanely thick bank of misty-ass fog had almost gotten all the way to the station and was curling around the bottom of my tower. It didn't quite reach where I was up in the air. However, wisps of clouds still drifted in front of the huge, stretching window that showed me the entirety of the forest. I could see just how far this fog went. It must have gone pretty damn far because it was just about the only thing I could see aside from the tops of a few of the tallest pine trees. And those tall pine trees were moving. I thought it was an illusion at first, brought on by the churning waves of fog beneath, but I was wrong about that. The trees that I could see were shaking, moving from side to side briefly and one at a time. It was almost violent, as if they were being pushed. The most ridiculous thought popped into my head as I realized what it looked like. It looked like something was on its way towards me, crashing through the forest and hitting the trees as it went. The motions were serpentine. I watched one tree shake, then another to its right, then another to that tree's left. All the while it came closer. I watched all of this with more curiosity than anything else. Judging by the speed, I was about ready to panic at any moment when I suddenly heard something that startled me even more. It was an unfamiliar sound. The phone rang. I ran to the desk and picked up the phone quickly, all the while my eyes continued to stare out the window.
Hello?
It was my boss on the other end. He sounded furious. I could almost hear the spit flying from his mouth with each word.
Turn the radio back on now!
Sir, there's a fog emergency. I didn't think...
I know! Now turn the radio back on!
He hung up the phone before I had a chance to ask questions, but it's a good thing I didn't get that time. I glanced upwards, eyes fixed out the window to see that the fog was growing higher and higher. The treetops had all completely disappeared and the window was nearly covered completely. I swore in that moment I saw something in the murky gray mass slowly pulsing on the other side of the glass. A shape. It was a dark, moving shape that was too concealed within the mist to give any semblance of detail. I didn't wait around to see what happened next. I followed my boss's orders, slammed my ass back into my chair, shoved my headset back over my ears, and turned up the music again. Within moments, the signal was live once more, and Some Bit by the Eagles was playing through my speakers and every radio in town as well. I breathed a sigh of relief. What was I so relieved about? As far as I knew, nothing was on the line just because I had forgotten to turn the music back up, other than perhaps my job. There was still a sense of discomfort, however, as I turned my eyes back up to the window. The fog was still there, but it was creeping further and further down back into the woods. In moments, it had sank beneath the bottom of the window and out of sight. Pine trees came back into view, and then, before my very eyes, I watched the horizon appear as the bank of fog slowly dissipated and moved on through. Strangely, I got the same feeling that I was looking at something solid and organic again. Well, the fog stopped after that. I didn't have to make another emergency broadcast, and it's been 2 weeks since. Now, things are just a normal level of weird. I get a strange call now and then, usually someone from the town I don't recognize saying some gibberish message I can't understand, or now and then a song in my music lineup begins to play backwards. Once or twice, I swear I've heard someone talking in the room even with headphones on, but it's a muffled blur noise. Yesterday I saw a bird perch on the edge of the window staring at me, and I swear it has human-like eyes. But unless there's some weirdo out there crossing bird DNA with human genetics, it's probably just me being overly paranoid. I think that happens when you've been alone for a really long time. I have a lot more to talk about, and I'm sure in the following days and weeks I'll have more stories and things to write down that might be of interest. But honestly, right now, my butt is starting to hurt something awful from sitting on this cold floor next to the bathroom. The 20-minute music block is almost over, and I'll have to go through the local news. Maybe if you're driving through looking for a place to stop, you might hear me. Oh, and if you are, don't bother with the rest stop. The plumbing is still broken and their coffee tastes like gasoline. It probably is gasoline. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM. Have a safe night and be careful out there.
End of part one. That was fun.
End of part one. Yeah, I like it. It's a good vibe. I really love the whole Firewatch Tower aesthetic in any story.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
Cool, very alien setting.
It's always like a fun. It has the same kind of idea of like a lighthouse or something.
Yeah.
Because obviously it feels like Evelyn is up there to keep an eye out for something, but then also for some reason the frequency. I don't know if it's just the music or if it's the frequencies of the actual radio station is like keeping something at bay, because the fog crept all the way up to her windows, like 50 feet in the air. And then as soon as she started playing it, it started to dissipate back down, which is obvious that it's like, oh yeah, the tower is fending something off. But there's also the angle that I like a lot of human isolation. Like your mind starts playing I mean, can you imagine being out like isolated like that 24/7? I mean, that's a prison sentence. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the idea
and
of
you're
seeing
constantly surrounded by like the visual of trees everywhere, like how isolated you are. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, the idea of like, because there's been some times of like, I've worked a long time, haven't talked with anybody, and either one, when you're really tired or something, you like hear or see something. But even this idea of like a bird coming in and there's like human eyes there on the bird, of like, wait, did I just actually see that? Your mind playing weird tricks with you. I think that's gonna be a really fun thing as we start diving through the next like 8 parts of this story. So
yeah.
Well, shall we move on to part 2?
Let's move on to part 2. Before we continue, I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor, Ridge Wallet. I've been using the Ridge Wallet nonstop for over 3 years now. So to me, it's safe to say they're trusted, and they're here now with a cool new offer. When you're on the go as much as I am, cords become a hassle. You've got to remember the cord for the phone, and the cord for the watch, and the cord for the laptop, and the cord for the headset, and the cord for the thing that charges the things the cords are connected to. All of it's a tangle and everything is frustrating. Well, Ridge saw this problem, and just like they revolutionized the wallet, they've done it again with portable charging. With Ridge's 5-in-1 travel power bank. Ridge's power bank has built-in cables that let you charge all of your devices at the same time with just one source. That means no extra cables and no confusion. I mean, this thing has everything. MagSafe wireless charging, Apple Watch charging, lightning chargers, plus USB-C. And at 20 watts of power, whatever you have can get charged at light speed. The power bank itself comes in matte black, matte olive, or Basecamp orange. Now you have a charging solution that's as durable as your wallet or your knife or your key ring or whatever you got from Ridge. And whatever you choose from them, you can't go wrong, as Ridge has free shipping, a 99-day risk-free trial, and a lifetime warranty. So it's free to ship, they stand by their products if something goes wrong, and if you don't like it in 99 days, you can send it back. What's not to love? With Ridge's Power Bank, you have one thing to pack and 5 ways to power. You can find Ridge's Power Bank at Best Buy, or you can get 10% off at Ridge.com by using our discount code CREEPCAST at checkout. That is right, just head to Ridge.com and use code CREEPCAST to get 10% off, and you're all set. After your purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them, and if you could say us, it would really mean a lot. Thank you so much to Ridge for sponsoring the show. We are now back to the episode. Have you ever met a person who was just too much person? I'm talking about one single human who sucks the energy out of you as if they were an entire bustling big city crowd somehow condensed into one body. I think we've all met at least one person like this before. The type that makes you wonder how they fit such a big attitude inside themselves without popping like a cheap dollar store balloon. Yeah, it's like you, Hunter. So I feel about you.
I fucking knew you were going to say something, dude. How dare you?
I don't know. You
well, you know, maybe I can play jazz saxophone with my lips, and you'll start giving me a little more fucking respect around here.
Yeah, is that what it is? Are you jealous? Do you wish you could play a saxophone with your lips?
Oh, I could.
I met a guy like this. He's sitting in the room with me right now. I'm sure you're all here to read about the more unusual things happening up here at the radio station, and believe me, I have some downright creepy shit to tell you about. But first, I need to introduce you to my new coworker who just started this morning. Today was his first day, might be his last day too. His name is Daniel. Daniel is a lot. He's loud, full of motion, and may genuinely think he's Bob Barker in the flesh. My boss dropped by during my second week here and noted that I looked weary. He knew why. I sleep 4 hours a night if I'm lucky and haven't gone outside in 3 weeks.
Dan will be your part-timer,
my boss said.
Let him take a few responsibilities so that you can get a little fresh air. The folks in town will like a new voice.
As hesitant as I was, I knew what he meant. I could use the extra help, and those at home could use a little conversation to add spice to their listening experience. But I knew right away that Dan and I mix like oil and water. I decided to let him try his hand at announcing, but the first time he turned on his mic and heard him belt out,
"Good morning! And would you look at that sunshine?"
I hope Daniel gets hit by a truck.
I know, me too, immediately. Exactly. I hope he ends up like one of those fucking birds, dude.
I need him to fall out of the tower.
Head first, please.
Yeah. Not even supernatural, just like a gun accident. Some kind of.
Just literally slip wooden stairs and just fall right off.
Yeah. I couldn't help but give him a stare of both disbelief and the fear that if he keeps bellowing like that, he'll give every old person in town a heart attack on the spot. He cut our population in half. But as much as his over-the-top radio personality irks me, I kind of feel bad for the guy. Not because he tries too hard or because he seems to have some deep-seated need for attention. That's all true, but it's not why I feel bad. I feel bad because, well, right now he's sitting across the room from me in a fetal position, shivering with blood running out of both ears and one nostril, weeping. Okay, well, I got what I wanted.
Yeah. Well, no. He still has not descended down the stairs yet, so.
Well, he's getting there. I'm getting closer to what I want. As far as first days go, Dan had a weird one. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he arrived. I think he was surprised to see that he wasn't getting some cute, spunky thing as his... I read that. I read that like an alien. Cute, spunky thing.
Glebe, glorb, glob, gleb.
I think he was surprised to see that he wasn't getting some cute, spunky thing as his coworker, but rather my tired self with a messy braid and a hoodie filled with 2 warm granola bars I had forgotten about, but would be delighted to find later on. At 9 o'clock, I let him give the weather forecast, and he did so with enthusiasm. Then at 10 o'clock, I had to explain to him that the bird on the window with human-looking eyes has been hanging around for days now and probably isn't up to anything. It's just ugly, I reassured him. At 11 o'clock, he told me that there was some creepy human sobbing coming from inside the bathroom sink. I was a bit shaken that he hears it too, but shrugged it off by telling him that it doesn't excuse him from washing his hands.
I actually kind of feel bad for Daniel. Like that would, the idea of your coworker just being like, yeah, they're pretty much just like a boy with human eyes and a woman crying. It's not a big deal. I mean, like I would be fucking horrified.
Yeah, but after his good morning.
Yeah.
He's still wash your hands, Dan. Wash your hands. Go ahead.
Wash your hands, Daniel. No, I don't wash them.
Then at noon, exactly on the hour, we got a caller. This was very, very unusual. Of all the things considered weird, the weirdest was the reminder that other people actually live here. I stared at the screen for the longest time, trying to figure out whether or not to answer the call, but ultimately decided that it would be ridiculous not to.
Hello, caller. We've got you on the line.
I spoke in a soft, mature radio voice. The line was quiet for a moment, but I could hear a soft bit of static and the slightest hint of a breath.
Yes, Evelyn?
It was a woman's voice, probably about 70 years old. She sounded as if she were shivering, which I assume was just jitters from being live on the air.
My name is Rose. I had something I'd like to tell you.
Of course, Rose. What's on your mind today?
Well, I've had a bout of strange dreams, dear, and I'm wondering if anyone else has had the same. You see, last night, I had a dream in which the forest split in two, like the parting of the Red Sea, dear. I hope you know the story of Moses, don't you?
We play songs, ma'am. We know.
Can you imagine? Well, at this point, I'm like, oh, the fog comes for us all. We're all a little shaken up. Like, you know what I mean?
It's like, get in line. Yeah. I've also had my forest splitting dream.
Yeah, there's a fucking human eye bird and like a fucking Japanese woman crying in a well below us. Like, I think.
Hey, Rose, you want to come listen to the sink? Tell me if you hear anything.
Come over to the sink real quick.
Come check this out. Yeah. Yeah, can you also fall off of the tower, please? I spared a glance towards Dan. My lip curved upward in a tiny smile mixed with a grimace, as if to say, oh boy, here we go. He returned it with a witty grin of his own, glad that I was the lucky one to answer.
Sure I do, Rose. What happened next?
Well, the ground was open and something was rising out of it. It blocked out the whole sky, you see. I can't even describe it. But it covered everything. The town and the sun, all that my eyes could see. The sound it made, a fearsome bellow that shook the whole earth. Then I woke up. Do you think that God lives in the forest, dear?
Dan apparently saw the expression on my face, unwilling to answer for fear of, well, offending or encouraging any other zealous callers. And so he finally did something good for me and answered in my place.
That's an interesting dream, ma'am. But I think if God lived in the forest, he wouldn't give you a nightmare like that.
that you did at the end of the laugh pissed me off at Dan so much. The little, like the satisfaction after the laugh at the own thing you said.
And I want to say that I probably have put Dan into a position of no redemption now.
No,
because
no.
I feel bad.
He's wearing suspenders and a bow tie in my mind now. I've got to fight him. He laughed, but his laugh was cut off by a snappy tone from the woman on the line. Well, he tried.
We're meant to be afraid of God, dear.
Her voice sounded like a slither, like a hiss. For an old woman, she almost struck a bit of fear in me with that tone.
Besides, I wasn't talking to you.
My grimace was gone, replaced by a furrowed brow of concern and very obvious discomfort. I didn't like this conversation. It had gone from oh boy to oh no to oh shit very, very quickly. I had 3 weeks to get used to some of the weird mind tricks around this place, but this was different for me. This was real human conflict that I couldn't just blame on the stress of isolation. Rose's words and the way she said them bordered on malicious. That sweet, nervous, grandmotherly tone was gone, and suddenly it felt as if I were on the phone with someone who genuinely had ill will towards us both.
I'm afraid it's time for the weather, Rose, but feel free to call back. Should you keep having these very interesting dreams. Thank you for calling, ma'am, and have a wonderful afternoon.
I ended the call, then faced Dan with wide eyes while mouthing the words, block that number.
That's pretty funny.
It's just like a mentally ill old woman. It's like, keep her out of here.
That number.
The one phone call they've had in like weeks. It's like, never let her come
if you
back.
were in total isolation, but you're in total isolation like she is, right? But and you hear the music and all this stuff, and the only caller is this person talking about their dreams in that manner. Would you just be like, I'm not going to answer anymore? Or would you have it just for the human connection?
I mean, you have nothing to do up there. I mean, now she's got Dan, sure, but I hope he dies. So I think you would answer, even if it was weird. You know, it's also part of the job, right?
I don't know if I'd want that kind of like spiritual crisis, like existential spiritual crisis. You know what I mean?
The other option is you just stay in your lighthouse above the trees and never interact with anyone.
I feel like I'd rather go insane and just make up people. I'd call the radio station myself and talk to myself.
You do that anyway. It's like
that does feel about what it's like on the show.
Let's keep in mind this is coming from the guy who does cartoons where he voice acts all of them and has arguments with himself in character. So I think it's safe to imagine that you would I've got enough.
Those are videos, so I have to do it because it's a video that I'm presenting. I don't just argue with myself.
I have been with you. And I have witnessed you do a voice, and then another voice hears the previous voice, and they get into a fight with each other.
That is not true.
You 100% would be stuck in a tower by yourself, screaming at yourself.
I think I would have enjoyment. I think that having someone else call me, it would add too much.
The human interaction would add too much,
or just the freakiness of it, or like there's already so much other weird shit. I'd block the number. All I'm saying is I'd block the number. That's what I would do.
Okay. I wish I could say that the weirdness ended then and there, but we're never so lucky. After the call from Rose, we had more calls. 2 and then 3, then 7 by the time 5 o'clock rolled around.
Wow.
They were all very similar. People in town were recounting their dreams, but they weren't all elderly people talking about God or whatever eldritch abomination they saw rising out of the woods. I heard all types of people, all types of voices, young and old, some a little quirky and others who seemed more skeptical. One caught me off guard. I still remember her words perfectly. It was a young woman, maybe my age, and she sounded as if she was hesitant, but somehow still desperate to tell anyone about what she had seen.
I saw a bird with human eyes.
Right away, I was curious, as this was something a little too real, levels of weirdness.
In a dream? No.
The woman answered. There was a harsh intake of breath from the other side.
I don't sleep anymore since it started perching at my window. All of them. Windows that weren't even there before. Sorry, I shouldn't have called.
Before I had a chance to say anything, she hung up the phone. It's difficult trying to think of the best words to explain how I felt after that phone call. Regret, I think. I felt somehow responsible for the sorrow and hesitance in her voice, the way she saw some need to apologize for telling me what she saw. There's a deep pit of dread in my stomach. I hope she's okay, wherever she is, and that she figures out where all those extra windows came from. I hope she figured out where all those windows appeared on her house. I hope she gets past that.
Yeah, I feel personally responsible for those windows.
I'll admit that I had to take a break from writing this in order to tend to my new coworker. I had said that he had a rough first day. Rough's a bit of a lax word. At first, he was only a bit spooked about the general weirdness up here, but after what happened with our final phone call of the day, there was enough to warrant actual concern for his physical health. I let Dan take over all the controls while I left just long enough to make a sandwich, realizing that it was almost 9 o'clock at night and I had yet to feed my flesh prison that entire day. Human bodies, obnoxiously needy. He had a call come in, which I realized only because I heard him answer it. I didn't even hear it ring. It was late and a strange time for calls, but I figured if it was someone being a creep, at least it would be entertaining to see how he handled it. However, Dan was silent after that first initial greeting. Seconds ticked by and he said nothing. Finally, when I stepped out of the tiny employee kitchen with the peanut butter sandwich in hand, I witnessed my coworker throwing the headphones off his head and letting out a shriek as he covered his ears. His eyes were wide and impossibly bloodshot. Veins were popping in his forehead and neck, and his moppy dark hair flew back and forth as he shook his head before dropping to his knees. I could see blood dripping down from his nose over his top lip and his teeth, which were barred in a pained grimace. Through the hair at the sides of his head, I saw dark trickles of blood streaming over his hands as if something inside his ears had burst. I dropped my sandwich with a few cuss words exclaiming as I rushed over to him, grabbing one of his wrists in an attempt to see the damage. He didn't want to move his hands, and I didn't blame him. With that much blood, I'd be afraid too. His eyes blearily scanned over my face, and I asked loudly if he could hear me. He simply gave me a dumbfounded expression and whimpered pathetically, as if even more upset over the fact that he could only read my lips. Oh God, his ears were totally shot. The music continued to play. However, with the microphone still running and his screaming likely caught on the broadcast, I made the decision to keep the rest of his struggle private by marching over to the console and turning off both microphones. I let the music run automatically and returned to his side, where he had fallen over and was now lying on it with his legs curled up, shivering and traumatized. He looked at me, tried to mouth a few words, but didn't get far before his eyes rolled back and he was out cold in a dead faint. I sat across him for a long time. My eyes glanced over at my sandwich, which was already being feasted upon by some very fortunate ants that probably thought a merciful God had rained down this gift from the heavens. I left it there, not wanting to disappoint them. That's when I found the granola bars in my pocket, half melted but still a very happy surprise. Maybe I was my own merciful God. After a while of watching over Dan and writing up a bit of my day, I noticed him finally stir. He was startled, gasping for breath as if waking from a nightmare, eyes darting around the dark room until he saw me cross the space and approach him. I got down to his level, lying on my side, so that he could see my face clearly and understand what I asked him. We were on the floor side by side like two kids at the shittiest slumber party ever, not even one pillow to spare.
Your face is bloody. Think you can walk to the bathroom?
He nodded.
Want to sleep on an actual mattress?
He hesitated, then nodded again. I'd already called an ambulance while he was unconscious, but I knew it would take a while to get here. Our town didn't exactly have a hospital, and anyone who's had to drive around the mountains knows the chore that trip is. Until then, he could rest on the mattress in my employee apartment and sleep off whatever shit he was going through. I was surprised that he got on his feet as easily as he did, that is to say, without falling over at all. Although, his balance was worse for wear. One would suspect as much with 2 newly injured ears. I let him sit down on the toilet as I helped clean up his face and underneath his ears, letting him wash his own hands.
Can you hear me at all?
I asked now that we were in a quiet, noise-free room. Took him a moment before he finally spoke, but his voice was a hoarse whisper that he probably couldn't even pick up.
A little,
he said, then smirked with a sad excuse for a chuckle.
You're friendlier when I can't hear you well.
Okay, so she picks up Dan and she throws him through the pane glass window.
I think Dan's kind of growing on me a bit.
No. Honestly, you know what honestly did it is that chuckle that you did when you were beating him earlier. Because now when he did the "you're friendlier when I can't hear you well," I couldn't help but imagine you're friendlier.
To be fair, I could have read it like he could have been like, "You're friendlier when I can't hear you well."
That's what it was in my head. So you didn't have to read it that way. You've already set that in stone. So
all right, okay.
I would have slugged him in the shoulder for that one, but I just laughed and let it slide. It felt weird taking care of someone else. I didn't think I was a maternal type of person, but I found myself being as gentle as possible with his bloodied face with genuine care for his comfort. He was cleaned up, all except for his ears, which were covered in what bandages we had on hand, and I helped him to the mattress so he could lie down and rest. Damn, as far as first days go, his was probably the worst I could imagine. I really felt for the guy then. First, he was just annoying, but now that he was subdued, albeit in a terrible way, he wasn't so insufferable. As he lay down with a bit of a wince, I turned to leave, but not before he waved a hand towards me in a weak sort of attention-grabbing slap to the arm.
I heard it,
he mumbled, the volume of his voice fluctuating but still difficult to make out. The color was drained from his face and he took in a breath, laced with an audible shiver.
Apollo, God in the woods, like Rose said.
My brow crinkled and I turned away, grabbing a thin folded blanket from the top of a plastic shelving system and draping it over him.
That wasn't some fearsome god, Dan. Just something really wrong with your headset. We'll fix you up. Just get some rest.
That's where Dan spent the rest of the evening, at least until an ambulance came to pick him up. It took them damn long enough to get there. I decided to spend the night at my desk, watching the broadcast go without even putting my own headset on. After a while, it became a surreal experience, just watching the music play by itself and trying to imagine who out there was actually listening to it. Maybe I was the only one. It's crazy how I went from hating Dan to suddenly missing his presence now that I was alone and completely uninterested in sleep. And yes, I know I lied to him. It wasn't his headset. Whatever he heard was very real, but I don't know. He's gone through enough without that to worry about too. It's after midnight now, and I heard a disturbing sound. The phone started ringing again. Someone was calling in. I took a deep, steady breath through my nose and ignored it. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and the strangest looking bird is still sitting at the edge of my window.
End of part 2. I like the way so far. Well, first off, I don't know if you've been feeling the same way, but these read really easy. Like I feel like they flow.
Yeah, they're very conversational speak. They're very kind of. There will be a moment of like talking about something or recognizing something, but then it's like back to plot, back to whatever the thing going on is. There's not a lot of time, and I mean it as a compliment. There's not too much time spent on like mulling stuff over or interpersonal thoughts or stuff. It's just like, these are the things that's happening to me.
I think one thing that it's doing well is kind of to your point of not mulling things over. I think that also each plot so far, it's been something very simple. The first one was, there's weird rules and yep, the fog came and it's just fixating on that versus having like a bunch of other things happening. And in this one of now the second one just being like, well, yeah, there's a new guy coming in because she's like, oh, maybe hopefully they'll hire somebody in the first part. And then in part 2, they hired somebody. But mostly the whole thing is, oh, we have callers today. And it's just fixating on the callers and just kind of like that and how that affects the new guy. I think that it feels like it's building it. Also, too, I really like Evelyn as a character.
Yeah,
she's very
like,
sweet.
She's kind. She's got a little bit of the kind of like.
It doesn't have like because I at first I thought it was going to be like a Tumblr kind of like. Yeah. She's always snarky or like
snarky,
you know
yeah
that kind of thing. Which it's like she just feels, which I think I like it because she just feels like a person, doesn't she? It's like, yeah, she has like little funny things of the kind of chiseledness that you would find from someone who's like been dealing with this for however long she's been working at the broadcast station. But it's not like everything is accompanied with like a fucking quip, which I feel like a lot of stories that we read that are like this, all the characters do that, where everything is just kind of like, yeah, well, he wasn't such a baby, or, you know, like, or there's always something that's, you know,
there's way too many,
some kind of joke.
There's way too much winking at the camera.
Yeah,
I thought so. Get a load of this guy. But I mean, other than like the closest thing we got to that is she was like, humans are needy. I'm in a flesh prison, but it's still not, it's not egregious. It's just kind of like,
I don't think so.
She's mostly to herself. She's fine being up in here. You know, like I said, it feels conversational. Feels like I'm just reading like a casual. Honestly, what it is, it is a girl posting a blog about working in a weird tower.
That's why, yeah, exactly. I think that the no sleep format works really well for this because it does feel that conversational with the viewer. Also, like I said too, Dan, he was insufferable, but at the same time, at the end, you kind of felt bad for him, and I like that even as Evelyn was annoyed with him as well. By the end, she was just kind of like, I kind of miss him. Like I hope that we get some more of those interactions, or even maybe Dan can come out, maybe come back, I should say.
No, I just fully disagree with you on that one. I don't need him back. I don't.
I think he's going to stay.
Is it your fault?
He's going to stick around. He's going to stick around for a while, is what I think.
The hyper eagerness of him is going to get on my nerves.
Good morning. Which, if I heard that on the radio, I would change the station immediately. All right, part 3.
Part 3. I want to take a quick moment to thank today's sponsor, Tushy. Tushy is the luxury bidet that your bathroom's been missing. And over 2 million butts love Tushy, and it's not hard to see why. I've said it before and I'll say it again, if you don't have a bidet, you mean less than me. I did not have a bidet for a long time. I thought that they were silly, and then as soon as Tushy sent me one, I now am someone whose life matters. I'm not kidding. There's a few household inventions that have definitively changed my life, and Tushy's bidet is one of them. I now feel like an animal anytime I have to use someone's bathroom who doesn't have one. And you know this is a personal endorsement because this is far too aggressive for them to pay me to say. Not only are Tushy bidets more hygienic, but people who have made the switch to Tushy use up to 80% less toilet paper. And less toilet paper means more money saved, less clogged toilets, and less gross bathroom experiences. Since the bidet does most of the cleaning and you use the toilet paper to dry off. And of course, Tushy therefore reduces things like irritation or tears. Tushy is also super easy to use and install. Depending on the model you get, it either replaces your toilet seat or just goes underneath the one you already have. Remember, a-hole is only a dirty word if you wipe. And if Tushy sounds good to you, and it should, then now's the perfect time to get in on the offer. That's because for a limited time, our listeners get 10% off their first bidet when you use code CreekCast at checkout. That's right, 10% off your first bidet order at HelloTushy.com. Promo code CreekCast to get your incredible offer today. Thank you to Tushy for sponsoring the show. We are now back to the episode. I never knew that ear surgery was so simple. Dang it, he lived. That sucks. He's back.
Poor Dan.
Not to say that it isn't a delicate and skilled process, of course, but when I got the call from Dan's mother, lovely woman, by the way, she told me that with an outpatient surgery, they'd be able to decently repair one of his ears and possibly give him some partial hearing in the other. At the very least, they'd fix it up enough to avoid infection. I suppose I always thought the ear was such a small and intricate part of the body that fixing up those tiny, cramped caverns of bones and delicate vibrations would be a huge deal, a dangerous deal. Turns out, Dan got the surgery the morning after the incident with his headset and is recovering. They think he'll be able to hear well enough to stick around here and do his job. Dang it. Are you sure? Did you double check? Though he may need some hearing assistance once he fully heals. He won't be returning to work for a few days probably, and may not be wearing a headset for a long time, But while talking to his mother, I heard him in the background saying,
"Is that Evelyn? Tell her I'm not done being a nuisance yet." It's like a stake in your heart every time. I love it. I love
it. The hum of satisfaction after laughing at your own joke. It's absurd. It's awful. Oh. So I guess I've still got a part-timer, a nuisance part-timer. He's just taking a very early, very medicated vacation. While he's out, I've been here by myself. And damn it, that bird will not leave.
Do you think the bird is some kind of like omen of some kind? Or so?
I hope the bird is. I hope it's there to kill Dan. Whatever.
Well, it might kill Dan. I'm wondering if it is like, this might be a stupid take or something, but the thing that is existing in the fog, it almost, I'm wondering if it's like it's its eyes or something. You know, like it's something that's like it can see through these birds, which is also like why they're kind of going up over town and creating this like surrealist nightmare of creating new windows that weren't there before. Like I'm wondering if whatever's existing down there is like vicariously looking at things through it.
Mm-hmm. It could be like a harbinger. Knowing this series, it could be just someone's soul. There's just a person.
Could be. Yeah,
the bird now.
Kind of like how they say seagulls, or at least in the Lighthouse movie they say seagulls.
They've got the souls of sailors.
The souls of sailors. Yeah, could be the souls of people that have died in the forest or something.
I noticed something while looking out the window between giving the forecast and playing a block of commercial-free music. It's building a nest. That little shit piece in its damn eyes is building a nest right out in front of where I sit all day. Now, I like birds. I generally don't have trouble with any kind of wildlife, so long as it's not trying to pick a body apart to run off with. But somehow, for whatever reason, the last thing I want to see is this bird create multiple mini versions of itself. I can just imagine tens of them lined up all around the window, staring at me from every direction, watching what I'm doing. I almost decided to go out there and try moving the nest down into the woods, but I don't want to leave the station unmanned for too long. Maybe I'll wait until Dan gets back and let him take over for a while so I can take that thing far, far away from the tower. I hate the stupid bird. Before I sat down in the morning, I cleaned myself up at the bathroom mirror. The sink was quiet. I know that should be a good thing, but I don't mean clanking pipes or clogged plumbing causing any sound. On Dan's first day, he said he heard the sobbing from down to the pipes, and it shook me a bit. I've heard it too, but I figured it was just me. I figured the isolation of being up here 50 feet in the air and with no company except for the grocery delivery man was starting to make me imagine human voices in places where they didn't really exist. But he heard it too. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed that it didn't continue the first time I noticed the eerie silence. I was going to try convincing Dan that we had a colony of mole people living in the plumbing as soon as he got back. That joke wouldn't solve the mystery, but at this point, humor's just about the only thing keeping me sane around here. But if you ask, did I think it was a ghost down there? A person? No. I didn't care so long as it remained a sound and nothing else. It didn't matter where it came from. I forgot about it for a bit. I stopped thinking about whatever was, or wasn't rather, in the sink and went about my daily work. The skies were blue and clear. The air was chilly, but warm for being in the mountains. All in all, things were boring. But I suppose I could use a boring day after watching my coworker's eardrum simultaneously rupture the day before. I'll take a boring day over a bloody one. I sat down, putting my headset on and waiting for the automatic music block to come to an end. There were envelopes, opened and stacked about with get well soon cards placed in a line above the consoles. Word got out fast that Dan was undergoing a standard minor surgery, and I imagine that anyone listening to the evening before who heard his pain screams was quick to hunt down the gossipers for information. At least 10 people in town sent cards straight to the station with the early morning mail. I set them in front of his chair like a cute surprise for when he came back. Even I ordered one for him too, but unfortunately the grocery delivery guy had accidentally been given a happy birthday grandma card instead. I still signed it and put it up with the rest. It's the thought that counts.
Good morning, this is Evelyn McKinnon with 104.6 FM. I hope everyone is enjoying the sunny skies today. Daniel Esperanza will not be joining me this morning, but he would like to thank everyone for the kind well wishes and can't wait to return at the end of the week. Stay tuned for the 5-day forecast at 8:30 this morning, but until then, enjoy the 30 minutes of uninterrupted music here on 104.6 FM.
something that the story's done twice now that I like is it will very casually slip a detail that becomes like the thing the next section talks about, right? Because in the first part, it's like, oh, well, I'm supposed to get a new coworker soon. And it's kind of just brushed over. And then the second part's about that coworker. And now during the part with the coworker, it's like, he said he heard something in the pipes. I ignored it. He said he heard sobbing or whatever. And then like this next part's dealing with that a bit. And then maybe the next part will be about the grocery delivery guy or something. It's just a casual way to make everything feel connected, but still having like, there's enough of a point to be like, yeah, this was always the direction it was supposed to go with the next parts. But it's just smart. Or like the bird with the eyes, stuff like that. Just little breadcrumbs that you don't realize are breadcrumbs till they're picked up later. I wasted most of the morning away. The Wi-Fi was close enough that I could sit near my desk and surf the web a little, looking for news to talk about. I was in a bored daze, looking at the clock, waiting for time to pass. The internet's too slow to play much video unless I'm in the mood for a good, long buffer. So most of that time was spent just staring at a dull screen. At noon, my eyes snapped to the sides as the noise came through my earphones. It was the phone. Even while the music played, someone was calling in. I thought maybe it was a request or maybe Dan's mother calling again. Apparently Daniel had said enough good things about me for her to invite me to her niece's wedding in June. Sweet woman. I made sure that the audio mixer wouldn't pick up the call or my voice with the music broadcast, and with a touch of hesitance, I allowed the voice to come through.
This is Evelyn at 104.6 FM. What can I do for you?
There's a loud gasp on the other end, and a shaking, shivering sob, and the sounds of a young woman breathing in through a stuffy nose. I recognized the sound. It was less muffled than it had ever been, more direct, more human. It was the same pattern of sobs I heard from inside the sink every day since I had started, and the same one Daniel had heard as well. I felt a chilling sensation, like the sudden gust of wind you feel walking out into a blustery winter night from a warm building. It didn't hit me all at once, but traveled from the top of my head, down my back, and all the way to the tips of my toes. Every hair on my body stood on end. Every pore and freckle was like a stinging pinprick. And then words began to come through.
You have to stop.
She was still sobbing, still gasping and sniffling. She paused, and I assume it was to let me speak.
Are you all right? Oh my God. Stop making excuses.
She interrupted me, and all at once I became confused. Was she talking to me at all?
I'm so tired. This is my home. I wanted to help you, but you won't let me.
I didn't respond. It was as if I were listening to only one half of a conversation, like a recording. Something about the voice sounded familiar to me, enough to make my stomach drop into a pit deep in my gut. But then again, I'd heard it before, in the bathroom sink. And I heard it anywhere else?
Please, let me help you. Please. You haven't been sober a single day since graduate.
All at once, I ripped the headset off my ears, pushed my chair back, and left the device dangling on a cord like a pendulum off the side of the desk. It wasn't for lack of reason. I felt the most intense nausea erupt suddenly, stomach churning and mouth watering. No time at all to wonder if I'd be able to let it calm or not. I rushed to the bathroom with the call still going, the voice speaking and sobbing into the open air. Vertigo struck as soon as the door was within reach, and those 3 steps to the toilet felt as if I were walking in a bright, spinning carnival tunnel. My legs buckled at the knees, and I went crashing down, white knuckles gripping the edge of the toilet seat as I tried to drag myself towards it. My arm lacked the strength, but it was then that the nausea turned to something else. I was choking. Shit, if there was ever a time I could have a coworker there with me, this would be the moment. I lost my breath, and the vibrant colors that spun around me only grew more blinding, static in my vision as I prepared to lose consciousness. And then, with a desperate cough, I felt a sharp pain as something dislodged itself from my throat. My head hit the floor with a thud, but I found myself staring directly at the thing that had somehow gotten inside of my body. It was a stone. Just a stone. A brown, speckled one like you'd find out in the woods, maybe on a hike, maybe from a riverbed. As far as things you could mysteriously choke on with no explanation, a stone seemed like a rather boring item. But as I looked at it, perhaps with sheer frustration that it had almost killed me, I wanted nothing more than to be rid of it. My arm shook as I pushed myself up, grabbing the stone in my fist. Without a second thought, I threw it into the toilet, flushed the handle, watching it disappear down the cyclone of water. It was then that I swore I heard a sniffle to my right, coming from deep down inside the pipes beneath the sink.
You can have it back.
I wiped my face with my sleeve, then washed my hands thoroughly before returning to my desk. My headphones were still dangling off the edge of the table, swinging back and forth slowly. I picked them up, put them over my head once more, and was greeted with silence from the other line. The woman had hung up the phone. The sense of discomfort hasn't left. That bird hasn't left. What's worse is I saw it clicking its beak on the window, looking straight at me. It wants to come in. I know how crazy it sounds, acting like I know what a bird wants and is thinking, but the sparrow is too human not to be aware of its expression. Pleading, demanding eyes are staring constantly as I sit at my desk, only gone when it leaves to fill its nest. I'm not letting it in. There's a fog advisory for Thursday. It's only Tuesday as I write this, but I still find myself staring across the forest, expecting to see the hills of trees start to move. I expect to see it burst open. Where does the fog even come from? I'm imagining it now, drifting up from beneath the ground, rising into the air and covering the town and the sun, all that my eyes can see. And the sound it might make, fearsome bellow that shakes the whole earth. Shit. Maybe I shouldn't have blocked Rose's phone number at all. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and I just noticed a brown speckled stone sitting on the edge of the window. Class of 2017 written in white paint on its side. I don't know how it got there, but more importantly, who on earth fished that thing out of the damn toilet?
End of part 3. Starting to get a little mystery build up though.
I'm liking it. I feel I'm getting more into it the more we go. Because the pieces are cool. Like the lady on the other end saying you haven't been sober since graduation. Mm-hmm. She throws up a stone. The stone appears on the window and has class of 2017 written on it. Which this story was written,
I think in 2017, right?
8 years ago. So 2017, right? But our Evelyn didn't graduate high school this year, I don't think. So maybe that's like a high school student. Maybe it has something to do with like someone that died. I don't know. Maybe it's something like someone died and they're the bird or whatever, or like souls in the bird or whatever. And then like the woman calling was a mother, like a concerned family member. I'm just making stuff up. I don't know. I like a lot of the pieces it's giving, the little mystery stuff. I think it's fun.
Yeah, I think so too. One way to keep finding out this mystery is to read on into part 4.
I was also confused at the beginning because when she says, I thought maybe it was a request for Dan's mother calling again. And for some reason, my head's like, oh, this is going to be Dan's mom. And she's just screaming and crying. And for a second, I'm like, maybe he's dead. But no, that's not what it was. So I don't get what I want. All right, part 4. I honestly never thought I'd dread a Thursday the way I did. It's a perfectly good day of the week, and rarely do you ever hear people complaining about how much they hate Thursdays. There's no, is Thursday over yet? Mugs out there next to the Monday ones. However, as the week drifted slowly by, all I could think about was the constant warning of another foggy day quickly approaching. Top of all that, my morning started with the script for a missing persons report. A woman named Jennifer Cook, age 25, had wandered into the woods in a supposed sleepwalking incident, and her status, for whatever reason, had been listed as in extreme danger. I recognized her name. We were friends in college. Oh, I'm stupid. I didn't even think about college graduation. It could be class of 2017, for college grad.
Yeah.
One good thing did happen. Daniel decided resting was boring as hell and made the decision to return one day earlier than expected, still recovering, but plenty well enough to pester me. I almost regretted to say it, but I miss the guy. I guess it's true that you don't always realize you'd miss something until it's taken away from you, and even this insufferable pain in my ass was better than the absolute isolation. Beggars can't be choosers. I watched as his eyes lit up, seeing the get well cards that had been left on his side of the console. He snorted when he noticed the one I left for him.
Happy birthday, Grandma. You're so...
I I want to feel bad because it's not him, it's you that makes me hate him. But it's so inseparable in my mind at this point. Like when we heard his last name was Esperanza, I just coasted over that fact. I coasted over the mention he has moppy black hair. In my head, it's like he has a perm. Like a perm almost of like
he's
red
a ginger
hair.
kid. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like it's like a high-end type, but it sets off his head and is curly, and he's wearing glasses that are taped in the middle. He looks like a human embodiment of Carl Weezer from Jimmy Neutron. But annoyingly skinny. Oh, gosh. Okay. Whatever. He laughed as he picked it up, opening the card to find no kind words or even a signature, but a doodle of him with 2 Beethoven-inspired ear trumpets duct taped to his head. What can I say? I was bored.
Thanks, Evelyn. You're a very thoughtful grandchild.
After the morning weather broadcast, at which time he joined me to announce his return to the station, we turned off our microphones to catch up. I hardly believe it needs saying that catching up for us didn't only involve the mundane. He told me about his procedure in vivid detail, almost excitedly. And to be honest, I was very interested. Delicately, he tilted his ear to either side to show the scars behind his ears and the surgical dressing still kept on the inside. It was no wonder he still spent most of his time trying to read my lips. Even if his ears had been successfully repaired, he couldn't hear a damn thing with cotton stuffed in there. Eventually, we exhausted talk of scalpels and stitchels, and he asked me what sort of bizarre things happened he had missed while on his vacation.
Siggy's still acting up. The pipes were a little rusty the other day, though. I think that was making it a bit weepier than usual.
Did you get any calls?
I hesitated, but trying not to look too unwilling to answer. Rather, I pretended I was in thought, looking back at dull and completely unimportant memories before shaking my head.
Not really. Just a couple of music requests. Some guy in town has a serious crush on Diana Ross.
Daniel's eyes were fixed on my face, reading it far after my lips had stopped moving. I think the fact that I avoided his gaze completely was more of a telltale sign of secrecy than anything else. I didn't want to tell him about the crying woman on the phone, the rock that had been in my stomach, or any conversation all of that may stir. The feeling of unease that subject caused was so fuzzy, so confusing to me that I had no desire to go tumbling down the rabbit hole, but my own free will.
That bird, though.
I interrupted just as he took in a breath to speak, bringing my knees up in my chair and kicking off from the desk to roll away a few feet. Practically jumped out of the seat to stomp across the room, headset left abandoned and a finger pointing at the window. Sure enough, my nemesis was picking at its nest it had built on a tree branch right at the window's edge.
You don't like nests?
Daniel asked as if there was any possible doubt of how I felt.
It's going to have all of its creepy-looking babies right in front of our broadcast room.
I put my hands to the glass with an exasperated groan. But even as I knocked my fist against the surface, that shitty little bird did not leave. It just stared at me, face turned so that one human eye followed my movements. If its beak had the ability to move in a grin, I'm almost sure it would have been smirking at me.
I'm getting rid of it.
Hold up. I know it's weird looking, but you're not going to kill it.
No, I'm not killing it.
I corrected Daniel, returning to the desk to hang up my headphones properly. I leaned against the back of my abandoned chair, facing my coworker to explain my instructions.
I'm going out on the fire escape to grab the nest, and I'm taking it out in the woods. I won't hurt it. We'll just make it a nest in a new spot. You need to take the controls while I'm gone, though.
He couldn't wear his headset, but that didn't matter. So long as he could, leaving the deaf guy to man the radio while you're gone.
The guys whose ears imploded within themselves, whatever.
You'll be fine by yourself, right, buddy? And he's like, yeah. And then she's downstairs and she just hears like an explosion. Goes back up and he's just like particleized all over the room. He couldn't wear his headset, but that didn't matter. So long as he could keep the music running on his own and avoid any lapse of silence while I was gone, plan would be simple and effective. I still try to wrap my head around this feeling or urgency. I needed to get rid of that nest, and it needed to happen immediately. I had to leave. So to clarify, she's not saying she got nauseous at the phone call because of the contents. It just made her nauseous, like supernaturally.
Yeah.
It's not like she heard the woman crying and the graduate mention, and she's like, oh no, that reminds me of this thing. She just got like a supernatural, the rock appeared in her throat, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think. I'm not sure that we have the full scope of that yet.
Yeah, I don't think she knew what it meant. I don't think. I had to leave the station in order to get to the fire escape. I know that completely defeats the purpose of the fire escape, but it wasn't worth triggering the alarm just to save a few steps and explaining my stupid obsession to my boss while disarming it. That involved descending endless clanking stairs, downwards and downwards, until I had circled a 50-foot spiral of rusted metal to the cold cement floor. The exit sign no longer glowed, but the door's window shone a tarnished yellow light from the overcast sky outside. Wait, so it's enclosed, the staircase is? It's not like a wooden staircase on the outside of the structure?
That's what I'm wondering too. Rusted metal to the cold cement floor. I wonder if the cold cement floor is supposed to be like the padding, like the like, you know, in the landing, like it's where.
That's what I think the floor is. But she says she gets to an exit sign and there's a window. So does that mean that the fire escape is like a spiral metal staircase that's enclosed the whole way down?
I wouldn't say it's enclosed though. I bet you there's a roof, but maybe I doubt it's enclosed.
Yeah, that would be horrifying. It's like a 50-foot coffin to crawl down.
Claustrophobic nightmare. Good God.
When my shoes sank into the long grass, kicking up tiny pebbles in the dry dirt, I felt a sense of immense insignificance. The world felt big and I felt small, suffocating somewhere in the middle of all that vast and limitless space. It was the first time in over a week I had felt the wind on my skin so directly, and something about standing in the open air failed to feel comforting. I didn't feel freedom. I felt violated, exposed. I felt like a newborn without guidance. I decided to make the job as quick as possible, secured my flannel around my waist, holding on to either side of the fire escape as I climbed my way upwards. I spared a look out into the mountains, those rolling high hills of rock and dirt covered in newly budding trees and evergreens. Looking at the horizon brought me stress. That stress formed gnarled balls sitting in my stomach, kind of like a stone, really. I didn't need more of those in my guts.
Okay, you feathered fuck.
Once I was at the top, panting breathlessly in the absolute throes of exhaustion, I waved my hand to shoo the bird away. For once, it actually left, but that didn't bring me much comfort. It flew away from its nest without panic, as if it wasn't leaving because it feared me. It was simply moving out of the way to perch elsewhere. Casually, as if to say, I'm only moving because I want to. I reached out over the metal bars to grab the nest, plucking it off the branch. Now, as much as I hate this bird, and as vocal as I've been about that fact, I couldn't bring myself to be rough with its nest. I held it with some level of tenderness, but still held my breath anxiously as I peered into the circular web of twigs and discarded animal furs. There were no eggs, but the nest wasn't empty. With a shudder of disgust and every single nerve in my body wanting to get that damn thing away from me as quickly as possible, I threw the nest as far as my arm would let me, wiping my hands on the waist of my shirt as I watched it fly into the trees. Inside that nest, nestled into the center like beloved delicate eggs, were 4 human fingers chewed off from the knuckle.
Jesus.
Yeah, maybe just kill the bird.
Smash the fucking bird into smithereens, dude. Good Lord.
That's not a bird anymore. Get rid of it. They were young and slim, the nails painted in partially chipped red polish. So this is like a little girl's fingers.
It kind of seems like, or could it be the woman in the, could it be the woman that's been sobbing?
Oh, it could be. It could be. Yeah. It was then that I heard a slither behind me, scraping wet against the metal of the stairs. It was a sickening sound that only added to the chill I felt traveling up my arms and neck. I turned, ready to lock eyes with whatever creature had crawled out of the woods, and found a thick, dirt-covered vine that had grown all the way up the rusted beams and across the first step. I had seen a bird with human eyes, a sink with a human voice, but God forbid would this plant start personifying itself too. Eager to get off that fire escape and back into the station, I stepped over the muddy green appendage and prepared for my shoe to clank against the second stair. It never hit. Instead, another vine, just as slick and swift as the others, snaked its way underneath my foot, then another and another, down at least 3 more steps. No matter where my foot fell, it would slide and I'd go crashing down each and every one of those stairs. At least, that's what I thought would happen. As soon as my balance was lost to me, I felt a slimy grip around my ankle. one of the vines grabbing my leg and using an incomprehensible amount of strength to fling my weight away from it. I felt like a fly being swatted with an aggressive hand, as if I was the pest in the situation. One moment, I was staring down at my feet, and the next, I was looking at the ground as I began to fall. 50 feet was a distance I may not have survived. I flailed in some attempt to grab the edge of the stairway, but happened to fall with my chest pinned over a bar on one of the spirals right below the top. The breath was knocked out of me, arms gripping the rail as pain erupted in my shoulders and my elbows from holding up my weight. I kicked my legs upwards, wrapping them around the closest bar I could find until I was clinging to the edge. The endless forest was in front of me, and all I saw was at first a sea of green. That's when I saw movement on the horizon. It was the undulating, swirling, thick clouds of fog slowly creeping towards the radio station in the town beyond us. And for the first time since I had started working here, I could hear a groan on the wind. It wasn't quite a rumble, like one would expect from thunder, but a low, whale-like moan one might imagine would echo from the ocean floor. The fog was making that sound, like a living thing with a voice of its own. I yelled out some stream of curses mixed with unintelligible sounds of panic as I used all my strength to pull myself up onto the landing, choosing the stress of sore arms over a long drop. I pulled myself up, tumbling over the railing and falling to my stomach on the solid metal. As I stood, I lost my flannel shirt on a snag and didn't bother to come back for it, even if it was my favorite. I half ran, half stumbled down the remaining steps, skipping over whichever ones I could while the ground below wriggled and moved in my line of sight. The same mud-covered vines that had thrown me off the fire escape were crawling their way out of the ground, all of them twitching in agitation. I tripped my way through them, making a dash to the door, but when it was finally within my reach, there was no opening it. The door had been covered from bottom to center in a thick layer of vegetation, overgrown as if the forest had swallowed it in a coat of thorns and branches. Young, miniature trees had sprouted from the ground in that short amount of time it took me to leave and come back, their trunks and branches intertwined to keep the door fastened shut. I tore my hands at the bark, the thorns biting into my skin, but with every tug and crack of solid wood, the trees would writhe and snap back into a place in a stubborn game of tug-of-war. The distant groan was closer now. Wisps of fog surrounded my ankles as it slowly began to cover the ground and grow. But as panicked as I was, I only screamed when I looked back to the door, seeing a darkened face and the whites of eyes staring at me through the window. It was Daniel, knocking on the tarnished yellow glass as he attempted to force the door open on his side.
Get up there!
I screamed through the door.
Make the emergency broadcast! Go upstairs!
He stared at me, shaking his head as he tried yet again to bust the door open to no avail. The stained window clouded my face, making my lips impossible to read. I turned around to see the same trees covering the door had now sprouted at the bottom of the fire escape. The fog was tumbling closer, completely engulfing the trees only a dozen feet away from me. With nowhere to go, I turned back to the door with one last desperate attempt to tear the plants away. I saw Daniel's face, washed out and blank with fear, with both of his hands on the glass, and then as the fog wrapped itself around me and the radio station itself, I couldn't even see an inch in front of my face. Dan disappeared from my view, as did every single thing except for the swirling gray clouds. I don't think I've ever experienced such silence. There was no wind, no birds, only the sound of my own labored breathing as the air grew thick with the taste of wet soil. Though I had been facing the door, the clouds in front of my eyes made it seem as if I were floating in some endless waste. It was a sea of cold, heavy air that tickled every hair of my arms and on my head. There was that whale-like groan again. It was followed by the strangest series of clicks, like a tongue against teeth rapidly popping in no real pattern. I wasn't prepared when it touched me.
Oof.
I pursed my lips tightly to keep from making a sound as something sharp and thin grazed the raised flesh on the back of my arm. It was followed by another and another, like impossibly long fingers or the legs of a spider toying with my hair and poking at my arms. It felt threatening, but also curious, so whatever it was patrolling in the fog was trying to figure out what I was or what it could do with me. My eyes were clamped shut and my arms squeezed tightly around my body. I can't even begin to describe what it's like in your head when something massive, unseen, and unidentifiable pokes and prods as if you're its human toy. I was waiting for fangs and claws. I thought for sure in that very moment I was about to be eaten alive by something I would never get the chance to see. My last act on this earth would have been harassing a damn bird. My teeth rattled as I waited for a fate that was certainly grim, but it was surprising when I felt all presence around me suddenly back away. The ground shook once, twice, and then the world went still again. My eyes cracked open as I watched the swirling gray clouds in front of my vision slowly begin to clear. The doorway, as well as the gnarled tree surrounding it, came into view bit by bit. The curling ropes of bark and thorns began to unattach from one another and spiral back down into the ground as if they were beckoned beneath the dirt. The door was in my sights as the fog all but disappeared completely. Well, as it turns out, I didn't die. Shocking, I know. I don't think I ever opened a door so quickly in my life. I rushed inside, slamming it behind me, wasted no time at all sprinting up the stairwell towards the broadcasting room. Pure adrenaline got me to the top in what seemed like an instant, where I found Daniel sitting at the console with the microphone situated in front of his face and the radio line up, back on track. It was better late than ever. I breathed a loud, heavy sigh and slumped against the wall, movement catching my gaze at the window. My flannel shirt was still caught on the edge of the fire escape, torn to absolute shreds and waving like a flag of surrender. It was then that I made a solemn oath that should I ever see a bird's nest near the fire escape again, it can stay. Hell, I'd throw in a damn welcome party if it would keep this from ever happening again. Since afternoon arrived, some things have come to light. I've gotten more than one angry call from the owner of the network who claims it took us far too long to sound the announcement for the people downhill in the towns. Married couple last seen taking a walk near the trees hasn't come home since the fog passed. And of course, we made the missing persons report immediately. I've also got a huge pattern of bruises appearing on my chest from the fall, and I must say, hurts like a bitch. We did call the police about the fingers. They assured us there wasn't a murderer loose in the area, though that sounds simpler to deal with. I was a bit surprised that the police asked for copies of our caller records from earlier in the week, and luckily, the rules of the station meant none of them had been deleted or taped over. The only recording missing was the one Daniel had taken the very moment he lost most of his hearing. Why would our boss delete that after collecting his copies? I overheard whispers of who those fingers may have belonged to. They say the missing girl, Jennifer, was probably the victim of an animal mauling while wandering in her sleep due to a newly prescribed pill she had only just started taking. A sleeping pill. I decided that when I'm done here, I'm looking at our call records from the last few days. A certain call from a sleepless woman is coming back to me, and I may recognize that phone number if I see it again. I suspect it might match a number I still have my own personal cell phone. I'll be honest, I hope I'm wrong. There's a lot I need to explain once I know for sure. This is Evelyn from 104.6 FM, and I might take a walk in the woods later.
I really enjoy how the mystery keeps kind of building up. Like it's yeah. I don't know if you feel the same, but it's kind of losing its goofier tone more and more.
It's starting to shed it a bit, and it's more into like there's a mystery around Evelyn herself. She knows something about this woman that's disappeared. Why are there fingers in the woods? Why are the police covering up? Why is the boss covering up the phone records? What's on the other end of the line? It's unraveling in pieces. I like it. That set piece was really good with the fog coming in and the branches covering up the vines and stuff. It felt, you mentioned The Mist earlier. That felt very The Mist, that whole segment.
Yeah. Well, definitely the tendrily finger spider kind of tickling thing. But I will say I really enjoy the almost as if the force itself is like coming to life and attacking her. Like just there's something so creepy about like vegetation growing and attaching itself like very quickly, you know?
It's almost like the forest understands that the radio station is a watchtower, and as soon as the watchtower is empty or vulnerable, that's its moment to attack.
Boom. Yep, exactly. Well, shit. On to part 5?
Yeah, I'm vibing with it. This is really cool so far.
Part 5.
So here's the thing. It's dark outside, the force is apparently alive, and you want to go out there looking for a dead body? Okay.
Daniel had been here only a few days and already he was mouthing off to me. He moved fast, I guessed. I shot him a look, expression cold, as I sat on the floor and laced up the first of my boots.
If those fingers are the only part of her disconnected from the rest, there may not be a dead body. She might still be alive.
So one thing I haven't pointed out about the story, kind of honestly because I've been hooked, is, you know, the question of why don't they just quit? Why don't they just leave? But I feel like the tone of it, where it is so fantastical, It's not really, you know, it's
why don't they-
like, I feel like in another story, it'd be like, just walk away. But because of how high fantasy it kind of is, it's like, you know, who cares, right?
Why don't they just walk away? I mean, one, I think that it's been established that this stuff has been, like, they have, Evelyn at least has been existing in the weird for so long that it's become normal. And only recently has it been something where it's like, okay, well, this is a little more out of the comfort. This is more out of my comfort zone of what this weird shit is. But now it's become a thing where I feel like, one, Evelyn is so attached to this job, the kind of cushy nature of it, and then it's become her lifestyle that I think that it cements her there. But then, two, I do think that, like, we've established, too, that she's caring and that she, like, at this point, too, if she believes that she can help somebody, I think that she will. So now I think so, I mean, and Daniel, I think, too, I think he's just a bit of a younger, ignorant kind of character that I think doesn't really realize the severity of the situation he's in, even though his eardrums fucking imploded and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. After the last time I sat down to write my thoughts and experiences, I ended up looking back at all the calls that came through in the last few days. I wasn't looking for the recordings, but rather the numbers, something that I rarely paid attention to. My heart sank when I saw that my suspicion had been unfortunately correct. The number on our work phone matched the cell phone number I had listed for Jenny, a college friend whom I graduated with a year earlier, although there was a surprise I hadn't quite expected. Jennifer didn't call the station only once, she called twice. The first time to tell me about a bird with human eyes that had been keeping her awake for days. The second time, I heard a woman crying and pleading over the phone. That woman was her. Maybe it's true when they say that no one ever sounds like themselves over the phone.
I'm going along with you.
Dan was turning in his chair, ready to get up, when I shot him a look of disbelief.
No, you're not.
I thought I sounded demanding, but he didn't listen for even a moment. He was already up on his feet, leaning over the console and fiddling with the music lineup.
We can't leave the station completely empty. Who are we going to ask to take over for us? That weird-ass bird? The toilet ghost? Excuse you, it's the sink, not the toilet. Besides, I have an idea.
He wasn't bluffing either. His idea sounded silly and impossible at first, but the more I mulled it over in those moments, the more I realized it would work. He told me that we should pre-record all of our content for the night. We'd record the evening weather, the 10 o'clock news, and even a goodnight message, then put those recordings in the lineup with the rest of the music. No one would know, and if it took much longer than expected, we'd simply set up the broadcast schedule to continue into the 6-hour Night Owl block.
I will say, too, the one thing I was thinking while you're reading that, I was like, well, if the boss shows up, they're fucked. But that's one thing we haven't really talked about, Isaiah, is the boss. Who is this? Who is this man?
Some guy that knows the rules, who like owns this place, but he also does stuff like delete call records that made Daniel
exactly.
go deaf.
That's where I'm like that. I'm very suspicious of that man. But the deleted call record thing, that was kind of fucked up.
It's also insane if like this is a giant, like the fog can come in and kill everyone and there's monsters in the woods and stuff like that, to be like, I'll just hire some girl to do it. No, I won't explain to her. Maybe I'll get a second guy later. Like that seems like a huge oversight.
Well, it sounds like an oversight, but does it to me, it kind of sounds like it's like it's purposeful. Like he's like, I either need someone who doesn't know what's going on, who can do this very mundane task, or it's something that he's like, I need someone that will fulfill X in time. You know what I mean? Not sacrificial, but in like, just as an example, like, oh, and then we can like once they, just this person that has been working here for so long, there'll be like a sacrifice. Not saying that's what it is, but I'm just saying like it all seems too convenient, I guess.
Well, here's the other thing too. If they leave, like, sure, they may be able to trick the people listening to the radio station, but I don't think you're going to trick the woods. The woods is going to know there's no one in the tower.
No, exactly. And that's why I'm like, how would they ever pre-record like a fog warning? So are they just fucking over the whole town? I don't know.
Well, they did say, so the fog came last time because there was an expected fog on Thursday. And then that Thursday fog showed up. So if there's no fog forecast, I think they're safe from that. But I mean, who knows what else goes on in these woods,
I'm almost picturing the fog as like the Evil Dead fog that kind of like rolls in very quickly.
Yeah.
Even the way that it's just the way that Evelyn described it earlier, where it's like, oh, it moves like it has footsteps, like it's a creature roaming. It isn't just like, oh, there's a fog report. But I mean, maybe it is. It can be like calculated like the weather. So anyway, I was supposed to leave at 10.
Daniel reminded me he was only a part-timer, whereas full-time took on a whole new meaning for my eternal presence here.
It's almost 9 o'clock already. You don't think I'll go overtime if anyone finds out we were dicking around the woods, do you? There'll be no dicking. But I'll pay the grocery guy extra to bring the donuts if you require compensation.
I couldn't believe I was actually going to do this. I couldn't believe I was letting Dan do this. Honestly, I don't know what scared me more. The thought of walking into the woods at night and leaving the station abandoned, or the thought of going alone and leaving Dan with the responsibility of taking my place. Now, I'm not saying he's incompetent, but I'm almost sure a wild badger could run across the radio console and operate it just as good as he does. He has a lot to learn, is what I mean. We put our plan into motion, recording all of our segments one after the other and making a long automatic playlist including those files. With any luck, it would sound just as genuine as live conversation. By the time that was finished and the radio was set to play on its own until just before sunrise, Daniel and I raided the closet for flashlights, water bottles, and a first aid kit just in case. I hoped we wouldn't be needing to reattach any of our fingers, but yesterday's grim findings had brought that possibility up from not worth mentioning to unlikely but could happen. I've been sitting here trying to think of what this story reminds me of. It reminds me of the Kirlian frequency. Kirlian, whatever. Which is a series about like a town full of like vampires, monsters, but it's from the perspective of a radio host. And then also, isn't that what the plot of Welcome to Night Vale is? It's about a radio broadcast station.
I think so.
It's like a podcast or like a audio show, I think.
Right.
I think that's the same concept. Also, so for those who are curious, like myself, you can build they sell prefabricated fire towers. It's like one room, all windows. They range from 15 to 60,000. That is 100%, dude. I'm building a fire tower at my house. That's going to be the new podcast setup. I'm
good man.
Would you come? I'm gonna make a studio, and we're only gonna record at night, and it's gonna be horrific.
We're only gonna record at night. Jesus,
we only record it at night.
That does sound absolutely frightening.
My second trip out into the fresh air didn't feel as daunting as the first. Maybe it was because the fog wasn't set to roll in for a few days, or maybe having an important goal drowned out the feeling of insignificance. I fished my phone out of my pocket, looking at the minuscule number of bars in the corner. Out here, with a wall of trees all around us and a seemingly endless forest through the mountains, it was dangerous not to have some kind of connection with the outside world. I watched the bars disappear as we continued to walk, the wet leaves squeaking under our feet.
I don't think I've ever been out here. Not this late, at least.
Daniel was flashing his light on the ground, then up to the trees at eye level. I hated when he did that. I had some hidden fear that he'd shine the light up, suddenly illuminate something terrifying.
You do know your way around here, don't you?
I was grasping at memories. I left town so young and stayed away for so long that any recollection of playing in the woods was lost to me at this point. However, I did remember returning. There were bits and pieces of a memory in my brain, but it seemed to melt, as if some of those thoughts ran like water straight out of my mind.
I was here about a year ago, but I can't memorize past that well. But it's not as if we can't see the radio tower for miles away.
Daniel shrugged, nodding his head and accepting that answer. He looked back at our metal and wooden sanctuary, which sat so tall on the hill with a huge tower looming above it that it would be near impossible not to see it from almost anywhere this side of the forest. I stared forward in the dark, squinting as Daniel moved his light back to get a view of the station. I kept my own flashlight turned off in order to save its battery in case his ran out. But I had to admit, his constant tomfoolery with this damn flashlight was going to get on my nerves if he kept it up.
Will you stop that? What? Dicking around with the flashlight. What about the flashlight?
I raised my voice for him, remembering the cotton in his ears.
You're dicking around with...
Before I could finish that sentence, a sound erupted from in front of us, even loud enough for Daniel to hear through his bandages. It was the groan of an animal, either aggressive or in defense of itself. Oh. Dan whipped back around, his flashlight pointing straight towards the source of the sound while I stopped in my tracks and stood perfectly still. It was an elk, enormous in size with eyes glowing white at us in the darkness. There's no way it could have gone unheard, leading me to believe that it had been standing there perfectly still all this time. Its antlers clacked against the surrounding trees as it shook its head, stomping its front hooves in the dirt and stone. Dan and I both backed up several feet, but the elk didn't charge at us. Rather, once it was finished making noise and stomping about, it turned and stared at us for the longest moment. Its eyes were reflective orbs, but I watched it blink. Its eyelids were to the right and left, meeting vertically like that of a reptile. Then, with a heavy grunt, it bounded heavily away further into the woods. I noticed, between instances of wondering how close I had been to shitting my pants just now, that it ran with a very odd gallop. It had 3 back legs, one on one side, 2 on the other. It was a seriously screwed up elk.
Is there anything out here that doesn't look like an absolute abomination?
Nothing would make me happier than for Dan to get impaled on the elk's antlers.
I
and
say
it just
justice for
carries him
Daniel.
off into the woods.
Justice for Dan the
Why?
man.
Give me one reason he deserves to live.
He's a trooper. He showed up. He helped our girl Evelyn.
Okay, his job is to stay in the radio tower and alert. He sees the rule book, same as her. He turns on the siren if the fog shows up. A fog shows up, and he's like, I should go downstairs and tap on the glass really hard.
Isaiah, listen.
He doesn't get points for doing his job.
He's as curious as a cat. Can't blame Dan the man.
I'm going to blame him for a lot of stuff. I bet I could blame anything on him if I wanted to. Daniel asked in a hoarse whisper, his flashlight slowly scanning in search for anything else that might be hiding in the trees and overgrown bushes. There was nothing, not even a sound. After a few hesitant moments, we were on the move again, though I decided shouting probably wasn't the best decision to make. I was looking down at my phone, watching the bars in the left corner. I wouldn't have expected to have any signal out here. Strangely, a single bar kept flashing and then disappearing, as if it wanted to find a connection. I had no explanation for it, but I didn't think on it too much. All of the weird crap I'd seen out here, a cell phone signal in the woods was the least of my curiosities. But if I could just get one more bar, maybe I could try making a call.
How do you know her?
Daniel broke the silence after we were sure no more giant mutated elks were stomping around.
The missing girl. I mean, you seem dead set on finding her. She was my best friend in college. We had a dorm together. We graduated together. We lived together for a bit. She was generous when I needed a place to stay. And now you live in the radio station?
Turned my eyes back to my phone, shrugging my shoulders. I acted nonchalant, like I didn't give 2 shits. I actually gave quite a considerable amount of shits.
She didn't want me there anymore.
I could feel the question in the air. I didn't have to look at Daniel to know what he was thinking, how badly he wanted to ask why a generous best friend would kick someone out of their house. Luckily, before he had a chance to speak and before I needed to think of a new conversation, I saw it. 2 bars on my phone, springing to life and defying all odds against the wild, uninhabitable mountain. I raised my phone up in victory, stopping exactly where I stood for fear of losing the signal.
Yes! We have it! We have a signal!
Daniel gave me a confused stare before I had a chance to explain. I was tapping away at my phone, finding Jennifer's phone number among my minuscule list of contacts.
I'm calling her. If she's nearby, she can help us find her, assuming she has a signal and a battery. Assuming she has her phone.
Daniel was obviously skeptical why a sleepwalking woman, presumably leaving her bed, would take her phone. But I had a theory that Jennifer hadn't been sleepwalking at all. Something had been luring her here. I just had a feeling. I didn't answer him, whispering a hoarse shh as the phone began to ring in my ear. It rang once, then twice, then in both of my ears. Her toned, basic selection from the library of sounds was distant but audible in one exposed ear. I lowered my own device, listening to the sound echo from further in the trees. Faint, but there. Daniel turned to the direction of my gaze, flashlight scanning along the ground to find a path of broken twigs and flattened grass trailing off deep into the brush.
What are you? Her phone.
That was all I said before I chased the glow of his flashlight on the ground, deciding that one source wasn't enough. I pulled the spare light from the satchel around my shoulder, tapping it against my hand as it flickered to life. The tone stopped ringing, and so I called it again, desperately hoping this wasn't just a trick my ears were playing. I couldn't help but feel some level of paranoia, knowing that this forest could be drawing us further in with illusions of sound and direction. Perhaps that's exactly what it did to Jennifer. I felt a sense of familiarity with the forest then. I knew this path, I almost felt sick the moment some old buried memories started to resurface, but not because those memories traumatized me. No, the nausea was part of the memory. I remembered the campfire, roaring high in the center of a clearing, one person's distinct voice nagging that it would burn the trees down if it got any higher. I remembered tripping over beer bottles and the sound of shitty guitar music, some drunk idiot singing off key. Shit, maybe I was the drunk idiot singing off key. That was probably me now that I think about it. I could hear Jenny's voice, mingling with the crackling fire and the terrible music.
Evelyn, lay off. You've had enough. Don't you scream at me. You're such an ass.
To imagine that graduation party was the last time I'd ever seen this place until now. Damn. Why did I ever come back?
Ah, Christ!
Heard Daniel yell before I caught sight of what he had found. God, I wish I hadn't seen it. I turned my light to him, first catching a glimpse as he staggered back with his eyes glued to the ground in front of him. Then I foolishly illuminated the grass below. There was blood soaking every inch of grass and dirt that I could see, bits of cloth and who knows what else strewn around the forest floor. And a man. The top half of him, at least. Nearby, the bottom half of another person, this one wearing a pair of khaki shorts and walking shoes. Both of them had been separated across the middle. Only one half of their bodies thrown down where we could see them. The rest? Where was the rest?
Those have to be the two people that went missing, right?
Yeah, this is the couple that went missing.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have scanned the light upwards, but the sound of creaking branches tempted me. My light followed the trunk, stained all the way up until it illuminated what happened to be the other halves of the two corpses. They were stuck in the branches by their clothes and their limbs, as if thrown into the air and getting caught wherever they fell. The second body was of a woman, but it wasn't Jennifer. I felt sick. All the shadows and shapes were swirling around in my vision, pungent smells not only in my nose but on my tongue, as the full wave of that terrible scent hit me. I gagged, but before I could turn my full body away from the scene, my light caught something else. The glow of eyes from the trunk of a nearby tree. Let me just say, I've seen some uncomfortable things, merely in the time I've been working out here in the woods. I don't just mean gruesome, terrifying things, but unsettling things, unusual things. As of right now, this takes the cake. We found Jennifer. She was in one piece, as far as I could tell, aside from a hand missing every finger, except, ironically, the middle one. I'd like to think that was some final joke from whatever murdered her, but that's probably wishful thinking where humor is realistically non-existent. She was stuffed. Her limbs twisted to roll her into a human ball inside the hollow trunk of the tree, with her stark white face peering through a hole in the bark. Eyes were open wide and staring forward, making her look like some kind of pale, nightmarish owl. Her mouth was wide open, filled with dried grass and twigs, almost like a bird's nest.
Jesus.
That's sick, man. One of her hands was sticking out of the tree, the arm likely broken in order to accomplish such a position. Her hand was tilted, palm pointed upwards, and a cell phone was sitting in the center, flashing its 10% battery warning. Well, that, and the 2 missed calls from me. My name was on the screen. Evelyn, followed by an alien emoji. It's perfectly appropriate. There's not a single damn person on Earth who could convince me she wasn't positioned that way on purpose. We weren't even friends anymore, but shit, man. I really failed her one last time. At least I'm consistent, I suppose. Daniel and I knew we couldn't stay there. Not only was it a nightmare to behold, but the smell from the blood and bodies on the ground was making both of our stomachs churn. That's a smell you don't really forget, I don't think. It's been a full day and I still recall it in vivid sensory detail, so we turned back to leave, completely silent. We had nothing to say to one another, nothing comforting, and no energy even to talk about our fears. We were halfway back to the radio tower when Dan finally spoke up.
You know, I wanted this job because I thought it would be right up my alley. I thought I'd be good at it. Maybe make people laugh and smile a bit, but so far it's only been horrifying.
He's still wearing like shorts with suspenders and a bow tie in my mind, by the way. Now, while I know that hiring Dan had been none of my responsibility, I still felt a twinge of guilt. He meant well and his heart had always been in the right place. But he was suffering for it. He had the chance to leave, but chose to come back regardless. Sometimes I wondered if this bizarre, messed up situation was the only exciting thing he had to look forward to, at least until actual death entered the picture. Now he was in too deep. Both were.
Hey, Dan.
I asked him, shining the light on my own face.
Yeah?
Your mom invited me to a wedding in June. Mind if I go with?
He laughed. It was the first time he had heard him laugh like that. Well, ever. That didn't say much, considering we had known one another for less than a week, but time seems to drag out after you have some freaky shit with someone.
Matching tuxedos?
Okay, this is my bear trap. This next line is my bear trap. I nodded decisively.
With plaid bow ties. You know why, Isaiah? Because you are this person.
No.
That's why. That's not a bear trap.
I'm
That's a
not.
mirror. That's a new
What do
thing
you
I'm
mean?
introducing.
What?
Mirror.
That's one of the worst things you've ever said to me on the show. What do you mean I'm this person? What do you mean? Explain yourself right now.
I'm propping up my mirror, is what I'm saying. That's my new bear trap.
How is that me? How?
I could see you be like matching tuxedos, and then you would have a plaid bow tie. I could see it in a heartbeat.
Don't you ever?
Also, I feel like you go to
Compare me
more
to
weddings
Daniel.
than I've ever heard anyone ever go to.
Yeah, because I got like 40 friends who all got married this year, and it's I'm at my limit. They all get one. If they get divorced, I'm not going to the next one or whatever.
I do. I think that's only fair. You get one.
You get one. Or and guess what? Your spouse dies. Sucks. Not coming to the next one.
You get one. No, I think a death is a restart. That's only fair.
Nope. I've been to too many. I'm over it. What do you mean I'm Daniel? What do you mean I'm this annoying guy that moans and like is like hums at his own jokes that he laughs at? Okay. Are we to believe that? So Jennifer's body was cool and all that, especially like the bird's nest in the mouth. That was awesome. But like, is the implication that all these memories are kind of being hidden from her? Like her true connection to Jennifer and stuff like that. All that's kind of like being seen through a dark glass, and she's trying to understand.
I mean, it all feels a bit convenient. Like I think that you're onto something. It would be too convenient to just be like, oh, and Jennifer, she's the one that, you know what I mean? So it seems like the Forest is articulating that, or it's like basically like revealing these things in these horrible ways. And it seems like it's torturing specifically Evelyn.
Because she said earlier she couldn't remember the paths while she was talking to Daniel. But then when she hears Jennifer's phone ring, she says, I knew this path. And she talks about buried memories. And she says she gets nauseous, but she's like, oh no, nausea is the memory. And she remembers the campfire, and she remembers someone being drunk and acting a fool, and then remembers that's herself. So it's like, it's a weird way to remember something. It's almost like she's getting it back in pieces as things become too familiar.
Yeah, you know? And I mean, we're starting to establish the idea too of like her, not her as an unreliable narrator, but like obviously she's had some kind of substance abuse in the past, so that also plays a factor of like, oh man, you know, like we're unraveling things at the same time as her, but there's also things where I feel like she's either trying to forget or she completely doesn't remember, and they're kind of like coming back, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. The rest of the walk was quiet. We got back to the radio tower after midnight, the late night music block beginning on its automatic run just as we had planned. I took the opportunity to take the evening slow. No need to rush back to the console or even to that old lumpy Masters where I slept. Daniel was leaving, as I expected and wanted him to, but I made an extra effort to stand out in the gravel driveway and tell him goodbye. Could have been emotional about the whole thing, thanking him for saving my life in the fog or for insisting on going with me to find Jennifer. Instead, I just told him to drive safely and to show up in one piece on Monday. 2 pieces at most, so long as it's a small loss. He just pointed to one of his ears and said,
I already made my blood sacrifice.
I spent a long, long time that night just sitting cross-legged in my chair and looking out the window. I had my headphones on, listening to the music. Almost wanted to turn on my microphone to ask who was out there listening with me, but And I'd be too disappointed if nobody called in with an answer. This is Evelyn at 104.6 FM, and I have some advice. Don't treat your friends like shit.
End of part 5.
Which that's got to be in reference to Jennifer. Like,
yeah,
her,
100%. Yeah, because I mean, obviously she was probably a junkie and ruined that relationship, and it's probably been weighing on her.
She drank a lot. I don't know if that, would you call that a junkie?
I guess not. Maybe just alcoholic. Yeah. But the I mean, just, you know, definitely pissed on someone's kindness and someone that was trying to help, whatever. Man, it's insane to feel that we've been reading this for like a little over 2 hours. It's moving. And also part 6 already. Each time kind of sinking in. I'm wondering if there's going to be a moment where it starts to curve and this mystery become like, I'm wondering if, I mean, there's multiple seasons, so obviously the whole mystery can't be solved, but I'm wondering as we're reading into this, because we're over halfway,
how much will be solved
exactly
here,
how much are we actually going to get? Because I'm just like, I'm a little fucking piggy right now. I'm like, give it to me. I want to know.
Which, by the way, I also have. What are you doing? Hey, Benny just started chewing on a gun. What are you doing? Are you insane? My gosh.
He's saying free me.
I have.
he's saying get me out of here.
He's saying please kill me. I can't do this.
He's like,
anymore.
I'm gonna, because you're like, I'm gonna give you a little bow tie. He's gonna say to him,
shut up.
He's like,
shut up. Stop. Don't bring that voice and mention of Dan. No, it's. So I have the short story pulled up. It does say that book 1 is contains the events of accounts from a lonely broadcast station, and we're always on the air at 104.6 FM, and then other bonus stuff. But it covers the other parts, and that. Yeah, so confirmation there. But there was something. I had a train of thought that I lost. I guess it's not that important. Just that there's a bunch of side stories about these characters. Like they're like little characters will have their own pieces, it looks like, in other writings that Kel has done. Also, they called someone to come get the bodies, right?
Well,
like they didn't say that, but surely.
Yeah, I mean, you would assume so, because I was kind of wondering, because they were like being a bit too chill about it. Because I was like, I feel like you guys should be like freaked out, and then you should all, or at least just like, oh my God, this is horrible. We need to call somebody.
You should be scared. You should be a little.
But maybe that's just, I don't know, implied. Or they're like, I don't know, fuck it, whatever. There it is.
No, let them rot out there. I'm not moving that bird nest again, so they belong to the woods now. That's what I feel like you would do with me. If we were like out somewhere and I died, you'd be like, well, the forest wanted him.
I'd walk up with my flashlight through the forest. I'd see your body separated. Upper half of your face with your upper lip hooked and your bottom lip on the ground. And I do. And I'd just turn around and I'd walk away.
Never tell anyone.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, even your wife was like, have you seen Isaiah? And
Kayla.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. No, I haven't seen anything. You know you shouldn't be up here, right? This is authorized people only. That's what I'd say if I'm up in the broadcast station. You realize that you're not supposed to be here, right?
This is 5 years from now when I build a Firewatch on my property, and you find me dead like in my backyard, and then Kayla comes to find you once again at my house, and you're like, you're not supposed to be up here, right?
I'd leave like bits of very good smelling food to attract bears to come and eat your body. To just get rid of all the evidence too. Total.
So
mystery.
you killed me in this scenario.
No, you're still dead. But
then why is it evidence? Then why is it evidence?
Well, because I mean, there's a murder.
That was a Freudian slip.
Listen, I wish I would have been the one to do it, but I'm the one. I do. Oh, dang it! That's what I say. I come across your body and I say, darn it. Okay, well. Thank God I have these Twinkies on me. And I drop the Twinkies down, and then the bears start coming. Ooh.
When you said hostess, I thought you were saying, thank God I have these hosts. Like you have backup host on speed dial.
Yeah, there
if
we go.
I die in a bear-related accident. Yeah.
All right,
hey,
part
Bear,
6.
You want to start? Hey, Bear, do you want to start a podcast? You want to do a show?
I love you, Bear. So I say to him immediately. I love you, Bear.
So we have a joke on the show called Bear Traps. I think you're gonna love it.
I don't like that. I do. Okay. We'll change it just for you, Bear. I love you, Bear.
I love you, Bear. The whole show's just you reading stories and then being like, I love you, Bear.
I love you, Bear. Love you so much. Kind of impressive that he talks, honestly. I mean, that'd be worth calling for that'd be worth listening to the show. Yeah, that he has a bear that talks.
You have a show with the talking bear, but it's like, well, we read scary stories.
That's scary. He does, and then I say, oh my god, that's kind of scary, isn't it, Bear? And he does. Oh yeah, it's really scary.
Wow, Bear, that's so cool. I'm so glad you're here. Definitely not that other guy. I'm still rotting in the woods, like right next to the recording site. Part 6. Part 6. Benny, what do you want? If I let you up in my lap, you're not going to be chill. You're going to freak out. I'll start this off in the most direct way possible. I'm not who you think I am. I work at the radio station perched in the air looking over a forest-covered mountain range. It's an absolutely bizarre place. I've seen animals with human features, some eldritch abomination living in a fog bank, and even went partially deaf due to a phone call. On top of all that, my coworker Evelyn McKinnon just became a murder suspect. Oh, interesting.
Daniel here.
That's cool. It's cool that switched to Daniel's perspective. It's interesting. That being said, I hate that I am now speaking for Daniel.
I'm speaking in Daniel's tongue.
That's unspeakable to me. She didn't do it. There's no way she could have done it. And I think everyone in this tiny, superstitious town knows that. I may not have been here long, but I've been here long enough to know that when something strange happens, people know when to turn their heads and ignore it. The death of a well-respected couple and a promising college graduate gets people just a little bit riled up, however. If you've read her post, you probably already know who I am. My name's Daniel Esperanza. I'm a part-timer at the radio station, and right now, I'm taking over Evelyn's full-time position until she gets back from a drive into town. She's not arrested. At least, I don't think she's arrested. The police came by to ask a few things, which is understandable considering how our tower is less than a mile from the scene. Some things happened and they took her into town. I haven't heard from her since. I'm sure you're all wondering a couple of things. First, how did I log into her account? And also, why would I ever choose to work at this backwoods piece of garbage on stilts? The second is a story for another time, but the first one's simple. I called in an anonymous tip to the police last night after I left. It was Evelyn's idea, seeing as there's no way they wouldn't be able to trace the radio tower and I'd have an easier time finding a public phone than she would. But after the police promised to stop by the woods and confirm what we had found, I stopped in to see that Evelyn had packed up her laptop and was giving it to me for safekeeping, she said. Wait, why didn't they just call and say, hey, we found a body?
Well, I think that they're explaining that.
Okay. All right. She told me that this online document she's been keeping wasn't supposed to be found. It was a good idea to get it far away from her just in case they had any questions. So I have her laptop. She was still logged in and well, I guess I've got a story worth telling too. Okay, no, they didn't explain that. So why? I feel like Evelyn's hiding something.
She could be.
There's some reason she didn't want to call the police. I don't know. It was early, about 7 o'clock in the morning, when I called the anonymous tip and then rushed back to the radio station to warn Evelyn that there might be visitors. I know. His goofy eye sprinted up that staircase and threw open the door and went, Evelyn, we've got company. Evelyn, you're going to want to see this. He's been... Like, she's trying to do the broadcast. He spends all day walking up to the window where the bird is and then turning to her and going, it's right behind me, isn't it? And then he walks over and he eats snacks. And then 5 minutes later, it's right behind me, isn't it?
Ah, Jay's ways.
The drive there is daunting. This town sits nestled so tightly between a range of mountains on all sides that you'd swear it was donut shaped, with the townspeople all stuffed in the center. It's a winding, swirling, hazardous path to get out of here, which is why people rarely come and no one ever seems to go. As I followed the path to the edge of the woods, the ground became steeper as I went. There's a natural feeling of heaviness that just sits on top of you as you look up into the trees. The way the mountains raise, it looks like the trees grow miles high, but it's just an illusion created by the thickness of the forest. It's suffocating, and really no wonder why people seem to get lost so often. Like looking up at a giant sitting at the bottom of the mountains can make even the strongest humans feel small, puny, insignificant. Thankfully, I'm nowhere near the strongest humans, so feeling insignificant is less of a steep drop for me. I understand this isn't the time for self-depreciating jokes, though. Evelyn wasn't on edge when I arrived at the station, though she was surprised to see me. I found her where she usually is, sitting in the chair behind the console, staring off into space. I don't think she goes into the details too much, but anyone who believes she spends her days buzzing around and keeping busy is a bit mistaken. In the week that I've known her, Evelyn spends an almost worrying amount of time in silence, looking tired and even sick. Every day, she looks more and more like the poster child for anemia. When she's not screaming at a bird or answering creepy phone calls, she spends the rest of her day seeming miserable with a few short intervals of pretending to laugh at my jokes. I know she's faking it, as to not disappoint me. I want to tell her that she doesn't have to try so hard. I told her that I called in the tip, and she already seemed prepared. She gave me her laptop and charger, all packed up in a case, and told me to put it in my car. It was then I was noticing the edge I hadn't seen before. She was expressing her anxiety in silence, eyes avoiding mine and her arms staying close to her sides or crossed over her chest whenever possible. I studied theater, trust me. I know the telltale signs of someone who isn't feeling very confident. Of course he studied theater. Of course he's a theater kid.
Yeah,
That
made me turn on Dan a bit. I hate that too. I studied theater. You know what, Dan? Why don't you fucking jump off the top
You
step,
took a
dude?
theater class in high school? What are you talking
Good
about?
God.
What if you did a flip and swan dove onto the elk antlers from the top of the...
Also, could you like I like how he's like, you know, I work for the FBI. You're a fucking theater major, dude. Yeah, I have a pretty good time waiting people. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
I assured her, even though I had no idea what we were in for.
We didn't do anything. Maybe they won't even bother us.
As it turns out, I was wrong about that. I left the radio tower, heading back to the tiny gravel parking lot that ended a long, twisting path through the woods. I took the laptop case to my car, where I hid it on the floor of the back seat underneath a few bags of plastic bottles I kept forgetting to recycle. Of course he's the kind of guy that like carries around plastic and he's like, oh, I'm going to turn this in. No, I'm going to take this to the recycling plant, guys. No, I'm going to take it there. No, for sure. Next week. Just so. It was a good thing it did happen then, because the glow of headlights at the end of the long, winding gravel road were coming closer. A police car and an ambulance drove right up near my car in the small, cramped space just big enough for employees.
You work here?
One of the officers asked me. He was a tall, broad-shouldered guy who looked like he could probably pick me up and toss me into the woods like a tree branch. I'm sure that's every guy you've ever encountered, Dan.
Yes, sir.
I answered without hesitance. Of course he would. Because you know what? Because he said he does whatever they tell him. He does whatever. I'm so heated. It didn't matter that Evelyn and I were innocent. Acting suspicious in any way wasn't a good idea. And it didn't help that... What kind of a statement is that from him? It didn't matter that we were innocent. I shouldn't act suspicious. Well, if you're innocent, why would you act... Okay.
He's a theater major.
Didn't help that we were already hiding her written evidence.
I was just stopping by for a few minutes. Can we help you? Who's we?
Asked the second one, female officer. What she lacked in size, she made up for in the most stern, thin-lipped expression I had ever seen. Now, I'm almost 30 years old. That is the most surprising thing I've heard in this whole story, that he's 30. Now, I'm almost 30 years old, and I still felt like I was about to get grounded just for looking at her.
Myself and my coworker, you know, Evelyn McKinnon. Thought I recognized your voice.
Female officer was the first to step forward, while the others followed right behind her. My eyes trailed off to see two remaining police officers, as well as their leashed canine and two medical responders, passing us to go straight into the woods with all the tools to mark off a crime scene.
As part of an ongoing investigation, we're going to have to ask a few questions to the both of you, as well as to ask that you don't go wandering into the woods today. Is that all right?
It's fine. It's going fine, I was thinking to myself. We had nothing to worry about. We weren't criminals. We weren't criminals! Still, being face-to-face with authority, especially when they were just itching to put someone behind bars for a triple homicide, was not the most comforting place to be.
Of course. Come right up.
I led the police into the radio station, where Evelyn was sitting with her headphones over her ears and fingers adjusting the console controls after her first morning announcement of the day. She didn't even hear the door open, and I hated to startle her. When saying her name didn't catch her attention, I reluctantly reached out a hand to nudge her shoulder. That was certainly enough to get her eyes on me at last, though she jumped so suddenly that I thought she'd lose her headphones in the process.
Don't do that.
She stopped speaking, words halting in their tracks as her eyes glanced from me to the two officers standing by the door. It wasn't as if she didn't expect their company. Of course he calls it company. We've got company! But she still looked uncomfortable when all four eyes locked on her. Microphones were silenced, the radio was set to automatically run for the next half hour, and the police got to questioning the both of us. It started pretty normal, pretty unassuming, and easy to answer.
Did anyone stop by the station in the last 2 days? Did you happen to see anyone suspicious outside? Has either of you had any contact with the missing individuals?
Luckily, the answer to all three of these was no. I admit I was further out of the loop than Evelyn was. She spent all of her time here and had known Jennifer Cook for years, whereas I had never even visited this town before hearing about the job offering. They seemed to pay far more attention to her than they did to me. There was a moment when one of the police pointed out a dark bluish mark peeking out from the edge of Evelyn's neckline. She put a hand to her chest as if she had forgotten about it until the pain came flooding back the moment her palm touched the spot. All it took was a pull of the fabric to reveal a small portion of a huge, elongated bruise that stretched across her upper ribs and breastbone.
Where'd you get that?
Male officer asked. I could tell Evelyn was taking a moment to think, realizing that the story of how she had gotten the bruises was very far-fetched. Things were weird around here, but maybe not weird enough to openly admit that sentient vines had tossed her and pinned her against the fire escape.
I was out on the fire escape and fell.
She admitted, but refused to elaborate any of the stranger details.
When I rolled down the stairs, I hit myself hard on one of the handrails.
They didn't press further, but it didn't mean they weren't still keeping those details in their minds. It was uncomfortable, watching how intently they glared, taking in every small detail. I knew it was just part of their job, but it felt almost unnecessarily intimidating.
Kind of sounds like
I knew it was part of their job, but I thought it was a little rude.
Kind of sounds like also they're setting up that she just sounds like a drunk still.
Yeah. It'd be funny if like there's absolutely nothing supernatural happening. She just gets hammered and writes the stuff.
That would actually honestly be horrifying.
So like I fell because there's like a vine that like grabbed me, and that's why I fell. That's why I went down the stairs, and something like touched me, and then I walks back up. Minutes passed, then a half hour, then an hour. And the only time the police weren't asking questions was when Evelyn or I tended to our work to keep the radio running. They were almost too attentive when it came to making sure everything was going smoothly with the broadcast, but then again, they lived in the town below. There's no way any of the bizarre stuff that happened all around this building didn't get their attention. Maybe they knew even more than we did about this old radio tower. I think I was the first to see movement in the woods. My breath hitched in a small gasp, and I think the police heard me, because moments later they were swiftly marching to the window to see their fellow officers emerging from the forest. The medical team carried back 2 cloth stretchers covered in white sheets. 2. Only 2. We were told to stay in the broadcast room until the police returned. We watched nervously as they exchanged words below us. Silence through the glass. Evelyn said nothing, but she looked alarmed as the men and women below took turns making glances up at our location. Something was wrong here. Evelyn paced back and forth until the police came back upstairs, one of them holding a familiar object, Jennifer's cell phone. Well, shit. With a glove-clad hand, the female officer held up the device, which was sporting a dangerously low battery and 2 missed calls from the night before. That phone should have been dead, I thought. Yet somehow it was kept alive through the entire night just long enough to reveal its secrets. My coworker's face washed out, paler than ever when she realized that her name was flashing on the screen. However, what they said next was perhaps even more chilling than all the facts that were laid out in front of us.
Miss McKinnon, it appears you and Jennifer Cook were in contact. Any clues to her whereabouts you're not telling us?
My heart sank, and I knew hers did too. She looked at the 2 figures in front of us, then at me, her mouth slightly agape with the beginnings of a question that wouldn't come out. Her whereabouts? Jennifer had been out there. She was cold and dead in the trunk of that tree, and if they found her phone and the other 2 people, how the hell did they not see her? The only answer I could possibly think of was that she wasn't there anymore. But if that was true, who or what pulled her out of that tree?
I know her.
Evelyn's lips trembled. I never seen her look this close to tears. In fact, I didn't know she ever cried. Ever since Jennifer was announced missing, Evelyn had made an effort not to talk about their former friendship. It was easy for me to forget that she probably was grieving behind the mask of indifference.
I was just thinking about her and thought I'd try, but she didn't pick up when I tried to call. We haven't talked in over a month, and I promise I don't know anything.
This time she wasn't lying at all. This new development put us far into the dark as we could possibly get, making me question everything I had seen the night before. There's no way we both dreamed that up, was there? No, not when the rest of the scene fell into place. The other two bodies had been collected, but Jennifer had been taken while the others were left behind. I couldn't even begin to think of a reason why. God, I can't believe I even let it cross my mind, but for a split second I had the chilling thought that maybe Jennifer had gotten herself out of the tree. There's a lot of weird shit out there in the woods, and I wasn't ready to start worrying about the Walking Dead, too. Evelyn's answer was honest, but it wasn't good enough for them. Deciding that this wrong place, wrong time situation wasn't satisfactory, Evelyn was given a beckoning gesture of the hand from the female officer, whose other hand hovered close to her side. It wasn't where her gun was placed, but rather the handcuffs. She must have noticed that Evelyn looked down at them because she moved her hand away almost on cue.
We have more questions. Who would like to wait until we get to the station to have a real talk? If I don't argue, you won't cuff me?
Evelyn finished her thought while peeking out from the hair hanging in her face. The policewoman gazed at her and silently nodded her head. My co-worker never did have the most expressive face. She often looked weary or annoyed, sometimes a bit of both. But this time she looked towards me with a heavy frown and eyes that could only be described as soulful. I could tell she was scared, but not with the type of fear we faced before now, faced with impossible things. It was very realistic dread, with no disbelief. It's the saddest thing I'd ever seen.
Follow the rules, okay?
That was the last thing I heard from Evelyn's lips before she was escorted for questioning. It's been so long now that I can't help but feel something went wrong, and that maybe she's not coming before the day is done. I want to leave. I want to go find out what happened to Evelyn, but unfortunately, I can't do that. I have to make sure the broadcast never goes silent. This is Daniel at 104.6 FM, and I might be your host for just a little while longer.
End of part 6 and into part 7. It's interesting. Now she's basically being blamed for the murder here. I wonder it makes you kind of think. I kind of like that narrator switch throughout there too. Makes you wonder if we're ever going to see Evelyn again through this first season.
Because she's no longer our only point of view, it kind of paints the idea of what if she is up to something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Secret? I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering if it's just a convenient thing that the cops. Well, also them calling the cops. I don't know. It's very odd. Like I said, the mystery is still up in the air at the moment. I'm thinking. I see where your gut's going, and I agree. I don't think that we've heard everything yet. It seems too like, oh well, I got kicked out. I think there's something there that we just don't know yet. But I still don't think Evelyn is like. I don't think guilty party.
To be clear, I don't think she knows either. But I think it's like the memory she's getting of like, oh, I was here, I was drunk or something. She may have something to do with it. But that she may not be privy to.
Right. All right. Well, part 7.
Part 7. Snooping through someone's computer is a quick way to make an enemy out of a friend. But I somehow justified my decision. Out of all the confusing and traumatic things Evelyn and I have witnessed, my invasion into her post isn't quite as bad as, well, murder, was it? Oh, wait. Does that mean she did?
I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to have him basically be like, I guess raise suspicion where he's like, oh shit, did she do this? You know?
Yeah. Okay. First, I think you all need to know. It's been a couple of days now and I haven't heard from my coworker at all. It's almost as if she's dropped off the face of the earth. I've been handling this radio station on my own and things haven't been as weird as they usually are. There's no crying from the sink, no freaky looking birds outside the window, no fog. However, I was still uneasy, as the police were almost always present on their search in the woods, looking for that girl's body. The fact that they couldn't find it, even in the light of day, gave me the sinking feeling that Jennifer was out there somewhere. moved or hidden or maybe devoured. Who knows? I saw the same officer from the day they dragged 2 bodies out of the woods, taking Evelyn with them. She looked just as stern and just as unfriendly as before, but at least she allowed me to ask her a question. I simply asked her when and if she expected Evelyn to be done doing her part in the case. I hoped my role as the concerned trainee would convince her to give me an estimate on when I might see her again, especially after I pressed that I was having some difficulties adjusting to the sudden full-time position. Guilt-tripping a cop isn't something I would advise.
Can't be sure of that,
she said matter-of-factly.
Depends on how well she cooperates. We can't question her yet, though. I had to let her go in for medical treatment first.
She refused to elaborate any further. I shouldn't have been surprised, but I was. Evelyn didn't look her healthiest, but I somehow doubted she would have agreed to a hospital stay in the middle of all this mess. No, I feel there's something else going on. That, coupled with all of the unexplainable things we had seen and my curiosity for what she had witnessed on the days I was gone, prompted me to look around her computer whenever I had some free time. Now, I know she was hiding a few things from me. More than a few things, really. Her thoughts seemed scattered, documents filled with revisions and half-written bits of her daily experiences, but it still looks like she's avoiding the follow-through on so many thoughts. It was cloudy in the early afternoon as I ate a late lunch, throwing away half of what was in the fridge that Evelyn hadn't touched, and committed to reading all of her prior posts. The stone, the crying woman on the phone, that thing in the fog, almost can't believe how much she was hiding from me. And yet, I have this feeling that too much of this is personal. I should have stopped there, but I didn't. I'm ashamed to admit that my curiosity got the better of me, and I looked at her internet history. It was a lot of this website and her post, I mean. It seems as if she dedicates most of her time to writing, but there were a couple of other things. Facebook page, notably. The rest looked like the production of boredom. Clickbait articles, dumb quizzes, a Google search for mountain birds. I told myself I would visit the Facebook page for just long enough to check my own, not expecting hers to still be open. Okay. You can't be like, I went through all of her search history, everything she had. I didn't want to pry on her Facebook page. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Stop with the coy attitude. Apparently she hadn't logged herself out at all, because the moment the page finally loaded after a long lapse of inactivity, there were unchecked notifications on the screen. There were so many that it seemed like Evelyn hadn't read through them in weeks, and she posted even less. Much of the content on her profile belonged to other people. Some relatives of hers, maybe a great aunt, asked, "How you been?" which she never responded to. A young woman tagged her in a post with several others calling for a group hangout sometime, which she didn't react to at all. And then there was an entire library of tagged photos other people had taken. I admit that I smiled at first looking through them. They must have been from last summer, because Evelyn's hair was shorter and she had a sunburn across her nose, mixing in with some major sun-inducing freckles. There were pictures from a college graduation ceremony featuring her with all of her friends and professors. She was smiling widely, grinning with all her teeth, looking bright. The last graduation photo was of her and a familiar woman making faces at the camera. It was Jennifer. As I continued looking through, I saw Jennifer a lot more often, mostly on photos she had taken. Lynn and I went hiking today, moving day with Evelyn and Jenny, couch lifting champions. Then there was a dark and blurry photo. It was the first of many. Someone had posted an album tagging Evelyn and at least 15 other people, full of pictures from the woods. My smile started to disappear. Seeing that forest and the blurry faces of strangers, most of them drunk or in clouds of smoke, made the photos seem ghostly. Then I saw her again. Evelyn was in the background of a few photos, sometimes so small that I had to pay an awful lot of attention to see her. She was smiling in one or two, talking in another, and then one photo in particular chilled me right to my core. Evelyn was at the edge of a group, as if pulled into a photo while passing by, but my coworker was pale, eyes wide and glowing from the reflection of the camera flash, and her face was stuck in a grim look of terror. It was clear something had happened. She had seen something she didn't want to see. I couldn't get away from the photo faster, and so I skipped forward again and again. She was in almost every picture, holding a cup in her hand each time, and I watched the progression from that scared, tired look to near unconsciousness as two friends were holding her up in the background. Either she was drugged, completely wasted, or both. And then her and Jennifer both disappeared from the remaining photos, leaving no trace behind. I regret lingering so long on the photos because my online status, or rather, Evelyn's online status, had caught someone's attention. I saw the blip of an instant message and the chat automatically popped at the corner of the screen. Reading her messages was the ultimate betrayal of any kind of privacy, but I couldn't refuse just a small peek. I can't take it. I can't take Dan being like, oh, but I don't want to invade her privacy. Just grow up. Just, you're doing it. Be a man. Evelyn, if you're reading this sometime from now, I hope you don't kill me for this. I scrolled through. It was a person I hadn't seen, though Jennifer was one of the two faces in his profile photo. It didn't matter, as he made his purpose as to go between very clearly through a flood of at least 20 unanswered messages over the course of a month. His name was Elijah. April 2nd.
Hey, Lenny, can we talk?
April 5th.
Where are you staying? Are you getting help?
April 18th.
Jenna's been asking about you a lot. She really wishes you would unblock her.
April 23rd.
Evelyn, please.
And just now.
Lynn? Hello?
As I scrolled upwards, I found the first message that started it all. It was on the 1st of the month, April Fool's Day.
Hey, Evelyn. Jen told me what happened. I hope you get well soon, but please take it easy from now on. She can't babysit you just to make sure you don't drown in the tub. You know if you need some help, they've got anonymous programs for that, right? You should look into it. Jen cares about you, but she preferred you when you were sober.
So it sounds like she saw something in the woods that night.
Resorted
that traumatized her, and she started drinking to deal with it. Yeah, I think. Also, like, this is a very interesting move for the story to pull because I really like they're switching to Dan here because it gives us perspective on a narrator in a way that, as established, our narrator wouldn't give us this information.
Yeah.
It would have to come from someone else, but they set up someone previously so it's a smooth transition into a new narrator so that we can get like background on the person who's talking. And now the story isn't so big. It's kind of honed in, like it's narrowed its focus down to one person.
Right.
Which is pretty cool. I just like it. Good touch. Another red bubble. There were more messages waiting below. I was hesitant, but still curious as I scrolled downward, finding that Elijah had left a handful of short, aggressive messages just seconds ago.
Answer me. Where's my girlfriend? You know, don't you? Evelyn, I know you're reading this.
He was typing again, and seconds later, another message appeared.
They all die on that mountain. Every single one.
I closed out of the browser and slammed the laptop shut as quickly as I possibly could. His words struck me instantly with the sudden fear that if I stayed on the page, I would have seen and read far more than I wanted to. They all die, he said? Who is they? The people who worked here before? Hikers? Climbers? I'm still not sure if his words were a threat or a concern. I'm no detective, but I'm worried that nothing here is coincidental. I know my coworker will read this, and I'm sorry to her in advance, but I just can't pretend that all of this doesn't fit together somehow. Evelyn, if you're reading this, I hope you can remember what you saw that night in the woods.
Could also be the thing that in the fog that was like, that didn't attack her. It like came up and, you know, and like
touched her,
touched the back of her arms and stuff. Could be something of like maybe having, she has maybe done something with that creature before too. Like, you know, been a part of Jenny's death or something and gave, you know, like some kind of deal or something. I hate to say deal because
memory that's being hidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a memory she's forgetting. She might have seen something or became possessed by something or she's more in than she knows.
Yeah. Sure. Or that she's telling us.
Or that we know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to post this earlier, stopping where I did above, but I'm glad I chose not to. It's evening now as I put this down and something has happened outside the radio station. I'm realizing the full weight of working around the clock. There's boredom, especially being alone, and a tension that has been putting me on edge. I was fitted for a hearing aid, which I received just a day or two earlier, and somehow being able to hear decently from both ears again made the silence even more daunting. That and I've noticed a faint sting in that ear since I came back to the station. I gave the evening news and prepared for another 30-minute music block. With time to spare and no real interest in trying to hear any muffled bits of music through the headphones, I paced around the room and took a few moments just to peer out the window. At the purple glow from the sunset, I saw something that caught my attention. There was a man out there, standing upright but swaying slowly side to side. Now, I would have been suspicious that this was something unnatural, considering how many times the woods have messed with both our minds, but I recognized him. He worked for a service that brought groceries to the station twice a week. Oh, look who was right. I said that the grocery guy would come back. I mean, that's not really a bear trap or a good call out because of course he'll come back, but I'm still taking those. I take those. He was facing away from me, staring off into the woods. I watched him intently, hoping he didn't take another step. Those last words Jennifer's boyfriend had sent to Evelyn's messenger rang in my head. They all die on that mountain. Every single one. In hindsight, I did the stupidest thing I ever could have done. I went out there. The thing is, I knew it was a bad idea, but 3 people had died in the woods in a matter of days, maybe even hours. I didn't want to witness one more person getting lost and being pulled out in a body bag. I abandoned the broadcast room, running down that long, winding staircase to the exit. It was almost impossible to see it, but a very dim shimmer from the outdoor light led me there. When I whipped open the door and ran outside to tell the man to come back, I saw only one of his feet as he stepped into the darkness between the trees. Already pushing his way through the brush, I was a bit foolish, but I wouldn't say I'm stupid. I didn't follow him into the woods. I yelled at him to come back, but he didn't even seem to register that I was there. Instead, my eyes dropped to the ground where I saw he had dropped a cardboard box. Why would he make a delivery this late at night? As I stooped to pick it up, I heard the crunch of branches and rustle of leaves. I thought it was him, turning back around, realizing his mistake. It wasn't the grocery guy. It was something so much worse. I saw Jennifer walking out of the woods and making a path towards me. Only I'm not sure walking was the right word. Her neck was broken, her back was twisted, and her legs were snapped in directions that made my skin crawl just hearing the sounds her bones made as she moved. One arm was twisted backwards at the shoulder, wrist dangling so loosely I thought it might fall right off. She shambled towards me, putting weight on whatever parts of her legs would support her, but she looked like a dirt-covered marionette being operated by a puppeteer that had no idea what he was doing. There were twigs, dead leaves, and bits of long grass sticking out of her hair and stuffed into her open mouth. The sound she made was unnatural, like breathless gasping mixed with these low, guttural groans. I couldn't even tell if she was looking at me. Her eyes were milky white and her head rolled back and forth loosely on her snapped neck. Without even thinking, I abandoned the box on the ground. Whatever was in there didn't mean a damn thing anymore. I ran back to the bottom of the tower, practically throwing myself into the building before slamming the door behind me and locking it as fast as I could. I peered out the window. It was a mistake. Jennifer was inches away from the door. Her head snapped back to the front so that her face was right there in front of me. I don't know how she got there so quickly, and honestly didn't care. All I wanted in that moment was to get as far away as I could. I ran up the staircase, pure fear and adrenaline pushing me to the top without so much as a second to pause. I didn't care about the grocery guy anymore. Just being locked in the broadcast room was all I wanted. That and the comforting sunlight. It was still so many hours from morning. I locked myself in, getting as far away from that door as I could, avoiding the window for fear that I'd see her shambling up the fire escape. Her face. I can't get her face out of my head. It's almost midnight as I write this. I just got a call on my cell phone, and I've never been so relieved to hear someone else's voice. When I picked it up, I would have been happy for anyone to answer me. Just another living, breathing human being to talk to.
Daniel, are you there?
My heart skipped a beat. It was Evelyn. She sounded tired, but it was her voice without a single doubt.
Where are you?
I asked her, skipping all pleasantries. I think she heard the panic when I spoke.
Please tell me you're not in jail.
They didn't arrest me. I think they wanted to find a reason to, but I'm coming back. I'll be there before 6. That's all I can promise. I'll catch up to speed when I see you.
She must have heard me let out the biggest sigh of breath because her next words sounded concerned.
Dan, what's wrong?
I'm fine.
It was a lie, but my nerves weren't ready to have that discussion.
Just be careful and get here safe.
I will.
Okay. Don't you think that maybe Dan should say something to the effect of, hey, why don't you wait till daylight and not come when your dead friend's body is shoved up against the door to this building right now?
Yeah.
Maybe wait that one out. You know?
I think, I think he's freaked out. And then 2, I think that he's still, I just think that there's not tension building, but suspicion building. You know, I think that he wants to know the answers now. Is what I think.
Hunter, if you were like, hey, can you come here quick? And I'm like, yeah. And you didn't tell me that like Harry's decomposing corpse was going to maul me to death when I got to the building, I would never forgive you.
That's okay.
What'd you say?
I said that's okay.
Okay. All right. She agreed softly, but I could tell she didn't call just to tell me she was alive and returning.
There's a storm coming tomorrow. A really, really shitty one. High winds, lightning, power outages maybe.
She didn't need to explain why that was a reason to worry. There's an impossible pressure keeping control of this place. And still, I didn't even know why this radio station was the center of every weird thing happening in these mountains. All of a sudden, I had a feeling that I hadn't really noticed until just now. I realized how much this job and this place had changed my life.
Evelyn? Yes?
I spared a glance to the window, relieved but surprised that Jennifer wasn't there. However, I did see a small, unnerving sight. Twigs, long grass, and bits of dead leaves and hair littered the top of the stairwell, making a path down the steps. How long was she standing there before she disappeared?
As soon as we get a couple more part-timers, we're taking a vacation.
This is Daniel with 104.6 FM, and I've never been so eager for an early morning in my life.
End of part 7. You know,
that comment at the end, like, we need a vacation. I wish Jennifer broke down that door and ripped him in half.
He is definitely not the most he's definitely not the most charismatic guy. I'll give you that.
No.
I do think I don't know. Which I don't know if I'm being bought in too much, but before we get into 8, I legitimately feel like Evelyn has she's done something bad. I think I'm kind of bought into that.
Yeah, she's done something. She did something to someone. Jennifer's spirit or whatever's mad about it. The boyfriend blames her.
Or who knows?
The police that know about supernatural stuff suspects her for some reason. 100%. Yeah.
Who knows? Part 8.
Part 8. This is really good. I see why so many people were excited. This feels like a perfect Creepcast story. Like, conversational, language is very... like, it keeps the pace up, keeps itself going easy, fun story,
Very, very well written.
Yeah. I have so much news to tell, and yet I don't really know where to start. First, let me clarify. This is Evelyn. I returned to the radio station at about 5:45 in the morning. Was it 1 day ago? 2 days ago? I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm not even sure how long I'm here or what day of the week it is anymore. I screamed at Dan for a while and locked him in the bathroom for about 15 minutes before I realized that he was sincerely just trying to be helpful and make sense of things. I still wish he had stayed off my social media, though. Now I'm adding putting a 30-year-old man in timeout onto my list of activities I never thought I'd be doing at the workplace. But while I was gone, I saw, heard, and experienced so much that I have to just sit down and tell you everything from start to finish. Left-right game. That's the story this reminds me of. I was thinking that like the wording of it and the style of the setup is similar to one we've read, Left-Right Game, like how Bristol would have these kind of conversations where she wouldn't dwell too long on how she felt about things. It was mostly action, but it gave insight and stuff. That's what this feels similarly paced to.
Oh, nice.
The storm is on its way and the lights have flickered a few times already due to the winds. I'm typing this as quickly as I can because, well, I'll be honest, I don't know what will happen after I submit this. When the police picked me up from the radio station, they didn't really give the impression that they were questioning me as a suspect of Jennifer's murder. I was never put in handcuffs. I was never put in a cell, but they didn't want me out of their sights until we had a good, long conversation. However, as soon as we arrived, I was inspected a bit too carefully. As a woman in gloves waved a little flashlight in front of my eyes and told me to strip down to my tank top so they could inspect my arms, I immediately had my suspicions. Did they think I was shooting up the radio station? High out of my mind? It lasted far too long and I had to go through a seemingly unnecessary amount of searches and swabs before I was finally allowed to sit down. All of my items confiscated except for my clothes. When one of the investigators came by to question me in a private room there at the police station, I voiced my concerns.
Listen, I'm not a junkie,
I told him, perhaps a little bit too aggressively.
I thought we were here to talk about my friend.
We are.
He sat down on the other end of the table. In contrast to my bitterness, he seemed far more concerned than he was watchful or judgmental of me.
But due to your exposure, we're going to have to get your permission for a full medical exam before we do any of that.
What exposure?
He seemed hesitant to explain, but I had a feeling that he couldn't just keep it from me.
At the radio station? Is there something dangerous in the air out there? I deserve to know what I'm getting around.
The detective shook his head.
Nothing like that. I'm not talking about radiation or a gas leak.
He folded his hands on the table as he continued.
We see a lot of people coming down with illness or sustaining injury outside the town. And while we can't explain it, we've learned to be very thorough when it comes to making sure anyone who spends a considerable amount of time in the woods is safe.
I'd only just gotten there, and already I felt confused. I felt as if so much was hidden from me, so much that I wanted to know but wasn't being allowed to understand. The detective didn't say any more, but instead he slid a piece of paper across the table.
We need your permission for a full medical examination and an overnight stay. After we're sure you're in decent shape, tomorrow we'll talk about your friend.
What was I supposed to do? Refuse? I found it all very strange, but I admit that I was curious how all this fit together with the goings-on at the radio station. It was all seeming like some kind of inside job, or perhaps some knowledge that I hadn't been awarded that everyone else knew about. I allowed them to do the medical exam, taking samples of my blood and basically everything else they could get their hands on. I was questioned a lot about the bruising on my chest, but when they had been assured it was from an honest injury and not some disorder in the blood, I was permitted to get a night's rest before being picked up first thing in the morning. I saw the same investigator, a middle-aged man with dark skin. He had a low voice that sounded nice, but I still couldn't shake this feeling that he wasn't any kind of friend to me. I picked at the glue exposed on the frayed edge of my paper hospital bracelet in an attempt to get it off cleanly, but the residue just collected under my fingernails.
Evelyn Faye McKinnon.
He wasn't asking, but clarifying. He rifled through a stack of papers, and I found myself growing impatient.
You were arrested twice in the last 12 months. DUIs both times. You and your former roommate, Jennifer Cook, were fined one time for domestic disturbance. We had a purely verbal argument. I had just gotten out of the hospital and she started lecturing me about. My point is,
the detective spoke with such a piercing tone that I shut my mouth immediately, letting him talk.
We had your fingerprints. We matched them to a set of prints on Jennifer Cook's cell phone, which we found a half-mile away from your workplace next to a tree filled with blood.
She's like, well, that... I can explain that.
Yeah.
That definitely isn't what it looks like. I squinted my eyes. Filled was a word I hadn't thought to hear, not unless a tree sap was the subject of conversation. At that point, I think he could sense the question I was about to ask.
What do you mean, filled with blood? I mean, the tree was oozing several quarts of blood right from a hole in the center of the trunk. And Jennifer's cell phone, the one with both her and your fingerprints, was found at the base of it.
Gave me an icy stare, and I was waiting for a question. I was waiting to somehow be blamed.
I didn't have anything to do with...
Again, he didn't let me finish, but his words both comforted and confused me.
Nobody thinks you were the one to hurt her, but we need to know what you saw in there. Anybody, anything you may have witnessed. We received an anonymous tip saying there were 3 bodies in the forest. And clearly, 3 bodies were not discovered. It's very, very important that we find her body and that we find it soon.
The urgency in his voice was somewhat shocking to me. I imagined Jennifer's family would want her remains, but the way he looked at me was almost desperate, as if finding her body was more important than just for the sake of her loved ones.
She was in the tree.
I explained, though I knew how insane it would sound.
Stuffed in the center of it. I don't even know how she fit. But her face and one arm were sticking out of it. She was dead. Her mouth was stuffed with a bird's nest, and that's where she was when we turned around and left.
He nodded slowly, and I knew that none of that would help them actually find her. It wasn't as if they hadn't checked the entire area, probably 10 times over by now.
Anything else?
Yes, with a raised eyebrow.
Anything strange out there?
I found myself hesitating. What kind of strange was he talking about? I had weird stories and sightings. Oh, I had plenty, but at what point would it become too crazy to talk about?
No one else. I saw some weird mutated elk, though. It had like 3 back legs, really fucked up looking, weird eyes too. The 2 other bodies were on the ground and up in the tree in pieces, but I mean, that was all. Pieces?
Investigator asked. I gave him a quizzical look, wondering how he hadn't known the other two people had been split in half. That was a detail that wasn't overlooked so easily.
Yes, the man and the woman. They were both cut in half in the middle, and the man's legs and the woman's top half were stuck in the trees, as if they had been, I don't know, tossed in there. It sounds stupid, but that's exactly what it looked like.
He was flipping through his papers again, pulling out photographs and files. I saw only a glimpse, but I recognized the forest floor, grass covered in blood and the colors of the torn fabric of one of the bodies wore. With a sigh, he pulled out a photograph in particular and slid it in front of me on the table. It was the scene, obviously, but the photo had been taken far away enough to show the entirety of the area surroundings. I grimaced as I saw the faraway shapes of two dead individuals and the bloodstained tree, now empty where Jennifer would have been. However, I was surprised to see that the limbs of the other tree were completely and utterly bare. There was no sign that the man's legs nor the woman's head had ever been there.
They were there. I saw the woman's body. And her face, what she looked like.
As I rattled on, the detective stood from his seat, fished a cell phone out of his pants pocket, dialing a number quickly and turning away from me. He spoke in a hushed voice, but I could still hear him. It sounded urgent.
It wasn't her. It wasn't just her. There are three of them now.
He said, his free hand rubbing at his forehead with his eyes squinting shut in distress.
They were obviously moved, but we can't find her. The others must have already left also. If that's the case, it's too late. They're part of it.
He hung up the phone and I watched him return to his seat, so many questions tumbling over one another in my head.
What's going on?
I asked him, annoyed.
A part of what? Why are you asking about fucking animals? I thought we were looking for Jennifer. It's all important. You don't need to worry. If it's important, I should know. I mean, I work out there. I'm the one giving you all that I know. And what the hell was with the medical exam? What are we in danger of that no one's telling us about?
I watched the investigator lean back in his chair, his expression as calm and cold as it was before. He waited for my outburst to end, but the look in his eyes had a sharpness to it that spoke of some reluctance, as if I were asking too much for him. But when I didn't choose to leave, he had no choice but to lean forward and speak.
People go missing. Several, sometimes dozens a year on that mountain. Sometimes their bodies are found, and sometimes they aren't. But they never return as themselves. And it's not just the people. I mean, we hire rangers to collect any dead animals they find and get them out of those woods. But far too often, those rangers don't come back either.
I was silent for a long moment, processing his words. None of it was making sense yet.
What happens to them then? We can't explain it.
He continued, hoarse whisper.
But sometimes, people have said strange things. They've gone for a walk in the woods and said that they saw a rabbit with one human ear. Maybe a bush with fingers growing in a place of a few branches. One time an old woman nearly scared her son to death because she tried to coax a deer out of the forest, saying it had her husband's eyes. Her husband had died collapsing on a woodland trail 1 month earlier. She said he had fused with a deer.
I felt sick thinking of those human eyes. Didn't need to make it up for my imagination at all. That bird, that damn bird, started to wonder whose eyes those were after all. The detective continued.
We don't know what's in the air around here making people see this kind of shit. But all we know is that when the fog season comes around, more people go missing and more weird things start to appear. It's all around that spot too, your radio station. Maybe there's some magnetic disturbance. Maybe there's something under the ground we don't know.
He leaned closer across the table. I didn't even try to say a word. I just stared, exhaling through my lips as he looked me straight in the eyes with a look that was dire.
One thing we do need to know, though. In the last 5 years, we've hired 27 different people to speak over that radio. You and Mr. Esperanza. You're 28 and 29.
I know the cliche of a heart dropping is overdone and insensible, but I felt it then. My heart wasn't in my chest anymore. It sunk so low I felt every bit of confidence and safety in my blood disappear all at once. One thing was bothering me, though. One little thing that had been in my head for a while now that I was just now piecing together.
We've hired?
He didn't avoid the question, but he took a good long moment to answer. Finally, he shook his head, sinking back down to his chair across from me.
The broadcast tower is a lot more than just a radio station. You know that by now. People around here feel safer when they think about the music, and that's what we're trying to do. Keeping everyone calm until we know how to get rid of this problem forever.
It was making more sense to me now. Why the station was so high off the ground and why it had to be on air at all times. Whatever signal we sent out wasn't there just for people to enjoy. The music was just a mask, covering something that served a more defensive purpose. It was a watchtower. The broadcast station was never for entertainment, but for protection.
What would happen if the broadcast just stopped for good?
Yeah, that's with the small hint of fear in my voice. I didn't like to think about it, but I needed to know. The man across from me shrugged his shoulders with a heavy sigh.
We don't know, but we never want to find out. The fog has stretched all across the town before, and we think that potentially it could keep going as far as we let it. And whatever's in that fog has been stealing people away. That married couple that went missing the last time it crept into town, well, you saw firsthand what happened to them. And when the fog rolls around the next time, we may be seeing them again.
He stood up from his seat, walking around the table, and giving me a heavy pat on the shoulder as I sat there, wearing gone to mush.
You better get back to your station, number 28.
So, I like that scene. I feel like that section did what a lot of stories we read try to do, where they have that scene where the person goes to the investigator or the researcher or the cop, and they have the whole like at the end of the Something's Wrong with Dad story, where it's like, well, I shouldn't be telling you this, but that's a goblin man that came from the ground and blah, 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 you know? Like it's super... like they tell way too much. There's too many details. This feels more Twin Peaks. Like she goes down to the station. She's like, what's going on? And the cop's like, honestly, we have no clue. Like we know it has something to do with the fog. We know people disappear and they don't come back. There's a lot of deaths. Could be radio. He doesn't say radioactive. He's like, could be magnetic. Could be a gas. Could be, we have no idea. But we know that this works to prevent it. It's almost like an honesty of, yeah, we're doing our best, whatever that looks like.
Yeah, I think that it translates to, it's a good desperation of like people that are just trying to solve a problem that have no idea how to do that.
Yeah, it's not like they're, well, this is, it's not like she's like, tell me what's going on. And he's like, well, we trapped Cthulhu under the mountain.
Yeah, you know?
Yeah. It's like there's, he's just like, weird stuff's going down, and if you stop what you're doing, it'll get worse. That's all we know. So I do appreciate that. Because there were like we got some stuff out of that. Little mentions of like fog shows up, people disappear, they come back. The woman who said she saw her husband's eyes in a deer, which is cool. But it's honestly just. It's almost like just more pieces that we've already seen, more little weird instances happening. So
right.
I appreciated that. It also makes sense that the police would be in on it. That morning, I took a cab back to the radio station before the sun came up. Before I did, I made one brief stop along the way. In the early hours of dawn, I walked to Jennifer's house, the same one she had kicked me out of and the same one where her boyfriend Elijah now lived on his own. I didn't knock or ring the doorbell, but I did slip a small piece of paper underneath the door. It was the only printed photo I had of Jennifer, carried around in my wallet next to a photo of my parents. Now, it was his. Daniel filled me in when I arrived back to the tower, and after I had a bit of a fit, which may have been a lot of a fit, I tried to fill him in on what I had learned as well. It was a lot to relay, a lot for him to understand, but I felt better knowing that he wasn't any more in the dark than I was.
So, the people who hired us, not really a network.
I finished the idea for him.
It's some agency or town government. I don't know. That's why our signal only reaches so far. There's no reason for it to expand.
Daniel looked overwhelmed, and I didn't blame him. Hell, I wasn't feeling so great about all this either. I went from being stressed about some weird shit to suddenly knowing that a lot of people could get hurt if we failed at our jobs. When I told Daniel about all the other former employees who had gone missing, he was visibly shaken.
What happens to them? Do they die? Do they quit? I don't think they quit, Dan.
Yeah, Dan. Do you think did they get their benefits? What about, is there a severance package?
No, you fucking idiot. Like, what?
It's like, I don't think, it's like, Dan, what are you talking about, dude? No one's quitting. We shared a silent, solemn moment between us. We didn't say it, but we were both thinking the same thing. How long would we last? And if we didn't survive, which one would be the first to go? A rumble of thunder interrupted any conversation that may have happened next. Both of us snapped our attention to the window, where the heavy clouds were rolling in across the sky, and the trees furthest in our view had started to sway back and forth from the winds. A flash of lightning cracked through the dim light and was followed by another deep bellow from the sky. That same low, roaring groan that sounded like an angry god.
Evelyn, this place has a generator, doesn't it?
He asked as the lights flickered for the first time. The radio skipped to static for a split second as another deep rumble resonated from the mountain.
Yes. Where is it?
I frowned, giving him an almost apologetic look.
Outside.
This is number 28 from the 104.6 Emergency Outpost. Fog advisory is in effect. Stay calm, stay safe, stay indoors.
End of part 8, into part 9, the finale.
The finale. I like the switch at the end, how it goes to like Emergency Outpost.
Yeah.
Like, now recognizing what it is. Number 28. That's pretty sick. That's pretty cool.
Part 9.
I understand why this has such fun. Like at the last part, it linked off to r/1046 FM, so it has its own subreddit. And this is totally the kind of story I can see people getting into, writing their own scenarios, characters, stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, people could lie about what number they are, too. I'm number 16, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you could do so much with it. There's so much to run with. There's so much to run from. That too, I guess. All right, well, are you ready for the finale?
Let's do it.
Part 9. The forest was alive. Even before the fog came, we could see it moving and wriggling with electric energy as the thunder roared overhead and lightning cracked at the top of the mountain. I'll admit for a moment, I actually wondered if a forest fire would be preferable. Obviously, death hadn't been enough to keep Jennifer and countless others from coming back in some form. And so I later decided that setting every strange abomination on fire would only create more dangers for us. I won't beat around the bush. We were scared. We knew enough and had seen enough to know we wouldn't be safe. As the rain poured down and the cables and lines swayed from side to side off the tower, Daniel and I were not only afraid for our own safety, but for everyone else's. This broadcast tower was keeping the town alive. We were keeping the town alive. An alcoholic and a failed theater actor. Who knew? Some would describe this podcast much the same, I would think.
I think so. Gladly.
Yeah.
Gladly.
The lights flickered again, prompting the broadcast to turn to static and skip as I scrambled behind the desk to get the sound going again. For mere seconds, the waves would go silent, then spring to life again just as a rumble would vibrate underneath the tower. I noticed Daniel flinch, holding one of his ears just moments after the broadcast came back and static-filled music played again.
You hurt?
I asked him, but he shook his head, stretching out his jaw.
No, my ears won't stop ringing, though.
I shrugged it away, imagining all those cliche excuses. It's the weather, the pressure is different up in the mountains, and so on and so on. But he bounced back immediately, marching over to the window to scan his eyes over the dreary-looking forest. It was hard to see much of anything through the rain, but he squinted to make out shapes on the horizon.
There's something moving out there. Far away, but it's getting closer. It's hard to see.
I didn't need to see for myself to know what he was looking at. In the midst of the rain and the lightning, the fog would still find a way to roll in. After all, it wasn't really a product of the weather at all. It's more of a living thing, rather an amalgamation of all formerly living things on the side of the mountain range.
I need you to run an emergency broadcast.
I told him as I pushed away from the console and popped up out of my chair. A strong wind whipped past, rattling the walls and making the wooden floorboards creak beneath our feet. I fell unsteady, suddenly worried the old stilts holding us up would give in and we crashed down into the trees below. The only thing worse than the fall would be the exposure to the open woods, should we even survive the way down. The floor rumbled as the building itself were breathing before it settled back into place. I looked at Daniel and he looked back at me. We both knew we'd have to prepare for the worst the storm could do. As he practically fell into the chair, turning on the microphone to broadcast a crackling message over the air, I rummaged in the storage closet for industrial-sized flashlights and the keys to the generator shed. Now all of these supplies made more sense to me. Backpacks, emergency food rations, first aid kits, flares, fire starting kits. This place was never meant to be a radio station. It was most likely a ranger lookout that had been adapted into something capable of a large-scale broadcasting. While knocking things out of my way in search of the keys, I found a pack of walkie-talkies and checked them for batteries. Daniel was already done with his announcements by the time I found them and appeared at my side to snatch one out of my hand. He seemed to be thinking the same thing I was. If the power went out, one of us would have to go out there to turn on the generator. One of us. Couldn't risk both of our lives with nobody to take the responsibility.
Did you start the music again?
Daniel nodded.
It's going.
But the lack of confidence in his voice spoke of a deeper thought. It was running now, but if the lights continued to flicker, it might not be for much longer. There's nothing else to do but wait. As the fog bounded through the forest, moving the trees with the weight of its eerie inhabitants, could only watch as it engulfed the entire woodland. I had never seen the fog rest at the edge of the forest, but it did this time. Something about the music, rather the signal, kept it from crossing that line between us and the town further down the road. We unplugged our headsets, letting the music play in the studio for both to hear, sat down at the edge of the window on the floor. It was the calm before the storm as we stared at the swaying poles and the wires outside, wondering which one would be the first to snap or end up snagged in a tree. Wait, hold on. So every time they continue to play the music, the fog just stops, right? And the only time it's kept going the previous 2 times is because the music hasn't been playing for some reason, right?
Well, I think that it's not that it stops. I think it just, or it's not that it stops rolling. I think that it just can't bridge that divide for some reason.
Right. Like it's like the signal creates a barrier, right?
Yeah, of some kind.
So the previous 2 times, the first in the first part of the story and the other when Dan was controlling it, where they didn't have the music playing, they just filled the town with a Stephen King mist for a couple hours while they figured out what they were doing. People just monsters and creatures running around in the fog because they couldn't keep the radio on. How many people have they killed? Well, 3, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, technically 3, and possibly more today, depending on the generator.
Yeah. Well, that's not their fault. The first one was our narrator's fault because she saw the fog and turned down the radio. And then when Dan was there, when she fell over the railing, he came down to look and then the broadcast quit. So that's 3. They have a kill count of 3 so far between the 2 of them. A moment passed, but it was a long and excruciating moment of silence. Dan was the first to break it, as his talkative self almost always was.
You want to know what I did before this?
He asked, but I knew he'd tell me anyway. I nodded still.
After I graduated with a master's degree in performance art, a master's degree, the only acting job I could get was recording a commercial for some plumbing service. I recorded lines in the actual studio, talking about toilets for 20 takes, and you know what was the worst part?
You laughed, looking over with a stupid, somewhat disheartening grin.
They didn't even pick mine. I heard the commercial on the radio in my car, and it was someone else completely. Never in my life did I think I'd be legitimately pissed because I wasn't chosen as a spokesperson for a toilet cleaning.
You know what? I'm glad. I would have done the same. I'd be like, we're not using his lines at all. Not one. That actually made me laugh. Even if it was a bittersweet moment of lightheartedness, I shrugged my shoulders with an expression of nonchalance.
Go figures you get let down by the radio twice.
Gestured to the room around us, and Daniel snorted mid-chuckle.
What about you? Tell me a stupid thing you've done.
I was getting over my hate, and it's back now. It's back at full power. I had to think for a moment. Not because I couldn't recall any, but because there was too much to recall. Somehow, all my stupid mistakes just ended up sad.
I almost died in a bathtub once.
I said, chuckling even if it wasn't all that funny. Daniel seemed unsure if he should laugh or not. Okay, now this actually is me and you, because there's multiple times on the show where I'm like, oh, here's a little lighthearted whimsy, and you're like, yeah, so my grandfather shot my dog trying to kill me. It's like, oh my gosh.
I was shit-faced and I felt terrible, so I wanted to take a bath. Ended up passing out almost the second I got in, and Jennifer found me after I had apparently flipped face down. She honestly thought it was a suicide until they got me breathing again and found out I was still just hammered as when I went in.
That time I laughed, but Daniel didn't. I even knew it wasn't funny, but I was desperate to grab at straws just to find a reason to take it lightly. When I saw the severity of the frown on his face, my smile disappeared and I suddenly felt like a child being scolded.
How long have you been sober?
I didn't need to question how he knew it was an ongoing thing. After all, he had seen enough of my computer to know most of the truth by now. I felt the tightness in my throat and the breath I took, and the next was shaky and uneven.
My first sober day was the day I came into work a few weeks ago.
I had to bite my bottom lip to keep from letting it tremble. Putting it into perspective felt pathetic, reminded me of just how soon it was.
The only reason I'm not drunk right now is because the fucking grocery guy only brings me cheap, shitty iced tea.
That time we both laughed, but it didn't last. In a second, amusement turned to tears as I unwittingly felt a sob escape me, both my hands covering my face. As my eyes squeezed shut, I only felt Daniel's hand pat between my shoulders and remained there until I uncovered my face. I refused to let myself cry out loud. Those thoughts and feelings were pushed back down as my eyes returned to the fog at the edge of the forest. I watched it move and swirl, many eyes and many shapes moving and twitching as waiting eagerly to be allowed further. The shed was so close to the edge. Too close. And I like, so earlier there were little mentions of her looking sickly.
Mm-hmm.
And like, because I kind of forgot about the alcohol thing. And there were mentions of her looking sickly or sad or depressed. And I was like, oh, that must be the fog taking a toll on her. But no, that's probably just because she's, getting over an addiction.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a nice touch. A familiar pair of eyes stared back at us then. Up in the tree, free from the fog, hopping near to tap its beak at the window, was that damn bird again. I looked at it closer this time. Its eyes were hazel. Now I found myself wondering less where it came from and who it had borrowed those eyes from.
What did you see?
I heard Daniel's voice but didn't process it at first. With a deep breath, I wiped away the tears from my face and turned to him with a of confusion.
At the graduation party, you were in the woods and you saw something, didn't you?
The word graduation in itself made my stomach sink. I looked away from Dan again, squinting as I struggled to bring those thoughts forward again. Somehow, just looking for the memory caused an internal pain.
I didn't know there was anything fucked up about the woods back then. I told you that I left here, right? When I was a little kid. My dad died and my mom remarried, so we moved in with him out of town. Then I came back the week of graduation with a bunch of people I used to know as kids, and they all said this woods got creepy since I left.
Bits and pieces were still missing from my thought process, but I was piecing them together in the moments I paused and kept silent. It was some terrible puzzle slowly coming into view, and it made my face turn to a grimace.
I wandered off, probably because it was loud and everyone was acting like an ass, but out in the woods I heard something. It was a growl, I thought at first. But now that I remember that sound, it was a voice. A low, gravelly, painful groan. This animal stepped out of the bushes and I thought for sure it was some kind of cougar or wild dog, but its face, oh God, it had this face, yellow eyes like a wildcat, but the nose and the mouth were different, human and familiar. He looked at me and I saw his mouth move, trying to say something, but all that came out was this terrible rattle, like it hurt to breathe. It sounded like he was suffering, like it took everything he had just to say a single word. I ran back to the party and I drank and I drank and I fucking drank until I couldn't remember that thing's face anymore. And it worked for a good long time too, but now that I'm sober, all it took was thinking about it once for it to be stuck in my head again.
Dan gave me an apologetic look, as if he had some reason to feel sorry about it all. His hand fell on my back again and he opened his mouth to speak. I'm sure it would have been some great words of wisdom or encouragement, but he never had the chance. There was a flash of lightning and a deafening crack as it struck one of the poles standing around the station. The thunder blended into the sound of the crackling radio for a split second before the lights went down. The sound stopped and we were plunged into a dark, thick silence. All I could see in the dark were Dan's eyes, illuminated by the flashes of light as he watched the forest edge. The fog twisted and moved in patterns of rolls, tumbling over itself like a living beast as it crawled towards us. It was almost too dark to see, but my eyes could make out blots of shapes inside the fog. Arms, legs, bodies, all of them eager to inhabit the land they had been barred from until now. The mist swirled around the stilts of the tower, creeping upwards before we had a chance to make a split decision. Daniel turned on his walkie-talkie, testing it by holding it up to his mouth. I could hear the crackle of his voice come through fine, even just a few feet apart.
I'll let you know when I've got it going,
I told him, sternly jumping up to my feet. I was about to push open the fire escape with no hesitation, but I felt a rough hand grab the back of my shirt before I had the chance.
Stay in here so you can get the radio going. No,
I answered flatly, refusing to follow that order. There was a scowl pulling at the edges of my lips as I glared at him.
I wasn't there when you got hurt, and I couldn't help Jennifer either. So let me do this. Let me do this.
We stared at one another for almost too long, but I could feel him slowly letting go of my shirt. His arm dropped, giving back my freedom to move, and he nodded his head once in silence. Daniel, if you're reading this, you snooping bastard. Thank you. The door took a heavy burst, but I shoved it open and was surprised for a moment when I didn't hear an alarm. Of course, it didn't take long to remember that the power outage had taken everything, not just the lights and the radio signal. The fog was already rising, covering the ground and crawling upwards over the sides of the building. It was only moments before I was trapped inside of it, not sure whether to run for my life or take it slow to stay hidden. There'd been no use. They knew I was there already. I held my flashlight in shaky hands to illuminate the steps of the fire escape. There were no vines, no slimy, mud-covered appendages, and nothing waiting there to trip me. Still, I didn't trust that the fire escape was unoccupied. I could hear a faint clank from the bottom, as if something was trying to pull itself up to the open door behind me. The sound in the fog was maddening. The amalgamates were suffering inside of themselves, parasites eating off of one another and groaning in some constant pain. The ones that didn't moan and cry in their torment were voicing aggressive growls or rattling breaths as they searched through the fog for another living thing to tear apart and add to their collection of stolen bodies. My flashlight caught a glimpse now and again of milky white eyes or the glimmer of rain-soaked skin or fur. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear and feel the crash of weight against the fire escape, as if something was trying to crawl its way up underneath the section as I passed. Once the end of the stairs was in sight, I made it my goal to run to the shed as quickly as possible and lock myself in immediately until the generator would start. The problem would be getting out. My light caught the end of the step, and there I saw what had been making all that noise. A woman's face stared up at me with dead, pale blue eyes. She was dragging herself, her upper body struggling to leave the ground and crawl its way up, as her lower half was weighing her down. This half of a woman, one I remembered seeing sprawled over the branch of a tree, was being engulfed in roots and bark. The living plant her corpse had been fused with pushed itself along the ground, but clumsily, as if it was too heavy and too scattered in its movements to make any progress. Her arms, however, were still moving and capable of grabbing me if I got too close. The worst part was how pleadingly she looked at me, as if the human part of her was begging for a way to get out. I couldn't help but feel that the aggression was fear, but it didn't tug on my heartstrings quite enough to convince me to stop. I jumped over the edge of the stairs, falling only a couple of feet from the ground and making a straight line to the shed. Keys in my pocket jingled and slipped between my fingers as I tried to find the right one, all the while far too aware of every shadow and every glimmer of eyes creeping closer. The fog was too thick to see well. My flashlight only served to show me there was nothing directly in front of my eyes, but it was perhaps a blessing that the creatures hunting in the fog were stuck in it just as much as I was. I still sensed that they knew I was there, searching and struggling to catch anything in their grasp. I even heard the shriek of one, like the sound of a whining animal in pain as it was caught in the clutches of another, larger and likely more terrifying beast. I felt the surface of the wood in front of me, whispering words of relief as I padded along the edge of the shed until the door was at my fingertips. A pair of keys were fished from my pocket and my clumsy fingers struggled to swiftly find the one small bit of metal that I needed. Just then I heard a crackle. It was the walkie-talkie connected to my hip, Daniel's voice on the other end.
Did you find it yet?
I would beat Daniel to death with my bare hands.
He's kind of coming in at the worst moment.
Just sneaking around. You hear the cries, the shrieking, then it's like, Earth to, hello, it's your best friend, Earth to Captain Tom. Are you there? Just kill him. Be like, just be like, hey everyone, he's up there. Go that way. He asked, but I felt my stomach tie up in knots when his voice rang out over the silence. I wasn't the only one to hear him. Heavy grunts and stomps of feet like hooves digging into the dirt surrounded me. I could hear the shriek of something vaguely avian mixed with a human-like scream and bellowing roars that shook my skull from the inside. I was in a rush to open the door, trying every key as I blindly searched for the right one. Finally, as I prepared to swing the door open, I could feel the vibration in the ground as something heavy and tall landed by my side as if jumping from the tops of the trees. In the blinding fog, I could see brown and gray fur spotted with blood. It smelled like rotten flesh and mold, its joints cracking and groaning as it bent down to my level. I could see its eyes in the periphery of my vision, at least 6 of them, pale, stained with flecks of jaundice yellow, sitting above an elk-like snout. Its antlers scraped the side of the wood with a terrible jaw-clenching sound. I felt a touch to my back and recognized it immediately. The spider-like appendages that had brushed my arms on the last fog weren't the legs of some giant spider, but this thing's fingers. It breathed in, then out with a rattle, and the stench of blood and death was warm against the side of my face. When I told Daniel that almost drowning in a bathtub was the stupidest thing I had done, I meant it. It was the stupidest thing I had done yet. But this day, I changed all of that. I threw the shed door open, stepping out of the way to let the heavy wooden plank hit the hulking beast beside directly in the nose. Moving quicker than I ever had in my life, I slipped into the shed and jammed the door shut behind me, locking it up tight and throwing anything I could find in front of it as I heard the beast bellow more in annoyance than in pain. My light shone on the generator, but this thing's so big it's just going to lift the shed off the ground.
Well, yeah, it's huge, right?
Just hurl her into the next area code. I threw, which by the way, like good action scene, all that. The monster design sounds sick. Yeah, like amalgamations of eyes on like a head, and like the woman whose upper half is mixed with the tree she was in and stuff. Very cool.
Yeah, I love the like very. I like that it's a mixture of the force itself. Like that's just a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. My light shone on the generator, but I had to work quickly. I felt a tremble in the floor as whatever stood outside knocked against the door so roughly that it caused dust and debris to fly into the air. I fumbled with a can of oil, spilling a bit onto my shoes and my pants, but still managing to fill the machine as the thing outside rounded the edge of the shed in only 2 large steps. It pounded on the roof, big enough and powerful enough to cause the wooden beams above my head to crack bit by bit. I threw the nearly empty oil cans to the side and tried to find every button and switch in order before the ceiling collapsed under the weight of that thing's fists. I flipped the first switch, then the second, knocking my fist against it as I impatiently waited to hear it spring to life.
Dan!
I yelled over the walkie-talkie.
I've almost got it! You have to get ready to switch the breakers, though! They're downstairs, go!
I heard his voice, but it was muffled, and his words weren't making sense over the endless crackle. God, I hoped he heard me. I felt a pain in the back of my head as a bit of wood from the ceiling fell with another forceful hit. Suddenly, I could see a pale light from above as the foggy sky became visible. A hole had been punched in the ceiling, but in moments, it was blacked out by the multiple eyes of that tall, decaying abomination from the woods. I flipped the last switch and the generator began to rumble. It was a success, and regardless of whether or not I survived to escape this crumbling wooden hazard, the station would have power in moments. I staggered back, clothes and hair smelling like oil, staring up at the pale eyes of the roof with a frightened defiance. The shed rattled, another hard punch or kick hitting it from the side where I stood. It was enough to push me forward and knock me onto my hands and knees, but it didn't last. I could hear it before I saw it. The lights outside buzzed as they all came alive one at a time, bathing the entire clearing with a yellow light. That's when I heard my device crackle again, Daniel's voice speaking clearly on the other side.
I can't get the radio started.
Told me in a panic.
There's not enough power to run it. It won't work.
It seemed like a failure at first, but then I remembered that stupid, laminated piece of paper I had been staring at for the last month on my desk. Rule number 1, when the radio is down, activate the bell. Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Same.
Wow. Good callback. I was only pissed that he'd be the one to push it after that button had been tempting me since my first day.
See the button on the wall? The one behind the case? Push it.
I shouted back to him sternly.
Don't hesitate, just push it.
I could hear him on the other end, fiddling with the case before he did exactly as I said. The next thing I heard was surprising. Nothing. Didn't hear a damn thing. At least not from the speakers on top of the radio tower. Instead, I heard Dan let out a pained yell and fumble around the room before a small mechanical whine and a clatter followed. Later, I would learn what that was. It was Dan throwing his hearing aid across the room. It'd be really funny if he hits it and it just explodes. Like, just nukes the whole site. The creatures outside didn't disappear. Rather, they became noisy in their pained and agitated sounds, rumbling past and dragging themselves away in any way they could. They were retreating to the forest, bothered by some sound that my ears couldn't pick up. A drone, perhaps too high or too low for my ears to hear, was driving them off. The bell, just like every other tool around here, was solely there to control them all along, or rather, to control the forest itself. My eyes disappeared from the hole in the ceiling, and I could hear the hulking creature above me slowly stomp away, resigning itself to return to the mountain. My legs felt like jelly and my head was pounding, but I still managed to find the door and push my way out into the fresh air again, just as a glimpse of a giant, mud-covered hoof disappeared into the tree line. Daniel had propped open the fire escape when I came back, slowly and exhaustively forcing my way to the top. The lights were on, the radio was off, but we were safe for the time being. The first thing my coworker did was pull me into a hug, lifting me a few inches off the ground and saying these profound, thoughtful words to me.
You smell like petroleum.
I wish I could say that was the last time anything weird has happened here, but as you can guess, a day or two has passed and everything is still bullshit. The sink doesn't cry anymore, but we still get some weird calls, and Dan told me that it rained pebbles the other day. I told him I was pissed off that he didn't collect any for me, like a baby otter. I'm sure things will always be weird around here, and there will always be some story to tell. But for now, I think I'm going to focus on doing my job and lasting a bit longer than employees 1 through 27. But I'm sure if you don't hear from me, Dan will be sneaking on my laptop again someday. And I could change my password, but nah. This is Evelyn at the 104.6 Emergency Broadcast Station. And in case you were wondering, that bird's still out there. Daniel decided to name it Bartholomew. I hate Bartholomew.
And that is end of season 1 of...
Kind of. It's into the part 1, because season 1's technically the other parts and stuff, so it's end of our season 1.
End of the big first part of Accounts from a Lonely Broadcast Station. You know what I liked about this first rundown of like quote unquote season 1, blah blah blah, is that you got a run through of every rule. Like, I thought that was kind of nice. Yep. It wasn't like a glaring like, remember rule 2? It was like only the one time when it's like, oh fuck yeah, the bell. Like I thought that was
really I forgot about it until the end. Yeah, that worked really well.
I always like these stories, like the Voodoo Shop, Tales from a Gas Station, all that stuff, where it's these little excerpts where it's not necessarily like a full encompassing story, but little vignettes of somebody's time in this thing. Like, I'm glad it didn't, I'm glad that this season didn't end with like, they killed the thing that was in the thing. They figured it out.
There was no big win mystery or like moment of like, and we saved the city, kind of thing. I will say that I like how it was written in such a way where, like you said, it never gave too much, but it kept calling back and making references to stuff mentioned earlier. And then I feel like that was a pretty good account from the broadcast station, because then I'm reading the stuff that Kel Byron has written afterwards. The future parts go to like different perspectives within the small town or like different things around the radio station and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, we've told a pretty good story there. Now we can kind of look at it. Because I was going to say before I saw that, the one thing I wish we got was maybe some more stuff about what's life like in the town, or like what about one of the hikers? What do they see stuff? But it seems like the other accounts give that.
My immediate first thing was I would love like just one part. It doesn't need to be a huge thing, but if one of the parts was just the guy that delivers the groceries.
Yeah.
Like, that'd be a lot of fun, which I'm sure there is something out there for that. And I'm glad that there's more to it as well. But I can see how people can latch onto this and be like, oh, yeah, I'm number this or that. And you can kind of like make your own if you wanted to. It really leaves it open. And I think that's what Windingus or is it Kale? What's their name again?
It is Kel Byron. Yeah. Kel Byron.
That's one thing I think Kel did really good, is create a universe where it's just like, they are writing this specific thing, but it's very easy to jump in. And I think with this kind of format of like internet open writing and creepypasta, it's fun whenever it's an idea that, anybody can just kind of hop in and you kind of understand the rules and you can kind of just make whatever amalgamation into the woods or put your own kind of stuff into it. Because we got a lot of
also so much like fun little vignettes, like the guy that delivered groceries. It's just like, yeah, there's just a guy that carries stuff out here. Think about all the stuff he's seen. And we see him once, and that's it. And there's little moments like that. There's so much you could go with, but it's just like, no, for this first part, we're just sticking with these two characters. This is our story. And there will be more about those other people later.
There's got to be way more with Daniel too. I mean, I think that I think the police or the local government, whatever, it seems like they specifically let certain people in on this job. I mean, it kind of seems like it's like, well, if you're willing to do it, but it just seems like, I don't know. I'm curious if there's more development of like how and why they let people run this thing. And it seems like I'm curious to see like what's the average length people survive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So who knows? All in all, really fun story though. I would really, really highly urge people to go and just get some of the physical books. I mean, like we read this parts 1 through 9. There is a full novel that's reimagined and contextualized to be a novel. So if you really enjoyed this,
everything we read's just the first part. Then there's the second part, which is titled We're Always on the Air at 104.6 FM, and some standalone stories. And then, like I said, this is going to be a trilogy. So all that stuff is just book 1. And then there's book 2 that has a bunch of other parts. And then there's a book 3 coming out. We'll see.
Brick.
Yeah, Brick Harry.
Brick.
We'll see. I don't know. We're about to find out. I will say this one doesn't have any not safe for work tabs.
That is true.
Like that's a good sign. Good
and
start.
I said, well, is it a good sign or is the writer a coward?
CK Walker, we know for a fact she's not afraid. Yeah, the Baraska author, coward for sure.
True.
But this story is called Room 733. I don't know anything about it other than it relates to the paranormal somehow. So I'm excited for that.
A little ghost story,
I haven't had a good ghost story in a bit.
I like a nice ghost story.
I like a nice ghost story as well. So I'm excited to get into it. An author that we know and love and also hate sometimes, but mostly love.
No, always love. Nothing but love always.
I was in this floor having the greatest crash out I ever have on the show.
Which is all based in love.
Okay. So I'm excited to get into it. Hunter, do we have anything going on? Anything to announce right now?
Just want to say thank you guys to the audio listeners over on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Thank you for giving us a nice rating there. It really does help if you're listening right now in your car and your headphones. Thank you. Also to all of our beautiful patrons, thank you so much. And also we probably still have merch. So if you want some merch, you're looking for some clothes for your beautiful bodies, feel free and pick some up at the link on the screen or in the description. It's there. It supports the channel. Thank you so much.
The designs are pretty cool.
I will say the designs are sick.
All right, well, with that out of the way, are you ready to begin?
Room 733.
Room 733. Let's see what is in store for us today. I'm scared. This side room. Okay, well.
The unalive room.
Yeah. There we go. We're saved. Thank you.
We're saved. Thank you, YouTube.
Thank you, YouTube. The side room. That's what they call room 733, as if I didn't have enough to worry about on my first day as a freshman. We had assigned the dorm room 734, which, it turns out, wasn't one of the nice add-on rooms in the South Hall. Now, we found ourselves in the older wing of the building on the 7th floor. I wasn't too bummed out, though. At least they'd honor my request to room with my best friend. Lydia and I spent most of the morning moving ourselves in. By the time our resident advisor came by, I was taping up posters and Lydia was reading.
Hi girls, I'm Beth.
Chirped the bubbly blonde girl as she bounced into our room.
I'll be your RA this year.
Hi.
I nodded at her.
Wow, you girls really work fast.
She said, taking in our...
I'm giving some big girl energy. I really need to reel it back, dude.
Wow, you girls really work fast.
So what about that as opposed to the last one made it not big girl?
Wow.
Oh, the voice. You're hitting that scary Carrie a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
You know, I saw a piece. So you're talking about like stupid thoughts you've had. I was scrolling through the subreddit the other day and someone had done artwork of Jacoby, like super tall, hot blonde girl, doing scary Carrie's makeup. And I was like, aw. That was my equivalent of you thinking of Train during the one story.
It is the gayest song of all time.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
Also, all the fucking stuff of people drawing me in your lap and we're like kissing or vice versa. We need to cut that out.
You know how it works on the internet.
I shouldn't have said anything.
You shouldn't have said anything.
Bleep it. Bleep it all out. Bleep it. It's been bleeped.
Or unless you knew that's how it works. So you did it to bring attention to it.
No. Ruth?
Wow, you girls really work fast.
She said, taking in our made beds and hung up clothes. Beth picked up a drawing of Cthulhu that looked...
What?
What? Just that quick into the story. Just the arcane drawings. Beth picked up a drawing of Cthulhu that Lydia had done over the summer. She turned it sideways, studying it.
Is this the Kraken from the Pirates of the Caribbean?
I'm glad that you mispronounced it on purpose. That was a good touch.
What, is this the Kraken? Is it Kraken?
I've never heard someone say Kraken. I thought you were doing that on purpose. It feels accurate for the character to be like, is this a Kraken?
Is this the Kraken from Pirates of the Caribbean?
I liked it better with the Kraken, but I thought you were doing it on purpose. Do you actually call it the Kraken?
I don't know. Why not? The Kraken.
That's what you call the giant squid monster? Like a crock pot?
The Kraken. Kraken.
Whatever. Lydia glared at her over the top of her book.
So anyway, I know our hall isn't as new as the South Hall, but trust me, there's plenty of history here. This building is almost 60 years old. Yes, I can see that. The rooms are pretty small. Well, people were small in the 50s. Really? Yep, really.
Beth pursed her lips and just continued to stand there while the room filled with awkward silence.
So, the corner room next to us, 733, is it? Looks a lot bigger than our room. Is anyone assigned to that room, or could we maybe... Oh, you don't want that room. There were a couple sides in there. A hanging and a jumper, if I remember right.
They're not a hanger and a jumper.
a hanging and a jumper, if I remember right. They're not assigning anyone to that room. Anyway, I'd just like to remind you that this is an all-girls floor, and the guys are not allowed up here after 11.
Before we could reply to her, Beth clapped her hands and with a quick,
well, nice meeting you,
she skipped out of the room. I like how she's like, no boys allowed. Someone hung themselves and the other one right out the window.
All right, girls, seriously, periods have got to be in sync. Someone died on this floor. We have got to get our menses really lined up.
Someone took the quick elevator down.
Yeah. Hanging and a jumping.
They're bouncing off the roofs and the windows.
Swing, swing, sweet chariots.
Lydia dropped her book on the bed and stared out into the hall.
I hate her. Did you hear the bomb she fucking dropped? I'm going to call her dumb shit Beth. Lydia, seriously? Suicides? Oh, Becca, relax. Every college campus has a few suicides. Yeah, but in the same room? Really? Who cares? It's not our room. Yeah, I guess.
I turned to study the little window in our room.
Can you imagine climbing out that tiny window and jumping? You'd be alive for at least 5 seconds before you hit the ground. Oh, fuck, Becca, can you not?
Lydia glanced at the window and visibly shuddered.
You know I fucking hate heights, and just talking about that shit's raising my blood pressure. We could always move into the room. That one has a window on each wall. Fuck you. Okay, but seriously, think about it. It would take a lot of commitment to squeeze out that tiny window. Yeah, well, remember, people were apparently smaller back then.
Lydia mumbled as she pushed her bed further away from the window.
Okay, these are some catty bitches. These kitties got claws. These pussies got claws.
I don't think they said anything to justify this tone you're taking this early on.
Okay, so Beth, obviously the hot one, comes in. They're jealous.
She's
like, hey, by the way, seriously, people have totally unalived themselves. Just trying to keep it PC for you guys. Have a good day.
Mm-hmm.
She's an angel.
The hot one to you?
She's an angel.
Okay. And the others are not for some reason?
No, they're dogs.
Okay. Why? Okay.
Bleep that?
Yeah, it's fine.
That's a bleep.
Since Lydia was an outgoing and friendly person, we made friends at lightning speed. There were a lot of parties in those first few weeks, at one of which Lydia inevitably met a guy. I'd known the girl since we were in diapers, so I fully anticipated her having a boyfriend by the end of September. His name was Mike, and he wasn't anything special, just your standard frat pledge douche canoe. After about a month on campus, the novelty of college started wearing off. Lydia and I found our stride, and we spent more weekends studying than drinking. Midterms were coming up in a couple weeks, and I was determined to maintain a 4.0 throughout my freshman year. One night in early October, I was woken by a loud, grinding sound. I sat up in bed and strained to hear it again. Lydia was also wide awake and listening. Bang! WTF, she mouthed to me. It wasn't unusual for there to be noise in the hallway since other people came in at all hours of the night. But this sound had definitely come from the next door. Corner room. A grind.
Is that? Yeah. That's the window next door.
At Lydia's insistence, we kept our window closed at all times. However, there was no mistaking the sound of the window in room 733 being opened and closed again at regular intervals. Slam.
Who's in there?
Lydia shrugged.
Is someone fucking with us? Is this like initiation?
Lydia raised her eyebrow at me.
Initiation to what? I don't know, college? Maybe they're hazing the freshmen.
Grind. Opened.
Who's hazing the freshmen?
I shrugged. Slam. It shut.
Becca, I love you, but that was fucking stupid.
I threw a pillow at her.
Well, whoever it is, go tell her to knock it the fuck off. Me? I'm not risking being thrown out a window.
A grind.
Well, I'm not doing it. I'm an art major. You're a political science major. You go lay down the law. Fuck that. Then call dumb shit Beth. Is this the kind of nonsense she should deal with?
Slam.
I'm not calling her. Don't you put that evil on me. Fine. Then we'll just have to ignore it. I have class at 7:30.
Grind.
Then do something. Ugh.
Got out of bed and stomped to the door. Threw it open dramatically and went down the hall to pound on the door to room 733, which simply said, supply room.
People are trying to sleep. Please fucking stop.
Said when there was no answer. Slam.
Dude, seriously.
I stepped back from the door and immediately noticed a problem. Room 733 was padlocked shut from the outside. Hurried back to my room.
What happened? I'm not going anywhere near that fucking room again. It's locked from the outside. I don't know how anybody could have gotten in there. So, you're saying it's a spooky ghost? No, I'm saying there's creepy creepy shit going on inside a room colloquially called the room.
Lydia scoffed and rolled over to go back to sleep.
You should have been a drama major.
We didn't hear the window next door again that night, but the next morning you could clearly see from the outside that both windows in the corner room were now wide open.
It's kind of fun.
It is fun. This feels like a scary story you hear around campus.
I always like the dialogue C.K. Walker writes too.
It's very pulpy,
very natural.
Yeah. It feels, a lot of it feels like kind of, well, we talked about with Deep Woods, where it feels very like coming of age a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think there's even like two college freshmen kind of vibe. Is I like the back and forth between them so far, and like I said, these little bitches got fangs. I like it. Also, nice deal. Art major, political science major, leftist scum. Kidding, believe that
again. No, you have to leave that one in there. You're leaving that one in there. It reminds me of just like little story, like around campus. We always had, there were so many ghost stories where I went to college at. Be like, oh, if you go to this building and you go at night, you can, if you have a Ouija board, you can talk to the ghost of so-and-so and stuff like that. I remember one night we went around campus to all like the spots and played with Ouija boards.
We, at my school, we had like, there was supposedly like this, it's called the like Beatty House Ghost, and it was always like a thing where it's like a liberal arts building kind of thing, but it was like an old house. So especially like the person who first lived there was roaming the halls. So yeah, I feel like at every college there's always like one building or one area that has some kind of this place. Granted, I've never heard of someone being like, this is the room.
Yeah. Well, we had some dark ones at art because my college, before it was built, the area was a Civil War battleground or like an encampment or something. So like by both sides of different parts, like Union and Confederate. So most of the ghost stories revolved around that. Like, oh, there was like, this was the sick bay where all the soldiers died. So you can hear them moaning or whatever. But there was one building on campus that was a sanitarium right after the war. That had caught on fire and burned down, and then they rebuilt the building on like the old foundation. So all the ghost stories, they were like, yeah, if you go to like 2 a.m. and like a janitor was there and he just saw women on fire everywhere. It's like, well, that's pretty.
Yeah,
that's kind of
I'm sure that I would love to hear other people if someone has anything as intense as like room.
I don't think
like a title is pretty crazy.
Just room.
Can you imagine if it was like the anal cottage?
What's that
on
one?
Campus?
You're
like, what?
There's that meme that goes around all the time.
I believe that.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
No, what did he say?
No. Yeah.
It's like that meme that's going around where like someone modded Left 4 Dead to where all the stores say evil ass building.
I haven't seen that meme.
Okay, all right, well, it's pretty funny. It was on the Creepcast subreddit. Yeah, everyone made jokes about that being Baraska, evil ass building.
The shiny gentleman kind of thing. Yeah. Anyways, like it so far. Kind of like a little Scooby-Doo vibe.
It's
to
fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
I watched the windows on room 733 for an entire week, but they remained open. Occasionally at night, I thought I could hear a noise next door, like marbles dropping and rolling across the floor. Since it never woke Lydia up, I didn't bother to say anything. One afternoon, I was alone in the dorm editing notes on my laptop. I had my headphones in, but the music wasn't loud enough to cover the noise of someone knocking on the door.
Come in,
I said without looking up from the screen. A moment went by, and then I heard the knocking again. I jerked my earbuds out and slammed the laptop closed. I turned around.
Come.
What the? The door to the hallway was wide open. I left it open on purpose since Ian, a junior I was dating, was supposed to be stopping by. I heard the knocking again from behind me and literally jumped out of my chair. It had come from the other side of the room. The closet door. It was the closet that shared a wall with room 733.
Lydia, you are not fucking funny.
Nothing.
Lydia, I swear to God, I will punch you in the face.
Silence. I walked over to the closet door and grasped the handle.
Lydia, you're a fucking what?
Her voice came from the doorway behind me. I let go of the doorknob and stumbled back, wide-eyed. Lydia threw her stuff on the bed and turned to me, crossing her arms.
I'm a fucking what? I thought you were hiding in the closet. What? Why? Because someone was knocking on the door. Jesus, Becca.
Lydia rubbed her forehead and walked over to the closet, throwing open the door. There was nothing there but clothes and boxes. She made a swipe of her arm as if to say, what now?
I swear, Becca, there's no one in here. I know what I heard.
We glared at each other until our little standoff was interrupted by the timely arrival of Ian. He immediately sensed the tension in the room.
Hi, ladies. What's new?
Gave my roommate a hostile look.
There's strange shit is going on in that room next door, but that's not new. Which room? 735 or the empty one? The empty one. 733. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the room. Right. We heard about the deaths.
I sat down on my bed.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. 3 all in one dorm room. 3?
Lydia raised her eyebrow.
We were told there were just 2. Well, there were a couple in the 70s, and then some guy about 10 years ago, he just jumped out the window.
Lydia and I both shuddered. Although she was much worse, we were both terrified of heights. Falling death was about the worst thing I could think of.
I will admit that 3 guys in the same dorm room is fucking disturbing.
Lydia said in an apologetic tone.
I heard that's something. Yeah, I heard there's something in that room. Like what? No one knows. But every year someone has a new theory. Usually right around Halloween something gets published in the campus paper. Whatever is in there, though, it ain't friendly. So has anyone ever killed themselves in the neighboring rooms like this one? No, just 733. I was surprised when they were opening the North Hall this year. They told us we're the biggest incoming freshman class in like 20 years. I heard that too. You know you could request a room change, right?
Ian sat down on the bed next to me and I leaned against his shoulder.
Yeah, but they wouldn't keep us together. Becca and I have been best friends for 15 years. We can't room with other people. So should we just keep living here next to Satan?
Glanced at the closet door again. Lydia shrugged.
At least we'll have some stories to tell after graduation. These aren't the kind of stories I want to tell.
A few days later, Lydia began to believe my closet story. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone whispering. Looked over at Lydia, who was already staring at me with wide eyes. She slowly brought a finger to her lips. I listened intently, trying to hear what the voice was saying and where it was coming from, but I couldn't understand even one word. Got out of my bed and tiptoed over to Lydia's. The whispering was definitely louder over there, but then she shared a wall with room 733. I listened harder. Never taken mouths of fools. What the hell? Lydia leaned over and put her ear up to the wall. The whispers suddenly stopped and I leaned closer. Suddenly there was a loud bang from the other side. Lydia immediately recoiled and clutched her ear in pain. Someone was in there. Suddenly, more angry than scared, I again threw open our door and stomped over to the supposedly empty supply room. I banged on the door loudly, not caring who else I woke up at this point.
Are you fucking kidding me? This shit isn't funny anymore. Come out of that fucking room, you asshole.
Silence. And then the doorknob started to turn. I don't know what I'd expect to happen, but it wasn't that. I backed up so far from the door that I ran into the opposite wall. When the handle had turned all the way down, something started to push from the other side. The door groaned loudly, but the locks held. I held my breath until the pressure on the door subsided and the handle slowly returned to its normal position. I noticed Lydia peeking her head out from the room. She held up her hands as if to say, "What happened?"
Someone thinks they're funny.
I answered her out loud. She shook her head and disappeared back into our room. I knelt down on the floor and brought my head down to the carpet, peering under the door crack. It was the first time I had seen into the corner room. 733 was definitely a supply closet. There were chairs stacked along one wall and bed frames along the other. A few rotting mattresses were piled under one of the windows, and a thick layer of dust covered everything in the room. The windows were absolutely huge, which was something you couldn't really tell by looking up at the building. They were open as always, and I could definitely see how someone could easily climb through them to the outside ledge. The room didn't look like it had been disturbed in a couple of decades, which sent a shudder racking through my body. The moonlight, which had been providing enough light to see into the room, suddenly vanished. I saw only pitch black inside. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my night vision. I squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them, a large yellow eye was looking back at me, only a few inches away from my face on the other side of the door. I screamed, woke up half the dorm. That's good. I like that. That's fun, classic. I'm looking through, something covers up, it's a yellow eye looking back at me.
Yeah, it feels very much like a little like campfire story right now.
Yeah. This is 100% like scared the kiddos kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which also, this reminds me, have you heard that the whole campus pisser story thing going around right now, like the trend? So I don't know where it started, but apparently on some university, a guy may, like say for example, it was like Kansas University. He made a TikTok account that was like the Kansas Pisser. So he's on campus at night going to different like places around and just peeing on stuff. So it's like statue middle, and he like takes the camera. He's like in the middle of like a intersection or something, just pees on it. Or like going up to like cars and dorm rooms and stuff. And it's spread. My small private college I went to has one. And it's like all the places I know. And it's just some guy.
So just all these campuses just have pissers now?
Yes. Most of them have dedicated pissers. Who are like,
would you rather be haunted or know that your entire campus is covered in pee?
Haunted. That's more enjoyable. It's more understandable.
Everywhere you touch is just dirty piss.
Yeah,
it's definitely the kind of piss too, where you're definitely dehydrated.
What's funny about the one at the school I went to is like the faculty have made posts where they're like, whoever's find this is going to be immediately faced with like, academic probation, blah, blah, blah.
I got to go pledge. I'll be right back.
I hesitantly made an appointment, and Lydia and I met with a small, cleanly dressed kid named Craig and 4 of his colleagues the following Tuesday. We told them everything we could remember, every incident, no matter how small. Craig and the 4 other members of the Paranormal Society sat quietly and took notes for half an hour. It wasn't until we finished that anyone spoke.
Is it all? Yes. Would you mind waiting out in the hall for a few minutes so that I may confer with my colleagues? Sure. Whatever you need.
Lydia smiled indulgently and stood up.
Whatever you need.
The door had barely shut behind us when Lydia snorted and rolled her eyes.
Let's go. Go where? Are you serious? Lydia, come on. We need help. I'm freaking out. We haven't stayed one night in our dorm since Thursday, so this isn't something we can just brush off. Okay, let's hear what they have to say. Then we can go to the resident service and check out our move request.
We loitered out in the hallway for another 15 minutes before Craig came out and asked us to come back and take a seat. With all the pomp and circumstance of a meeting of Parliament, Craig cleared his throat and made his diagnosis. This is time for Hunter to lock in. This is a slow fastball straight down center plate. Bases loaded.
What you're dealing with, ladies, is a very angry ghost.
And the crowd goes wild.
Is that your professional opinion, Craig?
Lydia said. I shot her a look.
Pretty much. A vengeful spirit. A spirit?
I very much doubted that that's what we were dealing with.
Yeah.
Answered one of the not Craigs.
That goes to the layperson.
God, fuck this guy. Jesus Christ.
Lydia groaned and rubbed her temples. Mistaking Lydia's frustration with despair, Craig rushed right into his speech.
Don't be afraid, ladies. We're going to take care of you. It's true that spirits can be quite a headache if you don't know how to exercise them, which is why it's good you came to us. It's almost always result in angry ghost. They need revenge.
Revenge on whom?
On other students. Perhaps his particular spirit was bullied into taking his own life, and now he seeks to torment others. Listen, we can take care of this for you right away. All we ask is a small donation to the society. We honestly didn't realize that room was having this much activity. It's really very exciting. Great, well, thank you for your time.
Lydia said as she grabbed my hand and pulled me out of my chair.
Do you want to set something up for this weekend? Tell you what, we'll call you.
I think it's hilarious that the Campus Paranormal Research Society did not realize the demon room was throwing
we had
open
some
doors and
inkling.
stuff.
We had some inkling of the spirit, but we didn't realize that it was that busy. We didn't realize that there was this much paranormal phenomenon occurring in that room.
They're on the other side of campus with like EMFs, like, I'm getting a reading. And then behind them in the distance, the windows are like, bom, 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 bom.
If only there was something that could really put us on the map. Better not check the suicide room. We'll keep being in the cafeteria for now.
I want to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Turtle Beach. Things don't always age well, like my chair that died, but some things, like Turtle Beach, age great. When I was 12 years old, playing on an Xbox 360, Turtle Beach was the brand to get, and I'm happy to tell you that in 2025, they're still the brand that continues to deliver high-quality sound and comfortable functionality. And since they sent me a pair of their Stealth 700s, I haven't taken them off. These are, without exaggeration, the best headphones I've ever owned. For one, I always had wired headphones because I didn't like dealing with battery life, but the Stealth 700s have 80 hours of runtime per charge. And honestly, I think it may be a bit longer than that. I use them all day while I'm watching videos or recording or doing podcasts, and then at night I use them to play video games with friends. And not only are they higher quality headphones than I've been using, but I forget these things aren't wired because I don't have to charge them for so long. As a matter of fact, since I've moved to this location, I have only charged them one time. And as someone who has to wear headphones for work and games with friends, having something that's so comfortable and the battery lasts so long that I forget it's wireless and I forget I have them on means a lot. They're also the industry's first ever cross-play dual wireless system, meaning instead of putting up with the hassle of Bluetooth or other wireless connections, you just get this little USB port that you plug into the computer and the wireless headset connects directly to that. And what's cool is you can have two of them, so one can go to your computer, the other to your laptop or Xbox, and all you have to do is press a button to switch between one or the other. And on top of it, it also has Bluetooth if you want to just connect it to your phone. I can't recommend Turtle Beach enough, and if you want to get in on their stuff like the Stealth 700, then now's the perfect time. That's because if you head to the link in the description at turtlebeach.com and use the discount code CREEPCAST, you will be able to get 10% off your entire order. That is right, 10% off. It can be the Stealth 700s or anything else you want from them. Again, just head to turtlebeach.com and use the code CREEPCAST, and then after you order, they'll ask who sent you, so if you could say us, it would really mean a lot. So get in on it while you can. Thank you to Turtle Beach for sponsoring the show. Their link will be in the description. We are now back to the episode. Lydia hurried me out of the room wearing a weary look, and we didn't speak again until we were almost to the admin building.
That was a waste of time. Look, I'm not disagreeing with you, but Becca, tell me you didn't honestly buy into that. So, you don't think that it's I
was having trouble even saying the word. It sounds so ridiculous.
Ghost? I don't fucking know. I mean, but neither do they. That guy had no idea what the fuck he was talking about.
Pulled my hood lower over my eyes as we stepped into line at the resident service desk.
Let me put this away. They're playing Ghostbusters and we're living in the fucking Exorcist. Fine. Then what do you want to do? Just keep sleeping at Mike and Ian's until we get reassigned? I just want this to end.
Lydia crossed her arms and stared straight ahead. We all wanted this to end. Even if living next to that room wasn't scary, it sure as hell distracting.
All right, well, I mean, you're probably safe during daylight hours, so as long as we don't spend nights there, we should be okay. Our room is only ghost adjacent after all, and our new assignments will come through it soon.
Checked my watch.
Fuck, it's almost 2. Shit, really? I gotta go. Mike got accepted into Sigma Chi, and he's getting initiated today. Oh yeah, I forgot he rushed.
The girl at the desk waved us forward. I didn't even realize we'd reached the front of the line.
Let me know what they say.
Lydia says she ran out the door. I will say those people always annoy me when like there's something going on. It's like, well, what do we do? What do we do? And some person's like, I just want to do it. It's like, okay.
I just want this to be over.
that drives me up a wall every time. Or like, well, where do you want to go eat? We could get Mexican, we could get Chinese. I just want to eat. I didn't think of that.
There's nothing I hate more in any social situation. Like legitimately, this is one of my biggest pet peeves is when I do. What are you feeling? Anything will do.
Oh my gosh.
No one has an opinion ever on anything. It's just literally, that's why I like Nick, because Nick will literally just be like, chicken sandwich? It doesn't matter. And then he will always suggest it. He'll want to be like, I don't care. He'll always do, chicken sandwich? Every time. It was just lovely.
Like a middle
Because so many times
schooler.
I'll have guests come over and I'll be like, what are you feeling? Just anything. Whatever you want. I'm fine with anything.
Whatever you say. Whatever you want to have. Hunter to friends that stay at his house. Hunter to people he cares about and invites into his home.
That's what I do. My shadow's on the wall at night. The fucking room my friend's staying is going to be the fucking suicide. 733 is on the door.
I have heard some weird noises in your house at night.
I have never actually heard anything.
Everyone who is like Justin, everyone who has stayed at your house has like heard a weird thing. At least like friends.
They're not happy with you. Me and Allison, I haven't heard literally even a mouse.
Maybe they're afraid of you.
It's that calm and quiet. It's so silent that it's so painfully loud. The silence is so painfully loud.
Justin said he heard like chains and like someone moaning. That was just Hunter upstairs holding chains. Like,
that was me.
Meanwhile, downstairs, me and Justin are doing like the Scooby-Doo, like run. I'm holding him.
Light as a feather, stiff as a board. Light as a feather, stiff as a board. I'm floating, dude. I'm floating. That's what happened.
Yeah. That's your house. Yeah.
Yeah.
The girl at the desk eyed me suspiciously as I approached.
Hi, you're the girl trying to move out of 734 in Riley, aren't you?
She caught me off guard.
Yeah, one of them. I mean, how'd you know?
Sorry, I overheard you. I was just saw your fall across my desk a few days ago, and I gotta ask, why are you looking to transfer rooms exactly?
I was tired. I was beaten down. I didn't have the energy to think of a lie.
Because shit is going on in an empty room next door, and it's really freaking us out. Noises, whispers, knocking. The other night I saw someone. You saw someone? Yeah. In room 733? Yeah, I looked under the door and there was definitely someone in there.
Girl narrowed her eyes at me for a moment, then nodded for no particular reason.
Well, your rooms aren't ready yet, but I've pushed them through as a priority. For right now, though, you're stuck. There just isn't anywhere else to put you.
I sighed. Figured as much.
I'm Alice. And look, I've actually done a lot of research on the Riley cards, and I can help you. Or at the very least, offer some insight. Really? Absolutely. I'm in Taylor Hall, room 310, and I'll be back in my dorm by 4 today. Thanks. We just came from the Paranormal Society on campus. Ugh, say no more. Yeah, so I'll definitely see you at 4. Great.
Alice said and smiled.
Is this going to be like a whole fucking Hereditary thing where you think that it's a person who's like, oh, I can help you, and all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, by the way, That was my boyfriend who jumped, and I've been trying to get back with his spirit.
I've been trying to like give him a vessel all of a sudden. That would literally be hereditary.
Or yeah, exactly. I'm trying to get a vessel for you, and you have a rockin' bod, and I think you'd be perfect. So what size is your titty cups again?
She's trying to get out. It's a girl behind the desk.
Yeah.
So she's trying to get a female body for her boyfriend.
No, she's a lesbian.
Okay. You said boyfriend.
Well, yeah, I messed it up.
The story's now changed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Continue.
What titty size cup are you again? D?
Okay.
Whoa.
I was like,
Bingo was his name.
When you paused after one size, I'm like, am I supposed to participate here?
What size? D? Hi-oh. Bingo was his name.
I like how the side tangent is you fantasizing about being a lesbian with an attractive
B-I-N-G-O. Bingo was his name. Touching. Why are you doing all this? No reason.
Sometimes you look like a Sesame Street Muppet.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
The control you have over your face, like the expressions you make are so...
I'm not a puppet, I'm a man.
You got heated over that quick, like immediately.
I'm not a puppet, I'm a man. Okay? B-I-N-G-O is being his name.
You have the biggest eyes of anyone I've ever met.
What?
Your eyes.
Even hairy. I got hairy too.
Huge. Your eyes are huge. Like when you're standing close.
You look
to
like a Russian
large.
nesting doll.
What does that mean? What do you even mean by that?
Google, pull up an image of a Russian nesting doll right now. That's what you look like.
I know what one looks like, but how does that relate to me?
It's the face that you make. It's the face and the contortion that you do. It's the way that you present yourself.
Right now?
Yeah.
What about me is contorted?
Black, soulless eyes.
Oh.
And then really no emotion on the face, just this. And I expect that I could go up to you, I could pop off your half, and there'd be an even smaller version of you on the inside doing this. And I would just be like, and keep doing it. You just get smaller and smaller until there was one that was like this big. You just like this. That's what I expect. And I do. I do that.
Wow, bro.
And I keep putting back on until it's just.
Wow, dude, you got me. good roast, bro.
That's not a roast. I'm just saying.
Absolutely flamed me. With that
you know
one.
what?
Great
Russian
job,
nesting doll. I stand by it.
What's that even? Okay.
Also, it's not a roast, Isaiah. That's just what I think.
You just think I'm a Russian nesting doll.
So
that's the most bizarre, like out of the lip thing.
Also, were you roasting me by saying that I have the largest eyes you've ever seen?
No,
because I thought that was just an observation.
It was an observation, but I was more so
that's
saying
what I was doing too.
That's part of the reason you look so expressionate. You can control your expression so well. You have big features that you can like manipulate easily.
I think you look like a Russian nesting doll.
See, that one has some malice. There's no.
In what way? It's my opinion.
I said you look like a Muppet because like you could make these like bizarre facial expressions, which makes sense because you're a comedian and a personality and stuff like that. So if anything, it was a compliment. You just looked at me and you're like, you look like a Russian doll. No. What do I do with that?
No,
what does that even mean?
Russian nesting doll.
Yeah, I was here. I remember.
Well, you said Russian doll.
Okay. What am I supposed to get out of that? There's a little me inside of me, and then a slightly smaller me inside of me.
I think it was is that actually I unconsciously thought that there was layers to you. I guess I was wrong.
I was early to Taylor, but then so was she. I told her story for the second time that day, and Alice wasn't afraid to interrupt with questions, though her queries didn't betray her thoughts. When I was finished, she leaned back in her chair and sighed deeply.
I can't believe it. I'd always heard rumors, but I honestly doubted any of it was true. I can assure you, everything I've told you is absolutely true. And how is it now when you're there? We aren't ever there at night, but during the day we've heard some scratching on the wall, but really quiet whispering, and sometimes we still hear the window opening and closing. in broad fucking daylight. However, every time I look up from the street, the windows to 733 are open.
Oh, it's nodding.
Well, for the record, I don't think you're in any danger. As much as it sucks, you guys are simply a casualty. You just need to stay out of room 733.
I snorted.
You want to snort?
You're doing the voice lines.
Are you kidding me? I'd never go in there.
He's looking at me like, you're going to snort? It's like, no, it's not my job.
I don't know. I believe that you believe that.
He's having a breakdown. I don't know. He got a little tired a minute ago. And since then the lines have been like,
honestly, you know what I think it is because I feel so defeated about the Russian nesting doll thing that he thought that was an insult.
It was before that, for one.
I never said it was a bad thing, did I?
I
never said it was a bad thing.
Did it hurt your feelings?
You know what? I think it did.
It hurt your feelings that you called me a Russian nesting doll, and I said that I just asked what the insult was.
No. You know what you did? You looked at me. You said, you did. Good burn.
Because I insulted your
my observation. My observation.
But if it wasn't meant as a roast, then it wasn't an insult. I was wrong in thinking it was supposed to be one.
Well, then I want an apology
for thinking.
Yeah, for saying that I thought that you thought that I was roasting you.
No, I'm not giving you that. I'm not giving you that at all.
Well, for the record, I don't think you're in any danger. As much as it sucks, you guys simply are casualty. You just need to stay out of room 733.
I snorted.
Are you kidding?
Did you reset just so you can snort again?
It's a very natural read. Are you kidding? I'd never go in there. I believe that you believe that. But this thing, whatever it is, it's tricky, manipulative, a liar, and it's smarter than you. I'll try not to be offended by that. That was very millennial code, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try not to be offended by that.
Yeah.
Nah.
Checkmate, ghost.
You shouldn't be. What do you think it is? Something very old and something very evil.
I regarded her skeptically, then let my eyes wander around the room. I hadn't really noticed the decor before, but to say Alice had an interest in the occult was an understatement. There's just like a giant Baphomet statue and like pentagrams everywhere.
How long have you had that? It's like a gargoyle that's like this.
It's like the giant, it's doing the like as above, so below thing. And she's like,
Is this evil? Am I an evil place?
Is this a bad place? This is the other room, is it?
What do you call it? Is this room? Is this one room, Fesley? I want to kill myself. I'm looking around this room, I want to kill myself. That's her looking around. Okay. I'm looking around the room, I want to kill myself. No, this isn't the room. I'm going to kill myself in this room.
I'm going to do it anyway.
This
is maybe the second room.
Everything, everywhere's a room. Walgreens down the street room. Where am I at? I can't see any situation where I would be compelled to enter that room. I know. But you have to be prepared that there may come a time when you have to make a decision about entering that room. Because what you're dealing with, it's already killed 5 people.
I like how the number just keeps going up.
2 more people.
2 more people.
Do you think that means that the people that are entering their lives are lying to them?
No, I think if this girl's done research, she probably just knows about 2 more deaths.
5? I thought it was 3. Yeah, well, not everyone's inclined to do the level of research that I do. Let's see. There was Ellen Burnham in 1961.
Can you give her like a feminine version of like the, actually.
All right, so pretty much this. Yeah, well, not everyone is inclined to do that level of research that I do. Let's see. There was Ellen Burnham in 1961. She jumped out the window. She was the very first. And then Tad Collinsworth in 1963. He jumped too.
Melissa Quigg in 1975. She hung herself. Edwin Murphy in 1979. She jumped. And then Everett Douston in 1992. He hung himself. 5 suicides? How could the university still let people live in there? They don't, apparently. That's why it's a pie womb. And back then? Well, every few years, once everyone who would remember the head well, I can't do that.
Is it too much? Is it too powerful?
It's
good.
too powerful.
It's a good voice.
Well, every few years, once everyone who would remember that he had once everyone, well.
Are you okay?
I'm not good at reading.
No, it's not that. You're just take a minute, take a breather.
Well, every few years, once everyone who would remember had graduated, the room would be reassigned. This is before the internet. You know, the incoming freshmen were clueless. But after that last one, Eric Douston, they closed the entire North Hall on the 7th floor and built more rooms onto the South Hall. So, what does it want? Chaos, death, souls. Who knows? No one even knows what it is. So what do we do know? We know that it's somehow bound to that room, though it seems to have minimal influence just outside of it. We know that everyone who's ever died was alone at the time. And we know that it's a trickster. That's what we know.
It wasn't enough.
Why do you think they do it? The victims?
I nodded.
All I know is what's rumored to be in the evidence files. All the suicides were found with pictures of or writings that were considered unspeakable at the time. They contained horrible, evil things that would make you physically sick to read or see, they say. And these people, they draw them, they wrote that stuff? Yup. Whatever's in that room drove them mad. That's fucking terrifying. Have you guys considered getting somebody to bless the room? Jesus? Is that her being like, Jesus Christ?
I think it's an exclamation. If there's no question mark and nothing, she's like, Jesus? Like God?
So she means Jesus. Yeah. Well, you'll have a hard time getting him, but perhaps some other sort of holy person.
That was almost a bear trap on accident that you pulled off.
God? Should I have God bless the room?
You're in some mood right now.
No, I mean, Jesus, you're talking about an exorcism? Maybe. The rumor in the 70s was that this all started with a Ouija board game gone wrong in 1961. Really? That shit's made by Hasbro. Not in the 60s, it wasn't. Anyway, it's just a rumor. The only person on campus who would know is Tom Moeen, an admin. I've tried to talk to him before, but he refuses to see me. Did he go here in 1961? Yes. And he was staying in Riley. We need to talk to him. I need to know what the fuck is happening, or I won't be able to live the rest of my life as a well-adjusted person. I suppose we could try to chase him down on campus. Can we talk to him tomorrow? We can try.
Mr. Moeen wouldn't see us that day or the next. We tried to catch him on his lunch hour, and then again while he was leaving work, but he got around us every time. It was soon clear that the old man was actively avoiding us. Lydia and I had seen little of each other since we continued to sleep in other dorms. I went back to our room twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Usually the other room was silent, but that didn't make me feel better. I could always sense something on the other side of the wall, somehow watching me. Felt like the calm before the storm. Thursday before Halloween, I came back to the dorm to shower in the evening, much later than usual. I'd seen Lydia that afternoon, and she'd informed me that she had enough clothes stored at Mike's to last until graduation, so I knew I'd be there alone. I showered down the hall in the safety of the bathrooms and then walked back to my room to change. I was supposed to meet Ian in half an hour to head out to a party, and I wanted to get out of here as quick as possible. Since the silence was unnerving me, I threw my iPod on the docking station and turned up AC/DC.
Why does she introduce ACD?
Loves ACDC. Absolutely loves it.
Highway to Hell? Why the fuck not?
Yeah, what's it? Why not? They turn it up.
Yeah.
Are you women?
That's
no,
Shoot to
Thrill. Shoot to Thrill. You're right. How's Highway to Hell start? Thank you. Oh,
I'll take it on the one-way ride. No stoplights. Speed limit. I'm gonna get there too. Come on the highway to hell. Highway to hell. Highway to hell.
He's like,
no, stop it!
Yeah, you know, the more we read C.K. Walker, the more I find her endearing. Just like
you haven't found her endearing before.
Well, I've always thought she was like when we started the show. Baraska was like the scariest story I've ever read. You know, when I was younger. But it's like not really the tropes, but like the commonalities I see continue are like they're nice. Like the fact that she brings up AC/DC.
I would say a lot of her stories are very playful.
Yeah, very playful.
You know, I think that there's like a very almost like a fantastical charm to them.
Yeah.
I think a lot of them do not take themselves super seriously.
No,
with the dialogue, it must have like there's always like some.
No, which was the biggest problem I had with Baraska 5. That I feel like a lot of it was.
We don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah, but I got dressed and then stood in front of the mirror to dry my hair. I flipped my head over and blow dried upside down to try and give my hair some volume. When I flipped my head back up and shut off the blow dryer, I immediately noticed the silence in the room. That wasn't all I noticed. I wasn't in my dorm anymore. Behind me was reflected the dusty bed frames and large open windows of room 733. I spun around in a panic to find that I was actually standing in my own room. Looked back at the mirror to see that 733 still reflected there. Slight movement behind me was all it took to make me run. I grabbed my purse and phone and I fled from my room, slamming the door behind me. On the elevator ride down, I called Alice.
I can't do it anymore.
I said when she picked up.
I can't go back to that room again. I can't ever go back.
What happened?
I told her.
Jesus, what do you want to do?
I need to talk to someone who knows what the fuck is going on. Is Tom Moen the only person we know was here in 1961?
The only one I know of. Maybe we can get him on his way in tomorrow morning. We'll just corner him and refuse to move until he tells us something. He comes in at 6:30, according to the schedule I have. He wanted to meet me outside the Starbucks in the atrium.
Fuck yeah, I do. I have class at 7:30, but I'll blow it off.
Okay, see you then.
I wasn't usually much for parties, but I was glad I was going to one that night. As soon as we got there, I asked Ian to get me a drink. Since I wasn't always much of a drinker, he gave me a raised eyebrow, gave him a brief synopsis of what happened earlier, hoping he wouldn't think I was crazy. Ian made me a scotch and coke. It was the first of many. Around midnight, I went to have a cigarette and checked my phone. I had a voicemail from Lydia left at 11:04 p.m.
Hey, Becca, listen, I had a huge fucking fight with Mike. I guess his friend decided that for Halloween this year, all the new brothers have to spend the night in the suicide room. In our dorm. I can't fucking take it. He knows what's been going on with us, and he still agreed to do this. He's now trying to convince me that Sigma Chi is behind all this stuff that's been going on in 733, because they've been trying to drum up buzz for their Halloween deal. I can't.
I hit end and threw my phone in my bag. No wonder Lydia was pissed. This was not good. Not good at all. I found Ian inside and asked him to take me home. I was suddenly very stressed, very tired, and very drunk. When the alarm went off at 6 a.m., took everything I had to pull myself out of bed. I got dressed in the clothes I wore the night before and shuffled my way across campus to the atrium. Alice was already there with a black coffee in hand.
I figure you need this.
What the what? What?
That's how she laughed.
What?
I figure you need this.
Where did that voice come from? What is this performance you're putting on?
Because I know it's going to sound weird, but I tried doing the girl voice, so it's like, I figure you need this.
Just say, I figured you need this.
It's how she laughed.
Okay, when have you ever put that much emphasis on a laugh mid-sentence?
Okay, I figure you need this. How'd you know? Your text. I texted you last night? Yeah, at about 1. You told me about Sigma Chi.
Sigma Chi. You told me about Sigma Chi.
It's not Sigma.
oh God, yeah.
It's Sigma Chi, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You talking about Sigma Chi?
This little mouse.
Did you say Chi?
Sigma Chi.
You told me about Sigma Chi.
It's so close to the laptop.
I can't read it.
He's like all the way.
Oh God, yeah. Oh God, yeah.
I pushed my sunglasses higher up my nose and pulled He's leaned all the way into the laptop, waiting for the next line to come.
I have to be prepared. I'm a professional. This is my life now with this fucking laptop.
I pushed my sunglasses higher up my nose and pulled my hood lower over my eyes.
These guys are idiots. Remember how I told you that's crafty? What if the point of messing with you was to make 733 provocative? You know, to seduce people into going inside? No one has been in that room for years. Can you imagine how hungry that thing is? Do you think they're really at risk?
I asked as I sat down on the steps to the admin building.
Yeah, in fact, the only thing they have going for them is that those suicide victims were alone in the room of their deaths. So it'll be less powerful with all them there. Theoretically, we would know a lot more if we knew what it was. And we can't know what it is without knowing how it got here. And that's why we need Moen. What time is it supposed to get here? Actually, 20 minutes ago.
It was another half hour before we resigned ourselves to the fact that Mr. Moen had snuck around us as usual. We went to the front office hoping to beg again for an appointment with him anyway. The woman at the admin desk regarded us coldly.
Tom isn't coming in today, or any other day for that matter. He quit yesterday. Looks like you won't be harassing him anymore. We weren't harassing him. We just desperately needed to talk to him. We still do. Well, you won't get any of his personal information from me.
What? So this guy is like, these students of mine won't leave me alone.
I mean, he's like
I'm going to quit my job.
He's like going around campus. He's like, oh. He's like going around just like, what the fuck, man? Oh, God.
To the degree his secretary's like, yeah, you can't bother him no more.
And guess what?
Like,
you
it
won't
made
harass him
sense
anymore.
to her that he would quit his job to not talk to
you
two
realize you're a
students.
tenured professor, right?
I would 100% assume that he was having an affair with them.
Yeah,
100%.
Not here.
Yeah, I quit. Don't let them talk to me. Yeah.
Do not touch me. Do not touch me. What the fuck do we do now? Without Tom Moen, there's nothing left to do. Alice, fuck. I can't go back into that room. Well, then I guess it's good your transfers came through. They did? Yep. I got the notice when I checked my work email this morning. You're going to the Morton and Lydia's going to Tinsley. Oh, thank God. I thought you'd be happy about that. I also convinced my boss not to assign anyone else to room 734. Thank fuck. The only thing is you won't be able to move until Monday. I can't last through the weekend, especially now that the end is in sight. I have to tell Lydia.
I opened my phone to pull up Lydia's number, but my attention was caught by the red 1 badge over the voicemail logo. I hit play. It was the rest of the message from last night.
Even look at his dumb fucking face anymore, so I'm going to head home. Don't worry about me. I'll be okay. I'm drunk enough to sleep through any of the bullshit from next door. I'm just so fucking pissed off right now. I'd rather Ozzy deal with dumb shit than Michael. My parents must be siblings because of that fucking retarded Vincent. Let's hang out tomorrow. Love you.
CK Walker really come through that. Michael, my parents must be siblings because I'm that fucking retarded Benson's a pole.
That's crazy.
God damn.
Drop my word.
CK wasn't really holding back on that motherfucker.
No.
God damn.
The message ended.
God damn it.
Alice gave me a questioning look.
Lydia spent the night in our dorm.
Alice cringed.
She's safe though, right?
As long as she doesn't go into... She cringed. She's safe though, right?
Did she become like Kermit the Frog all at once?
Yeah, that's more of Jesus Christ. She's safe though, right?
She's safe though, right?
As long as she doesn't go into 733, she won't.
I thought of the always open large windows in the corner room. If nothing else, the mere thought of those would keep Lydia the hell out of that room.
Good. Well, since we have nothing else to do you want to go look for theology books in the library? It's pretty much the only thing open right now. Sure.
Would it be in a theology book? Also, Alice has done all this research, but she hasn't gone to the library.
Also, I'm like, if you want to go look at theology books, no.
Yeah, it's like, we're reading about Odin and Jesus. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to help.
You want to go look at theology books? It's the only thing open right now. No. No, I don't.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks for asking. That's unbelievable. Even though, to be fair, CK Walker did give us the pass.
Did she? Is that how that works?
Kind of.
We read a character.
It's canon,
say it.
technically.
Okay.
Well, his parents are siblings.
Yeah, of course.
But also,
Bleep
I'd be
that
like,
as well.
oh, fucking Alice, the fucking terrible idea machine, or whatever.
Don't bleep that one. Leave that one.
You
in.
bleep that too.
No.
You bleep the whole thing. One long continuous beep. Beep.
The little old lady who sat behind the library's checkout desk must have been 1,000 years old. Miss Stapley's eyes were small and watery, and her skin looked like it was melting off of her skull.
Jesus fucking Christ.
My word.
It's a monster behind that desk.
Walker's been like just like the best couple characters. Still, she was nice and knowledgeable, and she sent us in the right direction for books on demonology, though she gave us a curious look as she did. There wasn't much. Read everything we could, but it either wasn't relevant or wasn't in English. We returned to her desk 30 minutes later.
Ah, do you have anything on the occult?
The occult? Ah.
Her voice trailed off.
Yes, I do. Over there to the left of the reference section.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm too hungover to use the Dewey Decimal System. I don't think that she likes the look of us.
Alice whispered as we walked away.
Or our look or our subject matter? Probably neither.
Then the hour, we were back up at her desk, having struck out again. We could tell she was getting annoyed as her eyes narrowed suspiciously at us as we approached.
Sorry, do you know where we could find something on seances or Ouija boards or...
Now listen, girls.
Miss Stapley stood up from her desk and looked over her glasses at us.
I really hope this is for class.
It is. It's not.
Alice answered simultaneously.
It's personal research.
Research? What kind of research?
Look, we're not going to mess with a Ouija board or anything.
Good.
Stapley smoothed her pleated pants and sat back down.
Because I can't have this sort of thing going on here again.
Again?
The older woman suddenly looked very uncomfortable and started fidgeting with a stack of books on her desk.
We may have something on seances and...
Mrs. Stapley, we're researching what happened in Riley in 1961, and also what's been happening there ever since.
Well, it's no secret, is it? A student committed suicide in that room. Dreadful, but not unheard of on the university campus.
5 students. But you know that, right?
Alice was suddenly talking very fast.
Because it sounds like you're well versed in this story. Please tell us how this started and we might be able to find an end to it.
Ended?
Stapley's voice became quieter but more concentrated.
Don't be so arrogant, young lady. You can't end it. People have always died in that room and they always will. There's no end to it, so you best stay away from it.
But maybe if we knew how it started, that...
It started just as you think it did. But everyone that was involved is either very old or very dead by now. Just stay away from the room. Concentrate on your studies.
I leaned over her desk.
Well, I love to, but they assigned my friend and me to the room next door. Maybe you can forget about all the suicides, but we can't. It won't fucking let us.
Young lady, I never forget.
Stapley's voice was even quieter now.
Should I?
No. I think that's where it's at.
My friend Ellen was very fast to be killed in that room. She was my very best friend. And not a night goes by. That went British there. She was a very best friend. And not a night goes by that I don't imagine her wiggling out of that tiny window.
Standing upon the cold ledge in her bare feet and jumping off the 7th floor of that building.
I'm really sorry, I didn't know.
Yes, well, these are old wounds, my dear. Now, girls, I suggest you request a room assignment, room reassignment immediately. No one should be living on the 7th floor of that building if that's all I'm going to tell you about it.
Why would she just stop there?
And I'm done.
I don't think she knows anymore beyond like there were creepy things and then it culminated with her friend killing herself.
I see.
And they'd probably be the same, like we heard a voice, we heard knocking and stuff.
Right.
Alice sighed but resigned herself to a nod. We wouldn't learn anything more here. Still, it was quite a breakthrough. At least we had some information now. Alice walked away and I made to follow her, but my feet wouldn't move. Something was bothering me. A small yet poignant word had been buried in Mrs. Stapley's story. A word that suddenly seemed very important.
Miss Stapley?
I asked the tired old woman at the desk.
Why did you refer to the windows in 733 tiny? Because I've seen the windows and they're huge. Like 5 feet tall.
Dear, you're thinking of the corner room. That's the supply closet. Room 733 is next door to that.
No, that's room 734.
Yes, well, it is now. When they built the additional rooms on the South Hall, they moved all the room numbers down.
That's fun. That's a fun twist.
Yeah.
At the end, yeah. I also like
She's alone in the room!
Yeah. I also like how there's that thing where it's like, it's tricky, it'll trick you. And then this was actually a trick I didn't see coming. When she had the voicemail from her friend, I'm like, oh, maybe the voicemail's fake or something. But I didn't think about the rooms getting switched. And it coming from the tiny windows, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's fun. Oh my God. I suddenly felt very hot and very dizzy.
That sneaky fucker.
Alice whispered next to me, her skin paling.
Lydia.
We took off across the campus at a dead run, witnessed only by the few bleary-eyed students on their way to morning classes. When Riley finally came into view, I stumbled on the pavement as my blood turned to ice. From our vantage point, we could clearly see the windows of the corner room were closed. The first and only time I had ever seen that way. The window to my room was open. We ran into the lobby, pushing past several latte-sipping, Ugg boot-wearing freshmen who had just gotten off the elevator. I hit 7 and watched the doors close more slowly than they ever had before. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing.
Alice, how the fuck did this happen? I don't know. I don't fucking know. She's been in there all night, Alice, in our room alone.
Alice shook her head but had nothing to say. When the doors finally opened on floor 7, we saw a quiet, deserted hallway. I ran toward my room with Alice right behind me. Rounding the corner, I threw open my door hoping it wasn't locked, and it wasn't. Lydia looked back at me, and for one breathless moment, a cruel glimmer of hope crossed over her tear-streaked face. But it was too late. The next second, she leaned forward so slightly that she was gone. She screamed the entire way down. Alice ran to the ledge where Lydia had been while I stood motionless. She stuck her head out of the window and looked down just as a different kind of screaming started from the bottom floor. Alice closed her hand over her mouth and pulled her head back into the room as tears of shock ran down her ghost white face. The screaming from outside got louder as more people saw what remained of my best friend on the cold pavement. I leaned back against the dresser and slumped to the floor. A falling death. Lydia never wanted a falling death. I absentmindedly picked up one of the pictures that were strewn all over the floor. It was a picture of Lydia's mother. She was dead. I picked up another picture. It was Lydia's baby sister. She was dead too. There were dozens of pictures just like it all over the floor. Lydia had been busy all night. As for the things depicted in them, I cannot tell you. Lydia was a talented artist and I only saw a few before I got sick on the floor next to me. Alice was standing in the doorway yelling something down the hall. I don't know what she was saying because all I could hear was a high-pitched whine in the room. Suddenly, a piece of paper slid out from under the crack in the closet door and glided across the floor towards me. I picked it up and studied it for a moment. This was drawn by Lydia too, but it wasn't like the others. It was a picture of the closet from my exact vantage point. In the drawing, the door was cracked and there was something looking back at me from the darkness. Put the paper down and studied the closet. The door was cracked open, just like the picture. I squinted my eyes and tried to see inside. Just as I started to distinguish the defined lines of a long face looking back at me, Alice pulled me to my feet.
We need to get out of here,
I thought I heard her say. I never went back into that room. My parents moved my things, and I spent the rest of the semester in an apartment off campus. I transferred to an out-of-state school for my spring semester and finished my degree there. Every night, I dream of Lydia pulling herself through the tiny window, shimmying out on the cold ledge, standing up and knowing there's nothing between her body and the terrifying abyss in front of her. I watch her look down several stories to the black pavement below and realize, though not accept, her terrible fate. I see the blind horror cross her familiar features. I hear her wildly pounding heart, desperately trying to race through every beat of the life she should have lived, knowing it only has mere seconds. I watch her look back at me, and I watch her fall. It's been 9 years since that night. And every fall semester for 9 years, I've called resident services to see which dorms are open for new student assignments. Riley's always open. 7th floor is closed. This year, life and work got in the way, and I called much later than usual. I was put on hold immediately.
Resident services.
The man finally answered.
Were you the one asking about the open rooms in Riley?
Yes, that's me.
We're entirely filled up and there's a waiting list for Riley. But as it happens, you actually have great timing. Made no promises, but we may be able to get you in. We just got approval this morning.
Approval for what?
We're opening up the 7th floor.
What a fun story. That's the end of it. That's a great little
Walker always knows
story.
how to do it.
Yeah. What a nice like haunted college room 733.
Room 733. Nice, quick characters. The build-up between the two roommates was great. I love the emphasis that she puts too of like, oh, that isn't that just a horrible way to fall, and that ends up being her fate. It's like such a nice little, and it's not dramatized. You know, it isn't drawn out. It's just a little thing. Yeah. The only thing I would say is that it's a bit too convenient. Like, you want to go look at theology books, and then you get the
they needed the excuse was like
something.
We needed them to be away to run into the library girl.
Totally.
That, so
I mean, it's still fun. Still had a great time, and also too just tragic, very fast too at the end, just kind of like a nice punch in the gut. You know?
Yeah.
Was really
just
fun.
Like she last moment something compelled her. It's like forcing her out. She has drawings of her like going to kill her family. It's like so. It's an excuse to everyone else of like, oh well, they were clearly mentally deranged, and that's why they took their own life.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like she's being forced to draw all of them, and then she has the tear-streaked face. She's about to die. It's like it possesses you almost to do it.
I like too that there just really wasn't any information on the ghost. It just is a haunting.
It just is.
It just is.
It has yellow eyes, and it came from a Ouija board. They say that's all we know.
Simply is.
Yeah, something got invited in there during a game of Ouija boards. Never left.
For a ghost story like this, that's kind of what you want to.
Yeah,
it just is. Yeah. You know, it's just it's around us. There's the idea too of the entire time of them trying to figure out why or how was the downfall of the trickery. You know what I mean? It's almost like part of the trickery was like driving you mad to be like what, like just trying to make sense of something that's completely senseless.
Yeah,
which is pretty sick.
I liked it. It was a fun little campfire story.
Yeah, it was very fun. Always can rely on C.K. Walker, can't you?
Except when it's part 5 of another story. But other than that, loved her.
I thought it was great. All in all, I mean, that was just a fun read all around. Also, I had a stroke.
You did a few times.
Multiple times.
Yeah, I don't know, because normally, not so much this time, but a lot of the time, like, it's not that bad, but you just, like, get super down on yourself about it. But this time you did both. Like, you were super down on yourself, but
it's been good lately, too. I feel like I've been really solid lately, and then now all of a sudden, I don't know why.
Can you hold the computer up so I can see what the text, how big the text is on your end? Okay, show the audience. So, have you...
Just Pornhub.
Have you considered classes?
I really don't think it's a class. I think I'm dyslexic.
Okay.
I think I'm dyslexic, and I'm trying
What's your vision?
20/20, baby.
Okay. Have you ever taken a reading comprehension test, like for dyslexia and stuff?
I don't know.
Okay.
I also just think I might just be really stupid.
You're not. That's the thing.
Well,
that's why I'm worried about you, because you're not a dumb man. You're like
just room. I want to kill myself in this room.
This is a great place to kill myself.
I want to kill myself in this room right now. That's our episode. Thank you so much for
watching us on YouTube, listening to us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, all that jazz. And of course, thank you to our awesome patrons who support the channel, get a little extra kickback on the side for content. And we will see you in the next one, guys.
We'll see you in the next one. Also, I had one bear trap. Hunter had none, so that means I won that episode.
I had one, or no, that was the last story, the Jesus one. Oh, that was Jesus in this one. I had one bear trap.
No, that doesn't count.
You said that was a bear. You said it was a bear trap.
I mockingly said it was a bear trap because the character
tone
says
was here.
Jesus, and you go Jesus. Oh wait, Jesus, and then the other character goes, I don't think you could get him.
You did, and you said, well, you kind of had a future bear trap, and I was like, that's what
I was being a little.
That's what
you know what? You get half of one. I'll give you that. So that's one
that's a
versus
full
half.
rear back of a bear trap. That is a locked leg in that bear trap.
No, mine.
Perfect timing. Look at that.
What just
light went out.
Okay, I win.
Bye.
No.
Back to Creepcast! We
the energy in you. Okay, go ahead.
We're reading some classics today. Mm-hmm. One being an all-time, some would say maybe not the Babe Ruth of creepypastas.
One of the guys that
the Barry Bonds.
Well, who's one that got kicked out for like steroids?
Yeah, Barry Bonds has been pretty heavy. The Jason Giambi.
Sure.
Armstrong.
The Mark McGuire.
Sure, man.
Of
Lance Armstrong.
The Lance Armstrong of baseball.
Well, he was the best. He was the best cyclist of all time. And just want to say that I think a little steroids didn't hurt anybody. We're reading Smile Dog along with some other stuff. Maybe the Beatles, a little Clockwork Action. I don't fucking know, but we're definitely reading Smile Dog. Arf, arf. Actually, what if you think that Smile Dog would have a what does it, Smile Dog's bark sound like?
It'd be more like a more like a what's a scary bark? Bar.
That's a scary. Sounds like a man at school getting sick. Barf. 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 I just threw up.
So we're going to be reading some of the OGs today. We've gone through a lot of the big ones. Smile Dog's, of course, a big one. There's a couple other more niche ones that were remembered for one reason or another. It should be an enjoyable episode. I think Hunter's going to have a terrible time, which means I'm going to have a great one. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'm going to have a good time.
What are you doing over there?
I'm doodling a man with his face melting. Ah! That's what that would sound like.
Do it again.
I'll slip that under here. Bada bing. Now it's gone. Smile Dog!
Did you ever, like... Yeah, it doesn't. Your mom was telling me yesterday when I was talking to her about that when you were a kid, someone at a church you all went to recommended that you see a psychiatrist.
That is true. That is true. That was the last time I went to that church.
Yeah.
They literally were like, we actually don't want him coming back to the congregation.
Yeah. And I think I see some of the...
Well, I can't draw a guy with eyes melting.
Well, it's just the fact that like that wasn't being talked about or anything, but that's just where your brain trails off to draw stuff like that.
Okay. Well,
has anyone ever recommended you go on medication or anything like that?
Ozempic.
That was good. All right, go ahead.
All right, good. Smile Dog! Getting into Smile Dog here, just want to thank everyone who is on Spotify and Apple Podcasts and give us those beautiful ratings. It really does help us. Also, our patrons. Hey, I love you. I miss you. Welcome back. Right?
Yeah.
We have merch!
We got merch.
Do you need some clothes for your beautiful body?
Yep.
Why cover it? Let it hang out. It'll be free.
Some hats, some shirts, backpack.
Actually, I'm saying don't buy it.
You're saying don't buy it?
No.
Where are you saying don't buy it?
No. Never mind.
Why?
The link is there, but no, don't do it.
Why shouldn't we buy it?
I'm negging. I'm trying to, because they're going to be like, Dad says to not buy it, therefore I want it. Right? It's like if you tell your kid, don't smoke pot. What's he going to do? He wants to go smoke pot. Don't go get the merch. You would look real silly.
What are you looking at? You keep looking over here.
I hope you don't go get it.
Thank you all.
Turn the phones off while recording.
God, dude. That was my alarm I set last night to wake up in the morning, but I put it to PM instead.
I just like, there is no way we're ever going to actually get ahead. There's no way. We are. It is Sisyphus. It is Sisyphus rolling the ball up the hill. I signed up for them. The P and the A look kind of.
Which also,
similar.
mind you, his alarm to wake up was going to be 9:30 a.m.
I've seen him wake up before, and it's haunting. It's like a war vet waking up. Literally, he sits there. He's either completely dead, or then when he decides to wake up, he does like. So I just imagine this morning some kind of internal like demon was in his brain that fucking woke him up on time. Luckily.
What time are you going to bed?
Oh, I mean, last night I went to bed at 3, and then I woke up at 7:20 to get to the airport.
Okay. So why'd you do that? I could have drove him to the airport.
I didn't want you to be mad at.
Are you? Is that a legitimate? A legitimate thing?
Yeah.
Wait.
You give him shit every time you got to take him to the airport.
But because you know why?
Because he comes in at 3 a.m.
Okay. Well, yes. But then whenever I go out, I've gotten him every time. He comes in at like midnight. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, I guess. He's like, well, the tickets are $30 cheaper. Okay. Right. Whatever. And then when I go to his neck of the woods, he's like, nah, it's too much of a drive. And I'm like, fair. That's fair.
Right.
So it's bullshit.
Okay, well, can I just say that when I landed here yesterday,
I was in a goop suit.
Yeah, and you didn't tell me about any of that. I land here. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be there Thursday at 3. Hunter's like, Thursday at 3, got it. Thursday at 3. I get here.
It was a stressful week.
Thursday at 3. I'm like, hey man, nothing.
That is rare though.
15 minutes
that's
later,
not an ongoing thing.
15 minutes later, I call Hunter. Nothing.
I was in a goop suit.
I text in the group chat. Harry's like, are you here? Yes, I am. And Harry's like, do you need a ride? And I'm like, well, I guess not. I guess not.
I was in a goop suit. It's been a stressful week.
I Uber over here, and there's 40 people here. And I just like
we had lights and cameras on the goop suit.
Here's the thing about Hunter: he never tells you anything. He's just,
that can't possibly be true.
He's just like,
what are you pointing at him for?
Yeah, they know because they work with you. I know they know. Hunter's like,
I feel like I'm overbearing. I feel like I tell them too much.
No, maybe them specifically, but other people, it's like, hey, you want to do something? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, cool. And then I'll get there and there will be like 18 things happening at once. And he was like, yeah. So, like, just know.
To be fair, to be completely transparent, the shoot date got pushed back and it slipped my mind.
Okay.
So this was not supposed to be even going on.
That's true.
So, okay.
Is that true?
Sure.
That is true.
Sure. But me and you talked about me coming in Tuesday. So that means while you were on the shoot, you were like, he doesn't need to know. He'll figure it out. Thursday at 3.
The shoot got pushed.
Got it.
The shoot got pushed and it slipped my mind.
It is
there was
the
a lot
fact
of things
that during the shoot we were communicating about me.
Can I just say
never brought it up?
Orf?
What is the Orf?
Smile dog.
No, you're not getting out of this one.
Orf.
You got to get to you walking up the hill with your little.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Thank you, Harry. Thank you. I get here. I get it. So I have to Uber over to my friend's house. Right? The driver's like, oh, is this like a buddy of yours? And I'm like, allegedly. We get up to the house. We pull up to the fence, and he's like, you want me to drive you up? And I'm like, to be honest, Hunter didn't give me my friend didn't give me any directions. I don't know if, what door he's in, what room he's in. I don't even know if he wants you to come in, so we'll just stay here. He's like, are you sure it's raining? I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. So I get out in the rain, and I have my little rolly backpack, and I just start walking up Hunter's driveway. And then I look to the house, and I'm like, well, if my friend was in there, I guess he'd probably be looking for me. So he must not be there. Come to find out, Allison was just watching me the whole time. Just didn't wave, didn't like he's over there, just looked from the house. Watch me in the rain. I walk all the way up the hill. I get to the top, and Harry comes outside because he cares. Harry comes outside, and he was like, hey, Isaiah. I'm like, oh, hi, are you guys in there? no concept of different people being here, anything going on. He was like, yeah, you can set your stuff in here. I'll show you the new building. I'm like, oh, wow, there's a new building. I set my stuff in one door, go to this new building. I open a door. There are, I kid you not, 35 people standing around on a movie set doing things. And I'm just like, what? What is going on?
I'll be the bigger man and admit that I was wrong. I should have been more attentive, but I will say, can I have 2 words? Can I have 2? Can I have 2 words? Goop suit.
It is.
If I didn't have the goop suit on, this whole thing would have been it would have been fine.
So 2 things would have been fine, actually. Either, hey, you're gonna walk onto a movie set.
I didn't think that would be a big deal.
And you know what? It wasn't a big deal.
Okay.
It wasn't a big deal. I'm saying with that information, I would have said, oh, I can Uber.
That's true.
Or even
I'll be the bigger man and admit that's true.
Or even then, just say, hey, can you Uber over?
I will concede to be the bigger man
in front of Cinnabon for 30 minutes.
I will.
And then decide, because I reached
How do I pay you back?
I reached this decision point when I got to the Kansas City airport, like the end of it, where I'm like, well, I could leave security and go outside, but I don't know if he's coming. So I guess I'll sit here.
That's a bit over dramatic.
And then I ate a Cinnabon, and then I just sat there for a while.
That was more of a terrorist act than anything.
It was.
To be leaving the airport and being like, well, I guess one Cinnabon wouldn't hurt.
I was in the wind.
Also, why didn't you text Harry sooner?
I did text him. You know what?
No, I responded right when you texted the group chat, but you didn't.
Look at the time code.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Reference the time code. Harry, you do the same.
Okay.
Well, okay, hold on.
Okay, Harry can verify what I'm saying.
This is also a horror story podcast, by the way.
I landed early at 2:46.
That's not my fault. That's the pilot's
I landed
fault.
at 2:40. Actually, I said landed when we got to the gate. So I landed like earlier.
That's the pilot's fault. It's not my fault.
I said landed 15 minutes early. Nothing. I'm like, okay. I walk all the way to the front right before I'm about to make the decision where I can't come back into the airport. I call Hunter at 3:11. So that's 14. That's 25 minutes. I call Hunter. Hunter doesn't say anything. I then go to the group chat.
This has nothing to do with me yet. Okay.
And I say at 3:12, I'm going to build a tent in the airport.
And then
that was at 3:12. 5 minutes later, Harry texts me.
Yeah, if you've already been waiting 25, that's not bad.
What? 30 minutes to a half hour now in front of Cinnabon.
To be fair, you were early, so technically break it even about 10 minutes to when you're supposed to land. That's not our fault. It's the pilot's
fault. He says, what happened? I said nothing. I'm just giving.
What happened
when
is
he
such a
said
funny answer.
What happened? I thought to myself, does he even know I'm coming? Does he even know that
you're here? Question mark.
I thought you got like delayed or something.
No, it was 3. It was when the plane would be here. I said, I said I'm going to pitch a tent, and Harry says, "What happened?" I said, "Nothing. I'm just giving Hunter a hard time."
Sounds like you're going to have a boner.
And then I shut up.
Doesn't it?
And then I said,
the airport.
And then I said,
I got a big old boner at the airport. No one's picking me up, so I guess
don't make this one of your bits. Don't make this.
No one's picking me up, so I guess I'm getting hard.
No. I said nothing. I'm here in Kansas.
Pitching a tent in Kansas. I'm an Indian. got a teepee in between my legs.
And Harry says, the audacity, by the way. Harry says, "Do you need a ride?"
1 minute later.
And then
60 seconds.
And then he says, "Hunter is covered in goo and slime."
Goop suit.
Again, I have no concept of a film or anything. So
that would be confusing.
I think that
I'll be the bigger man here, and I will admit that would be confusing.
I thought you were shooting a Papa Meat video, and like there was some bit where you have Nickelodeon slime on you or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. So I said, LMAO, I can Uber. So I do that, and once again, I walk. Oh yeah, here's me walking up the driveway at 3:58 p.m. After I got over an hour later, I'm walking in.
It's been a cool
and
hour.
I say, "Are y'all in the studio?" Once again, no one gives me any heads up, and
A goop
Harry
suit.
says, "Are you outside? I'll come get you." And then once again, walk into a room, and I'm surrounded.
You know what?
And
I'm at
then-
fault.
and
I'm at
then-
fault.
And then he steps away from the set, walks over to me, and the first thing he says to me is, "Look who decided to show up."
I forgot about that. You know what? That was rude. Is what that was. That was rude. And obviously there has to be some kind of payback. And you know what I'll do? Whenever I go out to visit you next time, I'm not going to ask for a ride. And I'll tell you what I'll do too. I will literally film myself sitting in an airport for an hour. I will do that for you.
Thank you.
I will do that, and I'll say we're even, and then I'll take an Uber wherever I need to go.
But it can't be the next trip. It has to be randomly. One trip you're going to land, and I'm just not going to say anything.
Okay,
And you're like, "This is that trip."
I'll take it.
This is that
That'll be the
trip
thing.
where I
I'll do.
have to stay here. Yeah.
I see. That's not fair though, because you never respond to texts anyways. How many times have I texted you, sir?
No. That's completely different.
Okay.
That's different because.
Well, how would I know?
That's because you text me out of the blue, and whenever I'm working during the day,
Am I supposed to schedule my text?
No. My point is, I set my phone away so I don't get distracted. I'm real bad about.
Oh, so you'll say because you know that I'm showing up that you'll be looking at it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
I see.
Because once again, I had said 2 days prior, Thursday at 3 p.m.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I was in the wrong. I'll be the big man. I'll take the high road. I'll admit I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was a bad boy. I should have been the goop suit. Should have reconsidered this. Could have even probably pushed this a week. Probably. I don't know. I don't know your schedule.
I don't want you to look, this all would have been mediated with a, "Hey, can you Uber?"
Absolutely. Shouldn't have had the hands on. Shouldn't have had the goop on me.
No.
I was in a goop suit.
All that was great. All that was fine. Just make me when I'm on the phone. Because when I was talking to you, texting, you were in another goop suit. 2 days prior on Tuesday when I'm like, "Hey, I'll
to be
there
fair though,
Thursday."
I didn't have my arms on though. Couldn't have used my phone.
My point is, I'm not, look, once it happened, once I was there at 3 p.m., you were in the goop suit. What's done was done.
Exactly. Well, I'll tell you what. It's already passed. Life. We're here now,
Right.
aren't we?
We lived.
And we're about to read Smile Dog, which is arguably one of the best creepypastas of all time.
That's not what I said, but okay.
All right, Smile Dog.
All right. So the original Smile Dog was uploaded in 2010. So it's like a dinosaur compared to all the others, right? And it was an image that started to float around the internet, and the story accompanied it. So
let me look up the Smile Dog image.
I think it's on the story. My page isn't loading for some reason. There's so many pop-up ads. Creepypasta.
Creepy. Oh yeah. So this image is so fucking stupid. Is this the actual image of like the husky that's like this?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's the classic Smile Dog.
So this was like people were like
It floated
"What the
around in chain
fuck?"
emails, yeah. And it was like, share this with 10 people or else.
Or you die.
Yeah, one of those things.
Yeah.
Then there's a story attached to it. On the link in the chat, it's just ads for Trivago.
I will say, creepypasta.com, I don't know what we have to do to get these ads a little more manageable. Because right now, I have a all Spanish. It says, Soy Marciela, Mama y activista, llenada mi diante.
My page is all white, but the ads are loading, so it's half of Superman's face.
Seguir brillando. And now it's a Coach ad.
I got hotels.com right now.
All right. Well, they're obviously supposed to be making good fucking money if they're getting these ads. Good Lord. All right. Also anonymously written, right? No, we don't know who the author is.
No, there's an author. I literally can't open the page. Hold on. Give me a second.
I think it's good.
While this is happening, I'm going to, for audio listeners at home, I'm drawing Smile Dog.
Yes.
There we go.
At the moment while Isaiah loads his iPad.
Dude, I opened Safari on here. The last thing that was opened on Safari was Baraska Part 5 on this.
What a can I get a slight replay of what Broska, the reaction to that was? Welcome back. I don't think it'll be as that bad, will it? Have you read Smile Dog before?
Smile? Yeah.
Okay, so you're familiar.
Is this like 20 years old? I know.
Came out in 2010. That's like 20 years old.
Is this thing like 100 years old?
This is like a.
Did Charlie Chaplin write this story?
I didn't hear the 2010 part. I was just asking.
No reason to jump on the little guy. Hold on, why can't I find the story?
Can I at least ask this question?
Yeah.
Is Smile Dog, if you had to say cut or uncut, what would you say?
No, I'm not answering.
It's
that
definitely
question.
uncut.
Don't encourage him.
What are you gonna say?
Not whatever he wants me to.
Who would cut Smile Dog?
It's a I happy.
Hold on, lift it up.
No wonder he's smiling. God damn, Smile Dog with him and Pina. It's nothing but pedigree.
You've got to censor that.
Oh yeah,
it's got to be pixelated.
That's gonna be pixelated. Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually gonna tuck it on there too. Yikes.
Okay, well, work on my phone. Hold on.
What are you looking up?
I'm trying to find the story, but it's just ads. I'd like to take a quick break from the show to thank today's sponsor, Rocket Money. It's easy to spend money, but the hard part is not spending it. I know firsthand that moving into a new house takes things like budgeting and planning. And with a lot going on, it's easy to overlook things. Thankfully, today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an easy-to-use app that helps you save more and manage your money better. I love using Rocket Money to set budgets. With Rocket Money, you can create a customized budget in seconds. The app keeps track of your money at all times, letting it be the adult in the room when it comes to spending. Rocket Money even identifies spending categories to give you important insights on how to budget better. Plus, Rocket Money even sends you notifications based on your spending patterns or upcoming bills or when your account number may be low. That's not all, because Rocket Money also helps you automate your savings. It analyzes your accounts and gives you the optimal times to save so that you can reach your goals faster. Whether you're planning on getting a house, going back to school, or just planning for the future, Rocket Money is here to help and has helped save its customers up to $740 a year when they use all the app's premium features. So to save more and spend less, take control of your finances today and join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money now. All you have to do is click the link in the description at rocketmoney.com/creepcast or scan the QR code to get started on Rocket Money for free. That is right, for free. From there, you can unlock premium to get even more of the app's features, but for now, you can just try it out and see if it's right for you. Again, that's rocketmoney.com/creepcast or scan the QR code to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you to Rocket Money for sponsoring the show. We are now back to the episode.
There it is. Look.
No, that's the other one. This is. Wait, hold on. Did it work when I did that?
You have to hold it sideways.
What the? What is that about? The website only appears in the left.
We have not read one word from this story yet.
Already longer than it takes to read the story.
The story is shorter than what we've been talking about.
All right, now I'm in.
Smile Dog creepypasta. From the top.
Yeah, from the top. Hold on, I locked the iPad. Okay, I'm good now. All right. Rough. Let's begin. I first met in person with Mary E. in the summer of 2007. I'd arranged with her husband of 15 years, Terrence, to see her for an interview. Mary had initially agreed, since I was not a newsman, but rather an amateur writer gathering information for a few early college assignments and, if all went according to plan, some pieces of fiction. We scheduled the interview for a particular weekend when I was in Chicago on unrelated business. But at the last moment, Mary changed her mind, locked herself in the couple's bedroom, refusing to meet with me. For half an hour, I sat with Terrence as we camped outside the bedroom door, I listening and taking notes while he attempted fruitlessly to calm his wife. The things Mary said made little sense, but fit with the pattern I was expecting. Though I could not see her, I could tell from her voice that she was crying, and more often than not, her objections to speaking with me centered around an incoherent diatribe on her dreams, her nightmares. Terrence apologized profusely when we ceased the exercise, and I did my best to take it in stride. Recall that I wasn't a reporter in search of a story, but merely a curious young man in search of information. Besides, I thought at the time I could perhaps find another, similar case if I put my mind and resources to it. Mary E. was the PSYOP for... PSYOP? Not the PSYOP. S-Y... PSYOP is spelled P-S-Y-S-O-P.
I mean, it looks like PSYOP, but it's a PSYOP. Is there a word? Is PSYOP a word?
I don't think so.
No.
S-Y-S-O-P?
Oh, is that a company?
No, it says Mary E. was the PSYOP for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system.
Oh, System Op.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Mary E. was the SysOp. Was that just the last straw?
It's just so much. Being berated and having him chime in.
Oh, system operator.
It's too late in the day. It's too late. For people that don't know, we're recording this at 2 a.m.
Can I tell you a secret? I'm in desperate need of medical attention and care. I'm so old, fat, I'm falling apart at the seams. But I don't know what doctor to use. I don't know anything about doctors. And that's why I use ZocDoc. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare high-quality, in-network doctors. Choose the right one for your needs and click to instantly book an appointment. We're talking about in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers across every specialty, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skin care, and much, much more. Probably dick and ball stuff, boys. And the nice thing about ZocDoc is that you can filter for doctors that take your insurance, are nearby, and are highly rated. It's super easy to use, and you can find an appointment time that works for you with the right doctor for your needs. Plus, ZocDoc appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking. You can even score same-day appointments. Oh my God! You don't want to admit it, but you should probably see a doctor. So stop putting off those doctor appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/creepcast to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com/creepcast. ZocDoc.com/creepcast.
Mary E. was a SysOp for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system in 1992 when she first encountered Smile.jpg, and her life changed forever.
Smile.jpg. My life is forever ruined. I should not have opened that compressed image. Okay, sorry.
She and Terrence had been married for only 5 months. Mary was one of an estimated 400 people who saw the image when it was posted as a hyperlink on the BBS, though she is the only one who has spoken openly about the experience. The rest have remained anonymous or are perhaps dead. In 2005, when I was only in 10th grade, Smile.jpg was first brought to my attention by my burgeoning interest in web-based phenomena. Mary was the most often cited victim of what is sometimes referred to as Smile.dog. The bean, Smile.jpg, is reputed to display. What caught my interest, other than the obvious macabre elements of the cyber legend and my proclivity toward such things, was the sheer lack of information, usually to the point that people don't believe it even exists other than as a rumor, hoax. It's unique because, though the entire phenomenon centers on a picture file, the file is nowhere to be found on the internet. Certainly many photo-manipulated simulacra litter the web, showing up with the most frequency on sites such as the image board 4chan, particularly the X-focused paranormal subboard. It is suspected these are fakes because they do not have the effect the true Smile.jpg is believed to have, namely sudden onset temporal lobe epilepsy and acute anxiety.
What the fuck is even happening?
Okay, so is
this a doctor's report? What the fuck are we reading?
Okay, so it's someone who's like done research, tried to track down the true Smile Dog. But whatever this image is, this text
Smile
file,
Dog or Smile JPEG?
Smile.jpg is the name of the file.
Right.
That got passed around.
And that's what he's looking for.
That's what he's looking for.
And then this woman was corrupted by
She's the only one who's talked about it. that he can find.
That she
that's
saw the
willing to
smile
talk
dog,
about it.
right?
Yeah,
And she has
Well,
anxiety.
So he says the smile dog images are people recreating it from rumors. But the real image, when you look at it, causes epilepsy, nausea, like an intense mental reaction to it. That's what he's saying. And all the images that float around are just like fakes of the real thing.
Right.
The purported reaction in the viewer is one of the reasons the phantom-like smile.jpg is regarded with such disdain, since it is patently absurd, though depending on whom you ask, the reluctance to acknowledge smile.jpg's existence might be just as much out of fear as it is out of disbelief. Neither smile.jpg nor smile.dog is mentioned anywhere on Wikipedia, though the website features articles on such other, perhaps more scandalous shock sites as hello.jpg or 2 Girls 1 Cup. Any attempt to create a page pertaining to smile.jpg is summarily deleted by any of the encyclopedia's many admins. Encounters of smile.jpg are the stuff of internet legend. Mary E's story is not unique. There are unverified rumors of smile.jpg showing up in the early days of Usenet, and even one persistent tale that in 2002, a hacker flooded the forums of humor and satire website Something Awful with a deluge of smile.dog pictures, rendering almost half of the forum's users at the time epileptic. It's also said that in the mid to late 90s, that smile.jpg circulated on Usenet and as an attachment of a chain email with the subject line, "Smile, God loves you." Yet despite the huge exposure these stunts would generate, there are very few people who admit to having experienced any of them. No trace of the file or any link has ever been discovered. Those who claim to have seen smile.jpg often weakly joke that they were far too busy to save a copy of the picture to their hard drive. However, all alleged victims offered the same description of the photo. A dog-like creature, usually described as appearing similar to a Siberian husky, illuminated by the flash of the camera, sits in a dim room, the only background detail that is visible being a human hand extending from the darkness near the left side of the frame, hands empty, but is usually described as beckoning. Of course, most attention is given to the dog, or dog creature, as some victims are more certain than others about what they claim to have seen. The muzzle of the beast is reputedly split in a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of very white, very straight, very sharp, very human-looking teeth. Is that funny, Hunter?
It's like veneer dog.
Scary.
This is, of course, not a description given immediately after viewing the picture, but rather a recollection of the victims, who claim to have seen the picture endlessly repeated in their mind's eye during the time they are, in reality, having epileptic fits. These fits are reported to continue indeterminably, often while the victim's asleep, resulting in very vivid and disturbing nightmares. These may be treated with medication, though in some, it's more effective than others. Mary E., I assumed, was not on effective medication. That was why after my visit to her apartment in 2007, I sent out feelers to several folklore and urban legend-oriented news groups, websites, mailing lists, hoping to find the name of a supposed victim of smile.jpg who felt more interested in talking about his experiences. For a time, nothing happened, and at length I forgot completely about my pursuits since I had begun my freshman year of college and was quite busy. Mary contacted me via email, however, near the beginning of March 2008.
This is added by Moose Juice.
Moose Juice.
To jml@redacted.com. From Mary E. at redacted.net. Subject, last summer's interview. Description.
Dear Mr. L, I'm incredibly sorry about my behavior last summer when you came to interview me. I hope you understand that it was no fault of yours, but rather my own problems that led me to act out as I did. I realized that I could have handled the situation more decorously. However, I hope you will forgive me. At the time, I was afraid. You see, for 15 years I've been haunted by smile.jpg. Smile.dog comes to me in my sleep every night.
Did you like that? Did you get a kick out of that one?
Okay, got me. Every night. The motherfucker's just peeking around the corner like big goofy ass smile. I mean, that, at one point it's just not a scary anymore. It's a Siberian husky that's smiling at you. Big fucking chompers. I'd just be like, close the door. All right.
I know that sounds silly, but it is true. There's an affable quality about my dreams. My nightmares that makes them completely unlike any real dreams I've ever had. I do not move and do not speak. I simply look ahead, and the only thing ahead of me is the scene from that horrible picture. I see the beckoning hand, and I see Smile.Dog. It talks to me. It is not a dog, of course, though I'm not quite sure what it really is. It tells me it will leave me alone if I do it as it asks. All I must do, it says, is spread the word. That is how it phrases its demands. And I know exactly what it means. It wants me to show it to someone else. And I could. The week after my incident, I received the mail, a manila envelope with no return address. Inside was only 3.5-inch floppy diskette. Without having to check, I knew precisely what was on it. I thought for a long time about my options. I could show it to a stranger, a coworker. I could even show it to Terrence. As much as the idea disgusted me. And what would happen then? Well, if Smile.Dog kept its word, I could sleep. Yet if it lied, what would I do? And who was to say something worse would not come for me if I did what the creature asked? So, I did nothing for 15 years. Though I kept the diskette hidden amongst many things. Amongst my things. Every night for 15 years, Smile.Dog has come to me in my sleep and demanded that I spread the word. For 15 years, I have stood strong.
This is serious, Hunter.
Every
15.
Every night for 15 years.
Thousands of times.
Literally imagine. Also, can you explain to me, not to derail this email, what the fuck does a beckoning hand look like? Is it just this?
Yeah.
It has his
like
paw
an
out.
inviting.
So you're saying is that every night he's doing this, he's just like, spread the word.
No. Behind Smile.Dog is a beckoning hand off scene.
Spread the word.
Like there's a hand behind Smile.Dog.
And that's just what he's done every night. If anything, you can admire his tenacity, his persistence. But if you just don't spread the word, there's no repercussions besides him just showing up and being like, seriously, would you just fucking spread this word already?
Spread the word.
You're pissing me off.
Yeah.
And she's been able to sleep every night, by the way.
Well, like you said, at some point, it's like, all right.
I don't know what the fuck am I going to do?
Life now.
Okay. For 15 years, I have stood strong. Though there have been hard times, many of my fellow victims on the BBS board, where I first encountered Smile.jpg, stopped posting. I heard some of them committed suicide, committed unaliving. Others remain completely silent, simply disappearing off the face of the web. They're the ones I worry about the most. I sincerely hope you will forgive me, Mr. L. But last summer when you contacted me and my husband about an interview, I was near the breaking point. I decided I was going to give you the floppy diskette. I did not care if Smile.Dog was lying or not. I wanted it to end. You were a stranger, someone I had no connection with, and I thought I would not feel sorrow when you took the diskette as part of your research and sealed your fate. Before you arrived, I realized what I was doing, plotting to ruin your life. I could not stand the thought, and in fact, I still cannot. I am ashamed. Mr. Allen, I hope that this warning will dissuade you from further investigation of Smile.jpg. You may, in time, encounter someone who is, if not weaker than I, then wholly more depraved, someone who will not hesitate to follow Smile.Dog's orders. Stop while you are still whole. Sincerely, Mary E.
Terrence contacted me later that month with the news that his wife had killed herself.
Oh no.
That's like a comedic timing beat. Just after all of that, and then pretty much she totally blew her brains out. Is that not? She's been doing this for 15 years, and now that's the break. Well, I've sent the email. Goodbye. I spread the word. Yeah.
Thanks, Hunter. I'm glad that's funny.
It got me good.
Okay. While cleaning up the various things she'd left behind, closing email accounts and the like, he happened upon the above message. He was a man in shambles. He wept as he told me to listen to his wife's advice. He found the diskette. He revealed and burned it until it was nothing but a stinking pile of blackened plastic. The part that most disturbed him, however, was how the diskette had hissed as it melted. Some sort of animal, he said. I will admit that I was a little uncertain about how to respond to this. At first, I thought perhaps it was a joke, with the couple belatedly playing with the situation in order to get a rise out of me. Quick check on several Chicago newspapers online, obituaries, however, proved that Mary E. was indeed dead. There was, of course, no mention of suicide in the article. I decided that, for a time at least, I would not further pursue the subject of Smile.jpg, especially since I had finals coming up at the end of May. But the world has odd ways of testing us. Almost a full year after I returned from my disastrous interview with Mary E., I received another email.
To jml@redacted.com. From elzahir82@redacted.com. Subject, smile.
Hello. I found your email address through a mailing list. Your profile said you're interested in Smile Dog. I've thought it is not as bad as everyone says. I've sent it to you here. Just spread the word. Smiley face.
The final line chilled me to the bone. According to my email client, there was one file attached called, naturally, Smile.jpg. I considered downloading it for some time. It's most likely a fake, I imagined, and even if it weren't, I was never wholly convinced of Smile.jpg's peculiar powers. Mary E's account had shaken me, yes, but she was probably mentally unbalanced anyway. After all, how could a simple image do what Smile.jpg was said to accomplish? What sort of creature was it that could break one's mind with only the power of the eye? And if such things were patently absurd, then why did the legend exist at all? If I downloaded the image, if I looked at it, and if Mary turned out to be correct, if Smile.jpg came to me in my dreams demanding I spread the word, what would I do? Would I live my life as Mary had, fighting against the urge to give in until I died? Or would I simply spread the word, eager to be put to rest? If I chose the latter route, how could I do it? Whom would I burden in turn? If I went through with my earlier intention to write a short article about Smile.jpg, I decided I could attach it as evidence, and anyone who read the article, anyone who took interest, would be affected. And even assuming Smile.jpg attached to the email was genuine, would I be capricious enough to save myself in that manner? Could I spread the word? Yes. Yes, I could. Then, bottom of the image, any way it appeared online, at the very bottom of the image was a bloody thumbprint with the picture. So, author starts to track this, goes insane, and then eventually looks at the photo, which compels him to share it with the internet.
I like the idea of at the end of no matter what at the end of the story you get kind of hit by it.
Yeah.
Also, this was very well written for an early
for what it was
at the time.
Well,
yeah. Very good.
It was well written. It was done, and also the context around
the image is just so.
The image is goofy.
Also, where's the beckoning hand?
Off to the left. Look in the bottom left. See the hand reaching up.
Oh.
Once again, those glasses.
Oh.
I didn't notice that until right now.
What the fuck?
The hand
so does it look like someone's dying? Is that
someone's on the ground,
like
to the side, like reaching up? Yeah. So the intention is that Smile Dog's like some entity, like a demon or ghost that has like a shapeshifter almost. It's a dog, but it has human teeth. Like it's a weird in-between thing. And the context for this story is this image had already started floating online, if I remember correctly. Maybe they were around the same time. But people would get email chains that would say, spread the word, and it would be that picture, right? It's like, what's that about? But then you see the story attached that it drives people mad. They have to spread it.
Very much like Ringu.
Yes, very similar.
Reminds me of Ringu. This was a fun time in the early 2000s where technology, people were finding ways of like you're sharing media, and it's cursed and everything. I did have a couple thoughts though. The veneers made me think of turkey teeth or turkey hair when people go to Turkey to get a hair transplant, or the veneers. What if when you got a hair transplant from Turkey or veneers, what if it was just a Turkish man that was smiling, that visited you every night? And then the thing is, you had to have someone else go to Turkey and get their hair did until he left you alone.
Smile.turkey.
Smile.turkey. Smile.turkey or turkey.jpg. Also, I wanted to do an edit here.
Turkey is in a file size. It's not a compression style.
Yeah, I do love a file type just being .turkey. It's pretty good. Would the turkey be TRKY? .turkey.
So I do want to say about this story. I read this when I was in middle school, I think. 10. I was probably 11 or 12 when I came across it. And I remember this story freaked me out because you got to understand, I was a kid. I saw the email, the picture floating around. It's like, what's this picture?
It's like a Bloody Mary kind of thing.
Same thing. Yeah. So I thought it'd be cool. And after I realized the story, I'm like, oh, this is cool. I'm going to send it to my friends. They'll be funny. So I started an email chain where I said, like, spread the word and put the email on. And then the next day at school, every guy was like, that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Don't you ever. And they immediately just like...
No, it's scary, right, guys?
No, it's scary, guys.
Honestly, my birthday's this weekend. We're having a pool party with water balloon fight and stuff. You're not coming.
I remember being like, yeah, I thought it was lame. That's why I shared it.
I said it's a joke. You didn't.
I thought it was stupid.
The party's awesome. It's ice cream cake.
That's really dumb, right? You know, some people are scared by that.
And it's the water balloons that look like grenades. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, those were so cool, dude.
Well, you're not coming because of that one email.
No, I thought it was scary.
I would love to sit there, open it up, look at my subject line. What is this? Whatever. Scroll down. Oh, an image. Okay, I'll download it. And, scroll down. Click. The Beatles cartoon. Lost episode.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Beatle?
Ringo. He was just the goofiest about stuff. Like the song Maxwell's Silver Hammer. All of them hated it. And when they asked Ringo, he's like, I thought it was kind of nice. I enjoyed it.
Me thinks that it was actually kind of a good diddle.
No, not Ringo. What was the fourth one? Not Paul or John.
George
is the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
George is cool.
Just
no one likes Ringo the most.
Yeah. George. George was like the one that was just chill
unsung hero.
Right? Yeah.
George, the main man.
Yeah, what's in that one with the Beatles?
Who's your least favorite Beatle?
John,
of course, easy.
Yep, John. I like the fucking beaver tooth bastard Paul McCartney quite a bit. Me wants to hold your hand. Me wants to hold your hand.
He was a good counter to John, to my understanding, because John was like, "No, we've got to change the world. We got to be different." And then Paul would be like, "No, that's a dumb idea. I don't like that idea."
The Beatles. It's one of those things when people are like, "The Beatles are lame." It's like it's impossible to not like at least one.
I mean, it's like anything else. Like being like, "Oh, Elvis was." He didn't do anything, or like he was lame. It's like
I really like that new edit that keeps saying the meme where it's like songs you didn't realize Elvis wrote, and it's like jump out the house, and he goes, "Well, it's Rick and Morty time." The theme song. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
It's a good one.
There was one night where Caitlin and I were driving home, and I was really tired, and she was just flipping through songs, and that Elvis song came on. I can't even remember what the title of it is, but in the beginning. Like, I heard the music, and I go, is this the song where he says, I'm caught in a trap? And as soon as I got done saying that, he goes, caught in a trap? Yeah,
I can't walk out because I love you too much, baby.
So,
why can't you see? Ooh, what you doing to me? And you don't believe what I say. We can go on together with suspicious minds. How we can live our dreams with suspicious love. To my old friend I know. You watch what I like all that. He's like, we're lost in a cloud with too much rain. We're trapped in a world that's struggled with pain. And as long as a man has a strength to dream, he can redeem his soul and fly.
Go ahead, finish it.
Deep in my heart, there's a trembling. I don't know, but we're in. but I am sure that the answer's gonna come somehow. Out there in the dark, there's a beckoning candle, oh yeah. And while I can think, while I can talk, while I can stand, while I can walk, while I can dream, so please let my dream come true, oh, right now. He wrote that because they discontinued Yoo-Hoo. Just kidding, it was Martin Luther King died. So that's why I wrote that one. Probably shouldn't put that in there, but... The Beatles.
So, I don't even know where my story. All right, yeah, okay. Beatles Lost cartoon episode. Oh, I don't think I've ever read this one. I don't know when it came out. That's my understanding. Is it one of those like OG ones? Is this an old one, Harry?
I don't know how old it is, but
Okay.
I heard it's classic.
The Beatles cartoon Lost episode does not feel like a classic creepypasta to me.
Well, it was back when like Dead Bart or like Squidward Suicide.
That all seems fine because that's like new rage, like Dead Squidward. I'm like, at the time, that's people were probably
Makes
young
sense,
and
yeah.
obsessed with. It'd be like nowadays, it'd be like creepypasta about like Has-Been Hotel or some shit.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm sure that's out there now that you say
100%.
Has to be
Yeah.
good. But we have to find it wherever it's at. All right. Just want to start off by saying that if you want an answer at the end, prepare to be disappointed. There isn't one. I'd like to start this off by affirming that I am a huge Beatles fan, as well as being 14 years old. But, you know, you rarely see that level of honesty.
I gotta say, there is a shocking amount of truth in all this. I just want to say, I like the Beatles, like 90% of the world. I'm also 14. Also, I have no idea what's going. I have no idea what's
You will
happening.
be disappointed by
You're
the
going
end of
by the end of this. You are going to be like,
You're
that
gonna be
was not
upset.
worth my time.
Yes,
yeah,
of course. I'm also an avid collector of Beatles stuff. I was even there at their first concert.
How old is this person?
I don't. 14. So no, you weren't. They have great music and great talent. They have their albums, T-shirts, and other assorted items. I even enjoyed the old cartoon of the Beatles that was made in the 60s. But it wasn't long before I found out there was a morbid secret to the cartoon. I was at a local collector's shop where they had a section about the Beatles. I was looking for some Beatles mugs and pins. Bought 2 Beatles mugs and 4 Beatles pins, and I was just about to leave the section. Something caught my eye. It was a videotape called The Lost Beatles Cartoon. Or at least, that's what I assumed. Being what was scribbled on it with what appeared to be black Sharpie, I really wanted to get it, so I told my disjointed mother that I wanted to buy it. When we went to purchase the tape, the counter worker said I couldn't have it. He told me that he's watched it and had nightmares. I was surprised he could say that about the tape because it was just the Beatles. How can a cartoon about a band possibly be that scary? But he said,
Never mind. You're just going to have nightmares anyway.
And gave me the tape.
What?
Never mind. It's too late. Take it. Watch
Who
it.
gives a shit? Just take it, kid. You're fucked anyways.
I like the Beatles.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Look at these pens I got.
Yeah. Take it.
While I was walking away, I thought I saw him folding his hands like he was praying. For some odd reason, I was starting to feel like something was wrong with the tape. Really. When I got home, I immediately went downstairs to watch this mysterious video. When the tape started to play, something weird happened in the beginning.
Do we try to do, is there photorealistic blood in this story?
Do you want to do a little bingo card? Yes. I think
Photorealistic blood.
Hyper realistic eyes.
Hyper realistic eye. Okay.
Yeah.
So are we calling that?
I think I'll call those. I think
And does one of the Beatles, or do they all kill themselves?
They're going to be dead.
Are they already dead, or do you think, is Paul going to shoot John?
It's going to start as a normal one, but then they're going to be like, it's going to cut to
Something's
their
gonna
eyes
happen.
like black or ripped out.
Yeah.
And then they're going to be, there's going to be sounds screaming, like they're all screaming, then they're going to be dead. And stuff.
Yeah.
And John will be like, I don't feel good, or something like that.
Yeah, I've got blisters on me fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a scene like that. Some loud noise effect, something like that, yeah. It was the sounds of someone screaming in complete agony. All right, well, immediately.
There you go.
That's a point for me. Which, while that was normal for the Beatles cartoon.
Why was that normal for the Beatles cartoon?
Hold on.
People usually scream in anguish at the Beatles cartoon.
This is an actual cartoon, right?
I don't know.
Okay, hold on.
What happened?
Okay. Here's how the intro starts. No one's screaming.
Well, we're not in yet. Okay, that's the anguish. Okay, that's got to be what they're talking about.
That's kind of a creepy intro a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, I see. All right, I'm tracking. Sounds of someone screaming in complete agony, which while that was normal for the Beatles cartoon, there's usually a title card accompanying it. I was scared until the title card thankfully faded in a few seconds later. The episode was called Because, and assumed it was referring to the Abbey Road song Because. First scene faded in from black, but something was off. It was slightly different than the original style. It looked almost similar to the original, but looked darker, more detailed. Then, the episode showed all 4 Beatles in their trademark grotesque original designs. John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Despite the past oddity, I relaxed hearing the trademark Paul Frees and Lance Percival voicing the Fab Four. They were talking about some kind of CD they found outside the recording studio and about listening to it. This was strange, as CDs weren't invented until 1976. The show was produced in the late 60s. So then the scene suddenly transitioned to the Beatles in their recording studio. Shot showed John casually putting the headphones on until the thing happened. John all of a sudden just looked like he just blacked out. Then Paul worriedly asked,
John, are you alright?
Then the screen zoomed up to John, who had started drooling. All of a sudden, John's eyes turned into what I can only really describe with my limited vocabulary as LSD acid trip image with weird colors. After 10 seconds of John's acid tripping face, something appeared. I grabbed the clicker and went backwards to see what it was. What I saw was a morbid, grotesque picture. It was a real photo of a man with a ventriloquist dummy. The scary part of the picture was that the man with the dummy had no mouth. Instead, there was blood on his face where his mouth was supposed to be. The dummy had fire in his eyes and an insane smile. I had to choke back some vomit after watching it.
It's just kind of funny.
They always do that where, like, you remember Squidward's suicide where they keep throwing up over and over?
I was so, like, I had to throw up. I was so grossed out.
But all they described was
there is a man with no mouth
with a ventriloquist dummy.
With a ventriloquist
and
dummy.
The dummy's eyes are on fire.
Yeah.
He's like,
I'm gonna
and an insane smile. Don't forget the insane smile.
Of course.
Then the screen went back to an equally as vomit-inducing sight. John's face.
Are you alright?
Asked Ringo.
Seeing's not believing. Seeing is killing.
John said in a dull monotone, as though he was in some sort of trance. John soon snapped back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Shaking his head and replied,
Yes, I am. What time is it, George? It's 1:13.
George answered nonchalantly. Then the screen went black and blood started to rain down. But this blood looked much more realistic, ding ding, than anything else that I had seen in any other episode. It looked so real that if I touched the screen, I would somehow get blood on my fingers. The blood rain soon disappeared and another scene soon faded in, showing the Beatles walking to a lake. A crowd of girls soon started chasing the guys for almost a minute, when all of a sudden a picture of a girl with no eyes. Ding ding.
Black eyes?
Yep, with no eyes appeared on the screen. It was an actual black and white picture of a person with just her eye sockets dripping with blood. She had no teeth and more blood was pouring out of the mouth. I jumped back on my couch after seeing it. Then the scream went to John's face, and all of a sudden, the screaming of the fans stopped. And when all 4 of them turned around to check, all of the fans were on the ground, burning to a crisp. Paul, clearly petrified, asked,
What happened?
So wait, hold on. The screen cuts back, and everyone's dead, burning. Okay, yeah. Then the scene showed Ringo vomiting out red vomit with chunks of brown meat. Something caught my eye. I paused and looked closely at the vomit, and there was the face of Hitler.
Jarvis, pause, enhance.
Oh! Mein Führer. No. In the vomit. No.
Not in the vomit.
There was a picture of Hitler.
Wait, pause that.
Vomit.
Rewind. Enhance. Enhance. Oh my God.
I was somewhat shocked that a man who killed millions of people and soldiers was in a cartoon about the Beatles.
Like I was like, he still can't wrap his head around this being like a.
Why would they make this?
Why do they give that guy free press? That's not very
Did the Beatles like Hitler?
Beatlemania was Nazi stuff.
I never knew that.
That's weird. He did in the vomit the whole time.
Just forget about it.
John sharply shouted back.
But what about our fans? I don't give a fuck.
They censored it in the story too, because they're 14 and their mom would get mad if they typed it out.
It's F***K, Mom. You can't get mad. It's F***K.
Dude, the next sentence. I was shocked that this episode involves John saying
the F word.
But I decided to continue on. The next scene showed a building that was about to be demolished. The Beatles were walking down a street.
I legitimately thought I was going to go to the Twin Towers right there. I was like, there's no way. Okay.
I would have, dude, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Hitler has been in throw up.
Hitler and CDs have been brought in.
I like how that was the first thing. It's like, it goes from like, that's where the compact disc was made till 76. And immediately it's like, Hitler.
in the vomit. Huh? The next scene showed a building that was about to be demolished. Beatles were walking down a street when a wrecking ball hit the building. A piece of rubble went flying in the air. It was about to miss a person when John did something despicable. In typical John fashion, he proceeded to push the man back to where the piece of rubble was about to fall. In typical John fashion, he killed somebody.
Classic John.
In a second, the piece of solid marble crushed the guy to death. Blood and brain matter flew everywhere. Even though the brain matter and blood still looked cartoonish, it was still pretty horrible.
Though it was drawn, I was still kind of freaked out.
I was still really scared by all this. A crowd of people quickly surrounded the scene, and the scene zoomed up to John with an evil smirk on his face. The next scene only showed just a black screen. Only thing that could be heard was a gunshot. Then there was smoke that I assume represented the fired gun. Then the screen faded into a shot of the recording studio. The studio had no lights on, causing the screen to be too dark to make anything out. But there was quiet mumbling, and I listened closely to hear someone dully whispering,
I shouldn't have done that. They're going to know soon.
Then one light went on. There was a shadow outside the door. It was the form of John. It wasn't long until the light was reflecting to the sound manager in the recording booth, dead. I quickly put two and two together and figured that the man was shot by John, who had a gun for whatever reason. The camera zoomed up to the ground outside the room. A model 1887 fell to the ground with blood splattered on it, and with bits of smoke still coming out of the barrel. The next scene suddenly showed Paul, George, and Ringo knocking on John's room door. Then Ringo proceeded to bust down the door with his trademark strong, sexy insect. What am I reading? Ringo proceeded to bust down the door with his trademark strong, sexy insect legs. And there was a humongous safe that was the size of an SUV. What am I reading? There's no telling.
I feel like I'm being waterboarded. I'm kind of just like...
Please make it stop. They didn't know what the combination was, but for some reason, it wasn't locked up all the way. They opened it up and they found out John's secret. He was a Satanist. There was a dead body of a woman on a pentagram drawn in her blood and her with her eyes gorged out. There were dead animals, a fan-made Necronomicon, and goat skull on a pentagram.
That is fucking scary.
I'm so scared right now.
That is fucking freaky, man. Not the Beatles.
Not John, no. In fear, George fell to the ground. Paul had to choke back a vomit. Ringo ran over to the corpse and yelled out,
Jenny! My fiance, no!
He then slumped to the ground, closing his eyes. Then Ringo started crying in a sad way.
I want to see what's like. That's him crying. He's like, well, he looked more sad, didn't he?
The crying from Ringo didn't sound like normal cartoon crying. It sounded as real as day. And in shock, I found out that the dead woman was Ringo's fiance, Jenny. What was his first clue?
Well, yeah, didn't he scream out?
He screamed, my fiance.
Who's
Jenny.
that woman?
Who could that be?
Who's that stranger?
I didn't know that Ringo had a fiance, but I decided to continue on. Suddenly, some distorted screams of a girl started to play in the background. I started to suspect that's supposed to be the screams of Jenny. The screen went black. Then the screen showed the view of the sun setting from John's legs. The screen immediately went to John's face, that he had a mad expression and rapid moving mouth. He had red in his left iris. His dick looked like... Whoa. His dick looked like it was ripped by a rabid raccoon. He had a noose around his neck. He was about to commit suicide. He shut his eyes and jumped. Hold on.
I just want to say that this man was murdered in real life.
Yeah, this is a guy. This is a guy that got shot.
Yeah, this is a man who was actually murdered in real life in broad daylight. And they're like, his dick was ripped off by a rabid raccoon and he hung himself. I mean, you think about that.
Satanist.
Yeah, and he's a fucking Satanist. I like they're just like besmirching this man's name. Yeah, wouldn't that be creepy?
Wouldn't that be creepy if you just did that? The camera showed John's feet still swinging. The camera zoomed out to show John's lifeless body hanging on the small cliff on the lake that the Beatles were going to in the beginning of the episode. The screen went black and Paul appeared in a sad expression. Then the screen went black again. And then the scary part begins. Without warning, Paul's face appeared with hyper-realistic eyes. 3 for 3.
Hyper-realistic eyes.
To the word.
Yes.
Let's go. There was so many camera views of Paul's face, like a zoom out of him in the corner. Then pictures appeared. I remember seeing a picture of a hand with a gun in it, and the gun was pointed to a little boy's head, but the gun was already fired. Another picture flashed on the screen of a garfish in the river. The next picture was a bird, just a little wildlife picture in the middle of it.
A little kid's head fucking exploding. And the next one's just like, oh, that's a cute fish.
That's a cool fish. It's a pretty cool little scene. Next picture was a burnt town. People were on the ground dead. Quickly, I discovered that the town was destroyed during an attack. It was destroyed because of the Vietnam War. How did he discover that in the middle of the picture? The next picture was 3 undertakers with 7 coffins with little children no younger than 6. And behind the left undertaker was a coffin with a hand coming out of it, and the hand was moving. After more pictures, it shows Paul with the same expression that he had before the scary slideshow. Then suddenly I heard a loud booming voice of a low, quiet voice saying, "Do it." Then a 1911 Colt pistol appeared in Paul's hand. He puts it in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Realistic blood and brain matter went everywhere, like on the grass and the cliff. Then the camera zoomed up to the capsule of the bullet that shot Paul, and the capsule said,
"Your life was already over, Paul."
In a mysterious Russian accent.
Yeah, your life was already over, Paul.
Wait, the bullet says it. The camera zooms up, so it's written on there, but it's written in a Russian accent. Or is the bullet saying in a Russian accent?
Your life was already over, Paul. That should be the background. Or no, it should be the smile dog in the background. I was saying it'd be funny if the whole time it was a bullet capsule that had that.
Your life was already over,
in
Paul.
Russian.
The next scene showed George on a cliff from the same lake John committed suicide. He was about to commit suicide too. I thought he was going to jump off the cliff, but instead, he pulled out a gun and shot himself. I'm surprised a lot of restraint to not say the specific model of gun, as he has done twice.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like how the specific gun is extremely important.
What's funny about it is the way they write it, M1911 and 1887, is the same way those guns are written in Call of Duty.
Are they really?
Yeah. No one says M1911. They just say 1911, unless you play COD Zombies, where it says M1911.
It's military terms. You don't get it.
I love Black Ops.
I love Black Ops so much. My dad's a truck driver. Feels pretty irrelevant. Yeah, I'm just saying.
He doesn't talk to me that much.
He's on the road a lot.
He's not home a lot. But instead, he pulled out a gun and shot himself. Very anticlimactic.
Yeah. Boring.
Boring. I'm bored. At the end of the scene, the camera zoomed into the gun, and the gun was the same one Paul used to commit suicide. And on the side, it said,
"It takes two bullets to kill two Beatles."
It scared me a little bit. It sends chills down my spine. I mean, guns can't talk. I mean, let's be real here.
I mean, think about it.
I'll put up.
Guys can't talk. This is fucking strange.
Look, Hitler, Satan, I can get behind.
Hitler was in the vomit. All of a sudden, guns are speaking. This is freaky.
The way it's phrased.
I'm fucking horrified.
It says, I mean, guns can't talk.
I mean, for
like,
fuck's sakes, people,
like
think
I'm
about it.
pleading with you.
Well,
Read,
someone
dear
fucking
reader.
just take a second to think about this. This is creepy fucking stuff here.
I challenge you. Think of one instance in your life.
I think of one time you've ever talked to a gun.
Not even.
Yeah, I tell you, it's probably no times.
The next scene showed Ringo in the hospital, dying of an unknown disease.
He gives Ringo cancer. A little kid being like, and Ringo has total AIDS cancer. And his gun talks to him. I mean, think about that. Being sick.
So now that he opened, he's like, I'm 14. I think he aged himself up.
Yeah.
The author's like 10, 11.
Yeah. It definitely feels like this is like a 12-year-old. He's like,
for sure.
So trust me, I'm 14.
Yeah.
So you can respect what I have to say.
My teacher said I'm at a 14-year-old reading level.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
He took the picture of him and his fiancée and the engagement ring he gave her, and then he died. Then the scene faded while the ending music played. After about a minute, another shot faded in. It appeared to be in a dark hall. Wait, didn't Ringo actually die of a disease?
No, Ringo's still alive.
Which one died? Which one got stabbed in his house and then died? That had to be George then.
No, I think
one of them died of cancer.
George died of cancer.
Yeah.
And then John Lennon got shot.
Yeah, well, the whole thing
And
was
Ringo and
the whole thing was
Paul
George
are still
was
alive.
like he was doing okay, but then someone broke into his house and stabbed him one night in the lung.
Oh, maybe.
And it caused like super damaged lungs, and then he died after. So they think maybe if that didn't happen, he could have recovered and lived longer or whatever. So I thought for a second he was saying that like, and Ringo just died of cancer, like in real life.
Yeah.
It wasn't Ringo. Yeah. Then the scene faded while the ending music played. After about a minute, another shot faded in. It appeared to be in a dark hall. All I hear was screams, whistles, yelling, and gunshots. I soon found out that the hall was in a prison. The scary part was that every time the lamp swings in the hall, a black hooded figure appeared. It wasn't long until I found out it was John with gray skin and red iris. For a brief second, I thought he resembled trademark webcomic character Karkat Vontus. There's no way.
Who?
Trademark webcomic character?
I am immediately looking up who Karkat Vontus is, by the way.
This is like in that one story where it's like if you played Destiny, you would know. Hold on.
Are you fucking kidding me? This is what Carcass Vontas.
It's a Homestuck character.
Carcass Vontas looks like this.
Dude, no. Do you know Homestuck?
No.
That was a huge Tumblr series where it's like everyone wrote their own characters and OCs, and like it was this big fan fiction where they talked to each other. That explains so much about what I'm reading right now.
Carcat Vontas, huh?
Dude, straight up, this being written by like a Homestuck person makes so much sense. And that's also the author's depiction of like the devil. Like that's what the Grim Reaper looks like, big and scary. He shouted,
I hope you enjoyed your life, because my life is over, including my friends, all because of me, John.
all because of me. John Lennon of the Beatles.
The infamous John Lennon of Beatles from Liverpool.
Imagine.
Yeah. Imagine all the carcass.
Right behind him. You know because I know those seven sisters, like our audience, there's some weird people out there. And I know a bunch of them were familiar with Homestuck. When I said Carcat Vantas, that had to be like a sleeper cell activation.
Yeah, exactly.
Phrase.
They're gonna try to fucking like kill somebody. They grab a gun. Must kill the prime minister.
Surge of women murderers across the United States. So like,
click, click, click.
Right behind him was a crowd of guards and prisoners. It seems that some of them had bullet holes in their heads and blood all over their bodies. In the crowd, I could make out several people in grotesque Beatles cartoon designs. John F. Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln, and Archduke Franz.
Literally everyone who has been assassinated.
Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria.
Literally everyone who has been shot.
Yep.
By the way,
what are the chances that Mark David Chapman comes up? The guy that killed John Lennon. What are the chances? It has to. It has to, right? It has to. The really weird part was that the prisoner that was right next to John was Mark David.
You are inside his brain.
Oh yes, I hit 3 for 3 on the stereotype.
Is this one of your stories that you wrote when you were younger?
No.
Okay, because that was a pull.
No.
That was a bear trap and a half. If I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, it's everyone getting assassinated. And earlier when they were dying, I'm like, he's the guy that shot John. Has to show
he
up,
has
right?
to be in here somewhere.
He has to, and sure enough. Oh man. The really weird part was the prisoner next to John was Mark David Chapman. It scared me how the guy who killed the actual John Lennon was right behind the evil cartoon John. For 30 seconds, Mark David Chapman and the crowd of prisoners and guards started walking straight like if they were walking towards me. The more they kept walking, the more blood they seemed to got on themselves.
The grammar slip there. So.
Then, the episode finally ended. I went backwards and kept rewinding the opening credits to believe how stupid I was to believe there could ever be a nice episode of the Beatles cartoon. It wasn't long until something caught my eye. I looked closely at the bottom of the word because, and I paused to see that the episode was actually called The Beatles Cartoon Because of John, They're Dead. I was about to take the tape out until the VCR caught on fire.
Oh!
Imagine. I immediately got my grieving mom, and why was mom grieving?
Well, so I don't know if you remember earlier. He said I convinced my disheveled mom.
Yeah.
To give me the tape. So it's like, why is this woman so
to mention that his dad just died?
I don't know. Maybe.
I got my grieving mom and a fire extinguisher. We put out the fire and discovered that somehow the VCR was still okay because we put in more tapes in and they managed to work. But the only thing that was destroyed by the fire was the tape, and it was the tape that started the fire. Why do you need the VCR to work? Why write that at all? My disappointed mother and I went back to the collector. What's with his mom? She's
I know. This bitch is going through it, though. Good Lord. Get this woman some happy pills, for the love of God.
Maybe the author is just so used to a disappointed mother, doesn't know how else to write her.
Listen, Bob, you're going to be disappointed. Okay?
My disappointed mother and I went back to the collector's shop and brought the tape back. The counter worker for the store asked,
"What happened to the tape?" "It was set on fire when the tape ended."
He roughly grabbed the tape out of my little hands and violently chucked it in the trash bin. All I can say is, goodbye and see you later. This was golden. This was awesome.
This is exactly what I wanted from every episode.
So they made a graphic. They made a graphic for the episode, but the words of John, "They're dead," are just as large as because, implying that he didn't even look at anything. Oh my gosh.
I love the innocence of like children writing something they perceive to be super scary. Mm-hmm. There's something so oddly wholesome and funny about just like, it's every benchmark of like what's evil.
Yes.
Hitler, Satanist, assassination.
Yeah.
It's all there. And then it even had the photorealistic eyes. I mean, come on. Come on!
That was a home run.
That's an all-timer. That has to be in the greats. That is in the greats.
I don't know why I didn't hear about that one, because that one doesn't get talked about in any regard compared to like Sonic.
Do you think just oversaturation? Also,
yeah,
because
it also
you know
might
what?
have come later. It might be more
and also, it's probably because it's the fucking Beatles.
Yeah.
If this would have came out in the 60s, maybe it would have gotten some
Squidward
press.
Suicide was like the one. That and like MickeyMouse.avi, because everyone
it's just the
those.
names.
Yeah,
you have all the classic. I know that character. I like it.
Yeah, the Beatles cartoon.
You think kids give a fuck about the Beatles in 2007? Yeah, right. Yeah,
well, I know that
right.
story came out like a month ago.
That would be awesome. The Beatles.
Hitler.
All right, we got one more up here. 12 years ago. This is another old. This has to be a golden era classic. Mm-hmm. It is called "Does Anyone Know a Good Plumber?" I did one of those stupid rituals, and now my shower's leaking, and there's a faceless guy in my kitchen.
I've never heard of this one before.
Okay, I just want to say that is a lengthy title.
The top comment is cringe.
I just want to repeat the name. Does anyone know a good plumber? I did one of those stupid rituals and now my shower's leaking and there's a faceless guy in my kitchen. Do you think that you're supposed to say that with like the Jim Halpert, like?
Yeah,
absolutely. 100%.
Give us a read with that.
Yeah, hit us with the Jim Halpert read.
Does anyone know a good plumber? I did one of those stupid rituals and now my shower's leaking. And there's a faceless guy in my kitchen.
That's how you're supposed to read it.
There
Absolutely.
You go.
All right. Does anyone know a good plumber? I screwed up one of those stupid ritual things that everyone's doing, and now my shower is leaking, and also there's some faceless guy in my kitchen. My landlord comes tomorrow, and he's going to kill me, especially because I also have a cat, and I'm not even supposed to have pets. It all started when I was drunk messaging a girl on Tinder, and she said that the only way we would meet up is if I did this weird ritual thing where I summon a ghost or some shit. I think she called it mea culpa or something. Actually, her exact message was this.
The decaying flesh will not rest. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I have seen the burning cities consume the earth. Our souls meet with darkness. Spiros mea culpa. Mea culpa, mea culpa.
Yeah, she was a weird chick. At least, I think she was a girl. I couldn't really see her face. Her picture was just a black background with two shiny dots that kind of looked like eyeballs. You could sort of see some features, but it looked like her face was gray and I couldn't really see her mouth, but she had really good skin. I wasn't about to rally for a pizza face.
I just want to say this deal of a millennial cringe lord trying to get some pussy is, it took me already. This guy's kind of my hero right now. Honestly, didn't really go fuck what her face looked like because she had clear skin, and I like that a lot.
Yeah, do you relate to this? A millennial cringe lord trying to get laid? Is that you?
That was kind of probably me back in the day. Yeah. I'd assume so. Well, I'm more of a boomer cringe lord.
What generation are you? You're Gen X. No, you're millennial. You're millennial.
X.
Are you?
I'm the beginning of X.
No, you have to be the end. Because like my mom's Gen X.
Yeah, how old is your mom?
59, 58.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm 43, so.
You're not 43. I don't know what you are, but if you tell me a number, it's not that number. All right. So anyway, I weighed the pros and cons of spooky rituals versus trampoline booty as best I could on 5 shots of Patron.
This guy, all-star. So I weighed the pros and cons of spooky rituals versus trampoline booty.
What is trampoline
as best
booty?
as I could on 5 shots of Patron. Is this guy my fucking spirit animal?
Did you write this?
I kind of fucking wish I did.
What is trampoline
and then
booty?
hit him with the next line here.
It was totally worth it.
My boy's clapping cheeks.
What is trampoline? Does that mean you can bounce on it? Is that the implication?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. All right. I set my cell phone to 3:26 a.m., but since my phone is a 2005 Motorola Razr.
Can this guy this might be the coolest fucking guy. He's rocking a 2005 Motorola Razr and he's getting some pussy on the side. Are you kidding me? And he's like fucking 5 shots of Patron. This guy rules. Holy shit. That's awesome.
I like how the story opens with me like, I sent a scary dog picture of my friends. And now it's ending for you.
Yeah, I'm so stoked.
But since my phone's an 05 Motorola Razr that was dropped in the toilet several times, it went off at 4 a.m.
Fuck!
I decided to go through with the ritual anyway. I was also supposed to have a friend during this thing, but my bestie recently got incarcerated for selling heroin on the corner of Patterson Park and Eastern Avenue. Shout out to my main man, Roscoe.
I'm not even joking.
You had a buddy named Roscoe?
No. This guy fucking rules. This guy, like this, I would get fucked up with this guy so quick. The corner of Patterson Park and Eastern Avenue, that is some real shit, dude. That's sick.
I'm glad this is
this is awesome.
A home run for you. I set up and turned off my alarm, but the moment I turned it off, I drunkenly passed out again. Woke up 20 minutes later and actually got out of bed this time, stumbling around the room in the dark because apparently you're not supposed to turn on the lights because if you do, a ghost will pop out. Ooh. I was supposed to find it sounds like he's playing the Midnight Game or like something similar. Or like you light the candle.
Yeah, I forgot about that, yeah.
Yeah, set the alarm for 4. Yeah. I was supposed to find a candle and light it, but my hangover just made me trip over one of the several candles I placed on my floor. Eventually, I gave up and flipped the lights on, grabbing a candle from my desk.
completely disregarding what you just said earlier in this paragraph. I like how he's like, fuck it. Hits the lights and grabs the candle. He's awesome, dude. This guy rules.
This would be
also getting drunk on Patron the night you're trying to get some ghost pussy is insane.
I feel like in an alternate world where we didn't do YouTube, if we still met, like I'd try to convince you to do like some creepy ritual thing, and this would probably
be it. Yeah.
I squinted out my window to see that my ghetto Baltimore neighborhood looked like at 4:20 a.m. The street was empty except for some rando wearing a black robe and a giant pointy black hat. He was staring up at me through the window. I couldn't really see his face. You know, Baltimore has gone to the dogs. First gang wars, now an updated KKK, for God's sake.
Has gone to the fucking dogs. It's such a clutch line, dude.
he sees like the devil in like a Klansman's robe, and he's like, what will they think of next?
Goddamn, the birds have gone to the dogs.
I lit the candle and looked at my phone. I was supposed to knock on my bedroom door 66 times. The 66th knock timed on the 4:06, but since I had screwed everything else up, I just did a shave and haircut knock and then walked into my hallway. What's a shave and a haircut knock?
I mean, I don't fucking know. I bet you anything that's not even a reference to anything.
Just came up.
That's him just being like, yeah, that's what I call it.
Hit it with the old shave and a haircut.
So I was like, huh? And he's like, anyways.
My bedroom door is opposite the stairs, and looking down the dark stairwell was pretty spooky. I thought I saw something move on one of the lower steps. For the next step, I was supposed to close my eyes and walk forward while chanting,
Mea culpa, mea culpa, mea culpa.
Which is Italian for my culpa, which is probably some kind of shitty Italian car. Try to close my eyes and walk forward while talking about Italian cars, but my cat, Fish Sticks, ran under my feet and I ended up tripping over him and falling down the flight of stairs.
He tripped over his cat, whose name is Fish Sticks. And he just rolled. Also, too, completely unfazed. He's like, I think I see something moving down there. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. He goes, oh! He just falls down.
At some point, the stupid candle went out as I flailed down the stairs, but I was too concussed to care. I rolled up from the ground, groaning, and decided that I would just continue to go through the motions, which meant hiding in a closet and waiting for the ghost to play hide and seek with me. I chose the kitchen pantry because I had some open potato chips in there, so I made my way back. As I stumbled, I heard several soft whispers behind me. I spun around, hoping that I was right about Fish Sticks knowing how to talk, but there was no one there. Except for the figure standing in the door. I stopped, blinked, and it was gone. I really needed to lay off the Patron. As I honed in on the closet, the alcohol and concussion finally caught up with me and I stumbled to a stop, doubling over and vomiting watery Patron all over the kitchen floor.
Fuck!
My ass was landlord grass. The hellish combination of alcohol, concussion, post-vomit, and a looming eviction notice caused my emotions to go haywire, and I unleashed a violent sob, mucus and tears riveting down my face. I heard a noise outside the kitchen. My eyes fell on the kitchen window, and I spied that stupid gang member / KKK dude in my backyard, still staring at me. I must have looked like an idiot, weeping in front of my kitchen pantry. Too ashamed to confront him, I just crawled into the pantry and shut the door. It was so cold in there, it damn froze my man titties off. My air conditioner was probably broken. I definitely needed to call the landlord, but that would mean sedating Fish Sticks and stuffing him in a suitcase under my bed. At this point, I realized that I needed to reevaluate my life. Maybe I shouldn't drink as much. Maybe I should get Fish Sticks to a good home. Maybe I should find women with intellect and poise. Maybe I should move out of my shit neighborhood where KKK people roam around at 4 a.m. After going through an entire existential crisis in my pantry, I decided to say screw it and end the stupid ritual. That Tinder girl wasn't even that hot anyway. And besides, I still had like 70 more ritual things to complete, which included lighting 8 more candles, stabbing a Japanese doll, and spinning around in a circle while screaming, "You're it! You're it!" This was all supposed to culminate in me going to my basement, sitting in front of a mirror and looking into the mirror, but not actually looking into it, which made absolutely no sense. That's a different one. I can't remember which one. He's just doing all of them at once. As I got to open the pantry door, I heard a low moan coming from behind the door. I froze. I prayed to God it wasn't my landlord. I cracked open the door to see the gang member / KKK guy standing in the kitchen, staring at me. Finally got a good look at him. He definitely didn't have a face. Just checklist, guys. No face, for sure. I guess getting your face taken away is part of a gang ritual now. He didn't react to my presence. He just stared. I didn't know how the hell to deal with gang members or faceless KKK members, so I just stared back. We did this for about 5 minutes before I slowly inched out of the kitchen and back upstairs. He turned to watch me as I went, but didn't move. So, after that, I went up to my bathroom to take a shower, and now my shower head is leaking, which I blame on the stupid ritual. So if you know any good plumbers in the Baltimore area, I would really appreciate it. Yeah. That was enjoyable. That was good.
That was a fun one to end on.
The top comment that says cringe has no life.
Doesn't know excellence when he's. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on in and sit on down because today we're talking about fetishes again. I know. On this channel we talk about a lot of fetishes, okay? The internet's full of them. I love talking about them. You got furries, you got feet, armpits, balloons, and knees. Seems like a weird f***ed up like Mr. Rogers song or something like that. But today I want to talk about something that I can finally relate to. Finally, there's a fetish out there that feels right for me. Finally! Something for me and my kin. And of course, I'm talking about feeders. If you saw me on my other video, you might have seen me eat a lot of stuff on this channel. I'm a big guy, all right? Disgusting. It's deplorable. You know, I'm not going to say healthy at every weight. I think that's f***ing stupid. I'm going to die of a heart attack very soon if I don't change my lifestyle. But I'm a dick dead. Feederism is a fat fetish subculture in which individuals eroticize weight gain and feeding. Hearing it, or at least saying it like that, I don't know if I would be a feeder because I am disgusted with myself every time I eat. We're going to be talking about a lot of different stuff. We found a lot of different kinds of feeders in the subculture. This one in particular is very interesting, but very dirty at the same time. It's very odd. On r/death_feederism, what a fucking crazy deal. What are the signs that want us to come out and become an obese person? The world of feederism is attractive to many people, but many people have doubts about whether they should decide to gain weight. A person can notice that they feel pleasure in feeling fat, but sometimes it is difficult to know what they have to do if they should gain weight and become a fat person. What do you think would be the list of signs you should come out of the closet and become an obese person? You know, letting go and accepting that your destiny is to be an obese person. I do like how they're looking at being obese as like looking on like Kratos wiping off the prophecy on the wall and being like, I was meant to be this all along. That's like a fucking crazy brain rot take. How do I know just to strip the guilt away? I think your body's just being like, no. I lost a bunch of weight before. When I was super overweight, I slept way better. Could not be farther from the truth now. Now I'm choking, I'm gasping for air. This person's bringing up a good point. What are the signs that you need to come out, let it all go, and let it all in, technically, right? And there are two sides to the fetish dynamic. First, you got the feeders. And feeders are individuals who claim to be sexually aroused by feeding their partners. That's Nick. Nick to me. Nick gets hard watching me eat chicken sandwiches and do other stuff like that. Feeders are usually skinny males, but not always. But I do like how they are typecasted as skinny males. Usually the feeders are very skinny because they're like, I don't even want to eat the food. I just want you to have it. They are sometimes referred to as encouragers, essentially helping and enabling them to reach new weight goals. Love that. Wonder what the tier of weight goals are. Like when you go to the gym and you're lifting weights to become stronger, usually it's like 5-10 pound increments. You get just jolt up. Your body's not going to be like, ugh. But with weight, I wonder if it's 20. Is it 50? 100-pound goals? But it's the journey, not necessarily the destination that gets these guys off. So just because you're dating a big old chugger, a big old semi, a steamboat, a freight train, doesn't make you a feeder, all right? It's fantasizing about how big they will become. Wait! Before we go back into the video, I want to thank today's sponsor, GamerSupps! And especially right now, because right now, at this current time frame, we have the Meat Canyon Drop, baby. Ooh! Christmas is finally here! It comes with the beautiful Meat Canyon Waifu Shaker Cup that also I got to draw the artwork on the back. And it's a little summer themed, a little spring themed cookout vibe that we have here. And it comes with the lunchbox, the nice waifu lunchbox. It is premium, baby. The artwork is amazing on the back. It even has a little heart that says Meat Canyon as well. Very good. And then also, we have a spatula available. A nice Meat Canyon spatula. A Meat Canyon apron that is reversible so you can see both sides. And if you buy the whole bundle, you get condiment bottles for free. It's a beautiful thing to start grilling up and start serving some beautiful burgers and fries, but also have a little bit of energy. Keto-friendly, sugar-free, and unbelievable taste. And especially with our flavor, raw meat. But you gotta do me a solid. You have to use promo code PAPAMEAT at checkout to get such a beautiful, luxurious deal. So please head on over to GamerSupps, check out my new drop, maybe even pick up our new flavor. It is, dare I say, the best flavor of all. And use promo code PAPAMEAT when you do, and just let them know that I sent you. All right? Thank you so much, GamerSupps. Enjoy all the beautiful, beautiful gamer energy and beautiful products. Back to the video. A feeder is someone who sees somebody now and they look at how weak and feeble they are and dream about how big they're going to become. So just because you're dating a big old fatty McFatter doesn't mean you're a feeder. You can still date one of them and hope that they become bigger, more enlarged, like a balloon. That's the feeder way.
Do you think there's ever been a feeder who they got so big and they regretted feeding that person?
It's definitely one of those like mad scientist moments or something. There's definitely been some person where they've like put the last piece of like pizza in their mouth. They're like this and the person's like, oh my God. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? I think this is someone's ass. Honey, stop trying to escape me. Can't you see you're way too fat to get through the door? Get back into bed. I'm not done feeding you fattening food. What's I done with you? You would not even be able to lift one leg up, you fat cow. God, how rude is that? First off, I just want to say that's insane. Also, I'm really sad that we didn't get the full copyright in there. Big cut. Maybe it's Big Cutie. First off, there's no way that this is actually any kind of clothing. Looks like they just draped one of those like luchador red flags over the back of this mass.
I was thinking it's a napkin.
You know, if you actually kind of like tilted this sideways, kind of looks like Metapod, like his mouth and stuff. If you drew an eye,
Metapod.
That giant vein, you only see that on the side of like a fucking bull. Feeders are into every part of being with a fat partner. Feeding them ungodly amounts of food, and feeders love to hear how full the partner is becoming. The more discomfort, the better. And here's a fun little video for this.
Big belly.
I don't like the end there, okay? I do like how feeders love to hear how full the partner's becoming. You very full? Oh yeah, oh, I like that. Watching their partners play with their bellies is called belly play. I hate when we get into this territory, Nick, because it always sounds like some baby shit. Tummy time, belly play. Jesus Christ, dude. Literally, this is my build. I'd be a great feedee. Do you think that the feedees like to wear extremely tight clothing to show how fat they are? This is my personal hell. Someone recording me from a down-up angle, seeing every fold, my f***ing orangutan body, and some of my back fat slipping out as I'm chowing down on a f***ing Cuban sandwich. Holy shit. Oh! My insecurities are seeping through. My boy's jiggling up a storm here. What the fuck are you even drinking? You know what it kind of looks like one of those fountain drink, and you do like a squirt of each of them. That's what it looks like. More belly play. This is pain. Squashing is the sexual attraction to being sat on or squashed by a fat person, which now it feels like we're almost getting to levels of vor, being squashed by a fat person. How do you end up at a place where you feel like gratified in that way by feeling you're going to be squashed?
Like a weighted blanket.
You know, they say weighted blankets are used to help with anxiety.
Maybe they're anxious people.
Giant ass coming towards them. Ah, it's just like fucking huge ass pressing on their face. Or even hogging, which is the love of the hunt for a chubby person to take advantage of and start feeding. It is a little more predatory. I gotta find myself a fat one. You know what's weird is if I was a feeder, I feel like I'd want a kind of relatively skinny person that I would want to make fat. Is the appeal also that the person's kind of fat so you know their game? Like if somebody saw me as a feedie, they'd probably be like, well, that person already eats like a fucking cow. So they'd probably be down. I think it's the thing where it's like, if a feeder looks at a feedee, it's like buying a truck. Is it turnkey ready to be everything that I want? Or is it something I'm gonna have to put a ton of work into? It's just something that's like, the thing's not even fucking running. Like a totally gutted truck would be a skinny person. A King Ranch F350 would be a guy who's just like, yeah, I have diabetes. Feeders are always on the hunt for a new hog and congregate on forums like Fantasy Feeder or Curvage.org. Actually, I do have a couple accounts on Curvage.org, so if you find me there, don't message me. Even if they are dating the person, there are many addicted to the kink that will send feeder models money for food that they can eat on stream, getting their fix that way. That's kind of like a pay pig thing, right? Pay pigs are, I think, are into the humiliation kink, but it kind of feels like a pay pig in a way. Just giving people money so they can buy stuff and eat stuff on streams and stuff like that. I'm a pay pig to several people, mostly my wife. Am I right? Don't tell her I said that. National Association to Advance Fat Acceptance, ironically, even a non-profit organization promoting advocacy for fat people, ended up becoming a hub for feeders to find their match. You know, the people who started that are like, God damn it. It's kind of like one of those things, you make an app or something like that to keep children face, but then it ends up just being like a pedophile's playground or something. The feeders found that and they're just like, jackpot. Some think it was partly formed to help male fat fetishists and other fat admirers, FAs, find fat women to date and have sex with. I can see that. The crazy thing is this nonprofit was formed in 1969, which begs the question, how long have these people been among us? Walking around. Now I'm not even gonna be looking around and looking at some guy, some like skinny dude buying like a big old like 4 buckets of chicken and being like, who you feeding that to, dude?
Feeders have been around since the dawn of time.
Oh, dude, definitely. You know what's the kind of the craziest thing, too, is kind of a trope is, like, scrawny guys that wear 3XL zip-up hoodies, like Volcom hoodies, Fox hoodies, and they're with, like, the biggest bitches. Little guys dating, like, people that are, like, way taller than them, they're just huge. I don't know. I think the fetish starts there. I think it gets you young. You look at something, you're just like, uh-oh, I think I found myself a peach. I think I found a hog. People have likened feederism with the BDSM spectrum, where there is a dominant domination/power dynamic. You sit there, it's like I feed you, you rely on me kind of thing. Definitely, I can see that being a thing. We have a post here that says, don't get me wrong, being crushed by your feedie is great. Have you ever made a larder so weak that if they try to stand up without your help, they just plop back down to wherever they're sitting like the blobs they are? Too heavy to get up without building momentum, watching their belly swing right when it grazes the floor. The slightest push to their wobbly chest sends them crashing backwards. Cellulite dimpled ass spreading out beneath them, pinning them to the bed with nothing but your grip around their swollen wrists and the weight of their belly pressing against the muscle in their back. Pretty soon gravity will take over the job of keeping them pinned to one spot anyways. I do like the thing here. It says, new personal goal, get fat enough for someone to refer to me as a larder. Dude, you know what's f***ed up is I resemble this. I look just like this. I mean, some of them are cartoonish, but I could see myself. I'm getting there. Nick, be honest. Are you my feeder? You see me plop down and watch 12 seasons of The Office.
We are gonna do a candy ranking video soon.
We're gonna do a candy ranking video. Then we're gonna do a pizza ranking video. Then we're gonna do a cheeseburger ranking video. Over and over and over and over again.
She's a feeder.
So what if I like to feed my man a block of cheese a day?
A block of cheese a day? What? Oh, God.
Is that so bad? Yeah, is that so bad?
Yeah.
Are you mad?
More disgusted that they're British, but I feel like this is bait. I can't tell. I don't know, a block of cheese? Was that a block of cheese? I thought a block of cheese. I was thinking like some like cartoonish, like the big cartoon thing. Old boy's gonna have a heart attack. Dairy, no bueno.
Am I a feeder?
You sure are, well, baby, that's a bit too much cheese
You
for
just
me.
asked for
But there's
all of
fruit
them.
on there, so that means it's okay.
He begs me for food all the time, all day long. He just keeps going, keeps saying, "Can I have a drink, baby? Can I have a sandwich?"
I told you like it now, yeah?
This is interesting. Usually with some of this stuff you can see if it's bait or if you're doing it for likes or whatever. This might actually be like a humiliation fetish. You got some like Nikocado vibes kind of going, whatever, a little bit. POV, you accept the fact that your man is in fact a feeder, but is all good because free food and cigarettes. Oh, but she just ate the thing off her tit. There is a fantasy for many with the kink called consensual immobility, which is just, I guess, being turned on by people being completely immobile. Immobility goals. Make me feel fat to the point where my weight becomes your excuse to make me feel sedentary. Oh, I'm too heavy for the chairs at a restaurant and I can't fit in the booths? Might be best to stay at home where I can sit on the couch or lay in bed. I'm sure they deliver anyways. None of my clothes seem to fit like they should. Why worry about decency if the only person around is you? I could just throw on some pajama pants with a t-shirt and doesn't go over my chest. I can't fit through the bedroom door frame. Not a problem. I can try to push myself through later. Why not go back to bed where you can bring me my snacks I wanted? It's taking a lot of effort to get out of bed. Why bother struggling to get up when you always offer to get what I want? You always say how I shouldn't waste calories on such trivial things. That's my life. Lazy fat ass is the guy's name. I think you might be the perfect immobility candidate. Certainly the perfect one for me, that's for sure. This would be magnificent. Goal sets for greedy piggies like you. Have trouble looking down because of your double chin. Have an ass so fat you need at the very least 2 chairs to support you when stuffing yourself. How f***ed up it would be if, like right here, there was actually 2. I'm sitting in 2 Herman Miller chairs. It's double the ergonomics, okay? God! Have a belly so big it makes it impossible to see the scale no matter what you try to do. Make your back bariatric scale say error to celebrate all the new lard engulfing your body. Have a mobility scooter or a bariatric wheelchair to save the calories you would have lost while waddling around. Waddling and chortling around. Condition yourself to oink when you need more food or f***s. Oh. The cringe there is oink oink. Do you want snacks or fucks? Fuck me! Suck down at least 2 sticks of butter per day. It can only do wonders for you. Oh my God. Those are only a small number of goals to set yourself as a growing piggy, but don't be shy to add more in with the comments. Every feedie needs inspiration to push themselves to their limit. Wink. Let's normalize 600 pounds and show everyone how it's done, you magnificent piggies. The fattened pig says, would you like to be a part of my flock? I'll make your belly bigger. Oh God, they actually have a fucking number there? Oh shit. I want this immobility bed to live in. So that's definitely you take a shit through that, right? And you know what's fucked up, Nick? And I feel bad for it. It does look very comfortable. It looks like it could be very soft and looks cushiony. I would actually like to do it. Which a lot of feeders literally want to make their partner so fat that they become literally immobile and depend on them entirely. Someone said, it's a feeder's duty to keep his immobile glutton constantly fed, even if they are full. The odor that comes with having such a fat glutton just comes with the territory. There's no excuse to take a break from feeding. This is pretty fucked up. We're only on the feeder side. We haven't even talked about feedies yet. Moving them around, making them food, grabbing things, etc. Some feeders have even expressed how their feeders will put cake or foods they like just out of reach so they have to struggle to get it, which turns them on. No wonder my wife does that to me, dude. I get so worked up trying to grab like Pete's rolls. Hey, wait. Oink, oink! Oink, oink! You want snacks or snacks? Oink! Which finally we're getting into feedies, which is the other half of the feederism dynamic. These are people that are eating it. These are the prize pigs. They're kind of controlling everything. It's your duty to fatten up people. But I'm curious to see what a feedie, what their kind of responsibility is. Feedies are individuals who claim to be sexually aroused by eating, being fed, or the idea or act of gaining weight. If every time I gained weight I got hard, that'd be crazy. I think about eating a lot too. My ass would be just chubbed up all day. This would be f***ed up. Feedies want to gain as much weight as possible, sometimes referred to as gainers. Hell yeah. Gainers, I don't know if I like gainers as much. At first I was like, oh, I feel like that's gotten taken over by swole guys. Gains, getting gains. My fantasy. I wish I was a female slave. Here we go. We're already in it. Forced to be my master's pet. No matter what my master said, I would have to do it. Fill me up with himself or a hose. Any hole, anything. He would fatten me up slowly, but walk me around everywhere. I would be stuffed 24/7. My master would watch as I start to struggle walking. I would start to get stuck going through doors. He would watch me struggle to catch my breath as I'm constantly soaked with sweat and grease. My calves would slowly encase my feet, and my thighs would cover my knees. My stomach would hit my knees as I struggled to waddle, and my breast would go down to my hanging belly button. Holy shit. My upper arms would sag and look like big pillows. Eventually, as my master's pet would be unable to move, I would become a mobile stationary pig pleasure center. I would physically be unable to stop my master from doing anything, even if I wanted. I could only grow. That's like the end to a fucking Junji Ito comic, dude. This is fucking crazy. The first guy, I love this. Oh god, that's fucking hell, that's hot. Do you think part of the feedies experience too is like the idea of having a heart attack? Do you think that sexually arouses them?
Yeah.
The idea that their heart could just explode from how fat they're getting?
The dangerous act.
That is, yeah, that's living on the edge is them just literally like, at any moment, I'm gonna push over the edge to the other side. Some feedies say that they gain a sense of agency in their lives to decide to be fed and gain weight. From interviews, many feedies appear to be women who have struggled with their weight in the past and were often ridiculed. But now, as feedies, they are able to live shame and guilt-free. Plus, the feeders worship their bodies, which can be empowering for them. I really like how the idea of like, you just simply cannot improve yourself, so you're just like, I'm just gonna go the completely opposite direction. Actually, I'm doing a really good job. Oh my god. Fat Misty. Get you a girl so fat her feet have rolls big enough to keep her feet off the floor. Oh, hell yeah. That's a damn good looking leg. I didn't know it was a leg at first, but I'm glad that I know it is now. I like how the image of a woman's leg is marked as not safe for work. They're just like, don't open this at your job. She's so damn hot. Literally a Michelin woman. That bitch got tires. I want an lymphedema so bad like her. It's that thing that I refuse to go to the doctor about. Remember that? They're split into two categories, the feedies are. The BBWs, big beautiful women. The SSBBWs, that sounds like Nazi big beautiful women, doesn't it? Supersized big beautiful women. Though male variants exist too, the SSBBW level is what every serious feedie wants to be. It's a supersized one, dude. Supersized got to be somehow retaliated to the old McDonald's sizes, right? Supersize Me. Remember that documentary? That fake, that fraud, saying that McDonald's will make you fat. Oh.
Yeah, he ate 6,000 calories a day. No shit.
Yeah, no shit, asshole. For example, we have Nikki here, who's a 700+ pound gainer. Hell yeah.
Not big enough.
She's a bit small for me. For breakfast, Nikki typically enjoys eggs, grits, ham, bacon, sausage, and pancakes. Sounds delicious. This makes me sad. We have Donna Simpson, a gainer who wants to become the fattest woman alive. Donna has now decided to lose weight after breaking up with her fiance. What a fucking coward. She plans to lose 170 pounds to reach her target weight of 370 pounds. Wonder if it happened. Good luck, Donna. In 2006, Donna met Philippe Gwamba. Hopefully I said that right. In an online chat room for overweight women who stated he's always been attracted to big women, but Donna is my fantasy. Hell yeah, dude. I like that. In 2010, Simpson even won the Guinness World Record for heaviest woman to give birth, where she weighed 532 pounds when she gave birth. And when she gave birth there, the goal-winning weight was 532 pounds when she gave birth. How big was the baby?
It was crushed.
If you're that big, there's no way the baby's not getting some of those fucking calories, right? It's a 74-pound baby. Comes out like a monster. After the pregnancy, she decided she wanted to weigh 800 pounds and has since upped the goal to 1,000 pounds. The pregnancy procedure revealed that she had diabetes and high blood pressure. Yeah, well, that's weird. Really? Does she? That's odd. But that hasn't stopped Donna from reaching her goal, and Gwamba is her biggest supporter in her journey. Yeah, he's just like, go, baby, go! Simpson says she eats 12,000 calories a day, and the cost of food for her family is about $580 to $750 per week. And that's probably all just like fast food and shit. About, well, hey, with prices at the grocery store nowadays, who doesn't spend that much per week, am I right? Trying to eat organic? Try doing that, dude. When they heard about Donna, a magazine editor said they wanted to buy her a Christmas dinner for her and her family. 30,000 calorie meal consisted of 2 25-pound turkeys, 2 maple glazed hams, 5 pounds of mashed potatoes, 10 pounds roasted potatoes, 5 loaves of bread, 5 pounds of stuffing, 3 liters of gravy, 3 liters of cranberry dressing, and 20 pounds of vegetables. Put those in the goddamn trash. Reportedly, it took Simpson and her family only 2 hours to finish the whole meal. And yes, she is still alive today, so get that out of your fucking mind, dude. But I will say, she has decided to lose weight ever since leaving. Poor Donna. She was right at the tippity top. She turned her back. Turned her back on her only goal. And people, you know, the theater community has gotten so big that they've even made like a weird crime horror film called Feed. And we'll put a clip up of that.
Say it.
Feed me.
Say it again.
Feed me.
And so if you want to go and watch that film, feel free. Back to our roots of doing movie reviews here. Reddit, surprisingly, is a huge place for the feeder community, where people can go, they can chat, and they can reminisce on how cool it is being a feeder. There's no way we can show this. Just 2 pigs going at it. That's the top comment. Just 2 pigs going at it. Oh my god, you 2 are so plump and gorgeous. I need a girl like this, or perhaps 2 in my life. I mean, there's a man or woman for anybody. These little motherfuckers will just crawl into any space and plague up these comment sections like nobody's business. You both are gaining very nicely. We'll live to see both you beauties at over 500 pounds soon. Okay, this reads like a fucking creepy scientist or something like that. This reads like a creepy villain in a horror movie. The shorter beauty at over 550 pounds. Keep eating up, beautiful girls. Oink, oink. Oink, oink! There's also feeders out in the wild.
We all share the same bed. Justin sleeps in the middle.
Did you just see what? Here, come look at what I just saw. Look at the most replayed part of this video right here. This is the most replayed part. Watch this.
We all share the same bed.
I saw someone doing that at Disneyland in the Indiana Jones.
I saw that, the video of it, whatever.
No,
you saw it in person? Oh my god.
I was in 8th grade, and this couple, the guy was putting his hand like in her ass, down the pants. It was an hour wait, too.
I like how you said it was an hour wait, too. And that's not even the worst part. The line was an hour long. Lastly, on the feederism chain is the death feederism, or the fallout. And this is where feederism takes a dark turn. Is this our first dark turn? I can't tell. An extreme kink here is death feederism, where literally the entire goal is to feed someone so much that their body gives out and just dies. That's the kink. And I guess that maybe you hold off. It's the biggest nut of all. And many, after being in the feeder community for a while, realize that the lifestyle is unhealthy and safe.
Feederism is a kink, like a sexual kink regarding feeding someone generally for the purpose of them being fat or getting fat or gaining weight. And the thing about this guy is I think he was into what's called death feederism, and death feederism is what it sounds like. It's feeding someone to the point of getting so fat and so big that they die.
The idea, too, of someone being groomed into it is pretty crazy. At first, it's acceptance, a false sense of security. So then all of a sudden they do it too much, and to the point where it gets so toxic that, yeah, you find out that you're completely roped into some person's kink or fetish is fucking horrible and sad. Death feederism and that kind of thing, of people having the kink of feeding someone to death, is just unfucking believable. I feel like a lot of people are going to see like the blurred lines. Where does it end? With some people who are like, oh, I'm not a part of death feederism, but I do want you to be as big as you could possibly be, and it's never going to be enough. And it sucks because I feel like this entire fetish in this community and stuff preys on people who are insecure, who are already struggling in other kinds of ways. And it feels like it's a completely imbalanced thing where it's a feeder's kink and being in control and in power, and a kind of weird lopsided part of abusive relationship to somebody who is being enabled to carry out extremely bad habits that are very hard to break. You know, a lot of people say, even to me, you know, like I said, I'm a big guy, put the fork down. It's easy, just don't eat that much, whatever. When people don't realize the emotional and psychological tie-ins that like doing this arbitrary thing has. To have people come in, prey on these people, it's just sad. And especially to be swayed and be put into a position where you yourself want to be as unhealthy and as big as you possibly can be. It's just, it's all in all just sad. And it's such a fascinating facet of, I guess, human attraction or even like internet culture. You know what I mean? That's my video on feeders. I'm sure there's a lot more out there, but I really can't stomach it. And you know what I've decided is that I'm going to lose weight. I'm going to lose weight to where I can be the skinny guy and finally become a feeder. Tired of being the feeding. Nick keeps feeding me all this goddamn stuff, and it's time that I lose the weight and become a feeder myself. I'll lose all the weight, become the feeder, and get you all big and stuff like that. And we'll just keep going back and forth until one of us just f***ing kicks the bucket. How's that sound? But on that note, I want to thank you all so much for stopping by and watching the video today. Love yourself. Be good to yourself. Stay healthy. And, you know, I just don't be a feeder.
Shut it down. Shut it down.